What did you just say? No, no problem at all. If you would, just keep where I am on the DL. I don't want people harassing the family that I have there. You're good. You're good. No big deal. I'd rather take that. Even as we spoke, I had people who said they want to butt rate me on blue sky, so it's one of those things that, yeah, exactly. I can always call the Irvine Police Department and have them protect me, but I don't know about that. It would just be against an uncle, but nevertheless, you know, if I may ask, how have things been in with Music Biz Marty and such? No, no, no. Of course I know that, but I mean like his the server and all those people. Yeah, that definitely would. Yeah. So somebody went to Cyrax's house, or Cyrax? How it how are like foodie media and those people? Oh, she's getting big. Wow, she's getting big. How many pounds does she weigh now? Has she been to the vet recently? How did that go? Look at those ears. Exactly. I was just saying the same thing. Does she hear very well? Right. Exactly. both one. I got some new features with the CPU seat, so like kind of, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if the link lasts that long or if they take the link away, which doesn't really make sense to me that they take the link away, but I don't want to keep it. So we'll see. Knock yourself out, Doc. For the criminalization. Peace out, man. Thanks for coming.
And then in the United States, this ends up mapping onto debates
No,
about
my
capitalism.
hours have been generally normalized, so I woke up a few hours ago, so I'll be up.
And so more historically minded economists tend to be interested in the progressive movement, and which is invested in taming and regulating industrial capitalism and changing its mechanisms. Factory safety laws, wage laws, working conditions laws. Yet in general, American economists all use marginal analysis just in different ways. The ones who are more drawn to marginal analysis become known as neoclassical economists. They're neoclassical. The neo is because they're using marginal analysis. The classical is because they don't think we need to change the way the economy operates and the government operates. They're not progressive. Whereas the progressives are saying things like we need to use social control. The state and the people collectively and democratically need to control the way economics unfolds and make sure things are fair and equal. So that school of thought becomes known as institutional economics in the United States by the 20th century. So it's part of the progressive movement, late 19th century, into the 20th century, it really becomes institutional economics. And it's quite dominant. And the neoclassical economists are still there, but they're very much a minority. And Frank Knight, Milton Friedman's teacher, is one of the minority neoclassical economists. And the institutionalists are much more progressive still.
Is it fair to say that the neoclassical folks, even the classical folks, versus the institutional economic folks, they have a disagreement about how much government intervention that should be in the economy? So neoclassical is less intervention, and then the institutional economists, the progressive folks, is more intervention.
Yes, exactly right. So this is a situation in the 1920s, but the other piece I should mention is that first generation of progressive economists were very radical. They were closely allied with the socialist movement, with labor radicalism, and many of them lost their jobs at universities. This kind of connects to the dawn of academic freedom. This is before academic freedom. And they were chastened, became much more mainstream. By the time we get to the 1920s, we don't really have radical critiques of society coming from economists. Much smaller profession, much less important than it is today, and fairly peaceful, because the 1920s are a fairly peaceful decade in the United States. So this is a situation when the Great Depression hits. And as I mentioned before, the kind of most important institutional economist was Wesley Mitchell. And he has said, he's written a whole book on business cycles. But he doesn't see this business cycle coming, and it hits, and he doesn't have a good explanation for it. Now, perhaps the preeminent neoclassical economist was Irving Fisher. Now, Irving Fisher is big into the stock market, and Irving Fisher says sometime in late summer 1929, stocks are going ever higher and will continue to go ever higher forever. And so he loses his reputation after the stock market crash. So Milton Friedman is stepping into a field in which the greats have been discredited, and there's an enormous economic crisis all around.
And everybody's struggling to figure out why the crisis happened.
Yes, and the other thing he's stepping into is a world where in the United States, there's a great deal of anger at capitalism, at the system, unemployed people on the street. In Europe, there's rising fascist movements. In Asia, there's rising fascist movements. And so everyone's very concerned about this. And Friedman is seeing a lot of this through the lens of Frank Knight, who feels like we are maybe reaching the end of what he calls liberalism. He calls himself an old-fashioned liberalism. We're reaching the end of representative democratic government, because representative democratic government cannot solve these social problems. And capitalism, as it has developed, Knight is very pro-capitalist, but he says it's generating inequality, and this is putting too many strains on the system. So Knight will become one of the people who helps Friedman think, how do I develop a new theory of capitalism that works in an era of mass democracy, where people can vote and people can express at the ballot box their unhappiness with what's happening economically. So this larger movement will generate, of which F.A. Hayek is a part, Friedman is a part, and becomes the very early stirrings of trying to think about the new sort of liberalism, which will eventually be called neoliberalism.
Okay, so if we can just linger on the definitions of things. So we mentioned what neoclassical is and the institutional economics is. What's Keynesian economics? And the Chicago School of Economics, I guess, is a branch of neoclassical that's a little bit more empirical versus model-based. And Keynesian is very model-heavy, more intervention of government.
Yes.
And so the real battle is Keynesian versus everybody else.
That is what eventually comes to pass in the United States and in the kind of overall developed profession of economics. The other piece of the puzzle here is the introduction of mathematics. And it's been around the edges, but it will pick up speed in the 1930s, like the econometrics societies then, and they start publishing. People start using more statistical and mathematical tools to think about economics, and they're given a boost for inadvertently by the rise of Keynesian economics. So Keynes is trained in the neoclassical tradition. He's an absolutely fascinating figure. He's been there in the peace negotiations at Versailles. He basically calls World War II. He's like, hey, we're going to have another war here caused by Germany because this peace treaty has been done in such a vindictive way. And people have made such bad decisions. He's there. He sees it happening. And so when the Great Depression unfolds, he basically comes up with a new theory for explaining what's going on. And the previous neoclassical understanding is sort of things go up and things go down. And when they go down, there's a natural mechanism to bring them back up. So when the economy is going down, prices are going down, wages are going down, everybody's losing money, but eventually firms are going to realize, hey, I can hire people cheap. Hey, I can buy stuff cheap. I don't have a lot of competition. Maybe I should get in the game here. and then others will start to get in, and then you regenerate prosperity in that way. And so Keynes says, sure, that's one theory, but something different is happening right now. Part of why it's happening is because the working class is more empowered now. They're not simply going to just take low wages and ride them down to the floor. We might not hit the floor. But also, he says, people might become too anxious to spend. They might not want to invest. And, Keynes has these discussions of animal spirits, right? He's still enough of a political economist to think not just in terms of human rationality, but what are some other things going on in human beings? And people might decide to sit on their money. They might not invest it. And so what happens then is you could get stuck in a bad equilibrium. So in the neoclassical model, the equilibrium kind of restarts and resets itself. And he says, no, we could get stuck here. We get stuck in the depression. And in that case, what has to happen, he says the government stimulates investment and the government itself invests. And then he argues that, a student of his, Richard Kahn, says, as the government invests $1, it has like a multiplier effect. The dollar spent by the government kind of ramifies out beyond the economy. So it takes the government and puts it in the center, as opposed to, say, the banking system or the financial system, which would be the more Friedman analysis. And for many economists of Friedman's generation, and he's a weird generation. It's the generation that becomes dominant is just like 4 years older, and then you become Keynesian economics. But that 4 years is really important because they come in to grad school in economics and they get exposed to the new ideas of John Maynard Keynes. And they, I think it's Paul Samuelson calls it it's like a South Sea virus that that attacked all of the younger economists, immediately succumbed, and like no one under 50 ever got the disease, right? Because their thinking's already set. And so Keynesianism, Keynes himself is very suspicious of math and economics. And he and Friedman is fascinating. One of the first books by Jan Tegerman, the Dutch economist, to use math and economics is huge volumes. Volume 1, Keynes pans it. Volume 2, Friedman pans it. So they're in the same page, but what happens is as Keynesianism arrives in the United States, Franklin Roosevelt is not really a Keynesian. He's kind of an accidental or experimental Keynesian. And there's a bunch of different ideas in the United States that are very similar to Keynesianism. They're not theorized, but they're similar ideas that the government has to do something. So this all comes together, and American economists realize that you can construct models in the Keynesian perspective, and if you can use numbers in these models, you can go to Washington, D.C. with numbers, and you seem like you have a lot more authority. And so math becomes really twinned into Keynesian economics.
So numbers are used as a kind of a symbol of expertise. We really know what the hell's going on because we have some numbers, right?
Right, and we can create a model, and so we can say, okay, in the model, the interest rate is here and taxes are here, so let's play with government spending. Let's make it up, let's make it down, and then we can get an estimation that'll spit out, here's predicted GDP. So the other piece of the Keynesian revolution is it really gets people thinking kind of holistically about the economy as one conceptual unit. And you then have what Paul Samuelson will end up calling the neoclassical synthesis. And this is still in economics today. If you take micro, you're going to get supply and demand, scarcity, marginal analysis. If you take macro, you're going to get a very different approach. And that's more Keynesian based. And so the idea is that, and this makes sense, and you can think of this from statistics, right? The way things act individually versus when they're all added together can be very different. So there's this kind of uneasy piece where economists are using kind of neoclassical tools to analyze individual behavior and individual market behavior, and they're shifting to a different paradigm when they think about the economy as a whole. And in this paradigm of the economy as a whole, the federal budget, the taxing and spending power of the federal government become paramount. And that is called the fiscal revolution. And that's really the essence of Keynesianism. But the key thing to remember is that Keynesianism and Keynes are different. And there's this famous episode where John Maynard Keynes comes to and he goes to dinner. And he says to one of his friends in London, "Oh yeah, it was really interesting. I was the only non-Keynesian there."
Yeah.
You know?
So Keynesianism is more government intervention, fiscal policy. So put the government at the center of influencing the economy, and then the different flavors of whether it's Austrian economics or Chicago School of Economics is saying no, we have to put less government intervention and trust the market more. And the formulation of that for Friedman is trust the money more. The not trust, but the money supply is the thing that should be focused on.
Yes. So the Austrians and the Chicago schools see economic prosperity and growth comes from individual initiative, individual entrepreneurship, kind of private sources. The private market is what drives economic growth, not the public sector. And so for Friedman, then the question is, what is a government's role? And because he's lived through the Great Depression, he's not laissez-faire, and he won't ever be laissez-faire. Now, interestingly, Hayek, living through the Great Depression, at first is laissez-faire, and he's like, sure, like let it rip. And things get so bad that Hayek's like, okay, that's not going to work.
Do we actually define laissez-faire? So what do we mean? Like, what's the free market? What's laissez-faire? What's the extreme version here?
So yeah, laissez-faire means either being in France. It's more often used as an insult than as an actual. Very few people are completely and totally laissez-faire. That would be like the pure laissez-faire would be the sort of maybe pure anarchist position, like the state does nothing or the state isn't even there. But it tends to, if I could maybe make it more precise, it would be focused on freedom of contract would be essential. And that means like the buyer of labor and the seller of labor must have absolute freedom to contract. So that means no minimum wage law, no working hours law, no employment law, things like that. That was, and this is all pre-progressive movement. A lot of things are that way, right? You know, imagine you're in 19th century America and you have a farm, and you hire someone to help you. You offer the money, they take it. If they fall off a ladder and break their back, maybe you help them out, maybe you don't, right? But there's not a whole apparatus of legal liability and safety, things like that. So that would be one piece. Another piece of laissez-faire would be free trade amongst nations. So no regulation of who can invest in a nation or who can take money out of a nation. So Nippon Steel could come and invest in U.S. Steel, and there would be no grounds in which to reject that. Or you could, as a billionaire in the United States, relocate you and all your money to another country, and the United States couldn't try to keep you, and nobody else could stop you from coming in. And then in the context of economic crisis, laissez-faire would not encompass centrally provided relief, because in the pure theory, again, very seldom applied purely, but in the pure theory, the wages need to come down far enough, and people need to be desperate enough to start taking work and to start the machine again. So the theory would be if you give people relief, they might not go back to work. Now, almost nobody says that in the Great Depression because the situation is so bad, and it's people are starving on the street. Feel for humanitarian and ethical reasons, it's not okay to say that. The Austrians, though, at first, Hayek and Lionel Robbins are like, this is a business cycle and it needs to run its course, and it will be detrimental if we intervene. And then pretty soon, Hayek has to change his tune.
So the Austrians are the most hardcore in terms of laissez-faire.
Absolutely. And so Hayek will make the turn towards accepting more of a state, and then we'll come to talk about how the state needs to support what he calls a competitive order. But his mentor, Ludwig von Mises, still remains very hardcore and is not really open to things like unemployment insurance or other state-based interventions.
What does von Mises say about like human suffering that's witnessed in the Great Depression, for example? Like, what are we supposed to do as economists, as humans that define policy? What are we supposed to see when people are like suffering at scale?
Yeah, I wish I knew an answer answer that question. I don't know enough about von Mises and his reaction in the Great Depression. I think I would hazard that he would look more to the down the road and say, well, if you start here, you're going to go places that are bad. But I don't factually know what he said in response. I do know that Hayek's position doesn't last very long. It's not a position you can hold to. Maybe you can hold to it in other cycles. The other thing that was interesting is I found very few Americans saying this. Most who were kind of small town electeds, or the most famous is Andrew Mellon, quoted by Herbert Hoover. So not directly, we don't have them on record saying this, but apparently Hoover records in his memoirs that Mellon said something like, liquidate real estate, liquidate stocks, purge the rottenness out of the system, people will live a healthier life. And certainly there were members of the Federal Reserve who felt like it would create, they didn't say moral hazard, but it would create what we now call moral hazard, bad habits. Were we to intervene and to save failing banks? Because failing banks need to be taught a lesson, they need to be taught discipline. And so a lot of people, I think, saw it in the context of discipline. This is discipline. And if you remove the discipline, you'll be taking away something fundamental in society.
So Milton Friedman never quite went all the way to laissez-faire.
No, he didn't see that. And what's really interesting is the number of incredibly radical proposals that he and his teachers were floating. So I mentioned Frank Knight. Another really important influence on Friedman was Henry Simons, who was a junior professor at Chicago. And Simons had this idea for what he called 100% money, which would be a law that says banks have to hold 100% of the deposits they receive. They can't loan on the margin. This would completely and totally have overhauled the U.S. banking system. And he would have said there's a category of things called banks where you get deposits, and then there's going to be a category of sort of, you can say, investment vehicles that will invest. So similar to what did happen in some ways in the banking reforms, in that in the 1930s, the investment banks were split from the deposit banks, and the banks that took deposits were much more highly regulated, and they were supported by the FDIC. But the point being, the Chicago school had these very radical proposals for reform. Go off the gold standard, restrict the currency, change the banks, immediately release payments now. What is important to note, though, is that they thought of all of those as emergency measures to get through the emergency, not as permanent alterations in the state of what had to be, and not permanent alterations between state and market. Where the Keynesian assumption is things have changed, times have changed, we're in a new dispensation, and we need a new relationship. So Milton Friedman is very open to doing things differently in a state of emergency. He will have different ideas during World War II than any other time, and that's why I think he would have been supportive of at least the first rounds of coronavirus relief, because I think he would have put his emergency thinking hat on. So in that way, he was definitely more flexible.
You mentioned Hayek. Who is this guy? What's his relationship to Milton Friedman in the space of ideas and in the context of the Great Depression? Can we talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So F.A. Hayek is an Austrian economist who takes up a posting in London, and he's in a mentee rather, of Ludwig von Mises. He's writing about business cycles, Austrian capital theory, and the Depression hits, and he's one of the few, economists who, at the beginning, really is not calling for much intervention. Although, as he realizes how politically unpalatable that is, he will develop a more softened version of Austrian economics that has room for a whole range of social services. What's significant about Hayek is that he is also watching what's happening in Austria, what's happening in Germany, and he's really worried the same thing is going to happen to Western democracies. And he sees the root cause of this is socialism, this shift towards an expanded role for government, which we've been talking about is happening in the United States, it's also happening in Britain. And so he writes this book that becomes incredibly famous, The Road to Serfdom, basically saying, taking these steps towards a planned economy or an economy that's a modified form of capitalism is going to, he's very clear that this is not an inevitability, but if the same steps are taken and people follow the same line of thinking, we may end up in a sort of coercive totalitarian state. So this becomes enormously popular in the United States. First of all, he's in good touch with Friedman's teachers, even before this book comes out. They see them as kindred spirits. Frank Knight is in touch with him, Henry Simons is in touch with him. They all see themselves as old-fashioned, unreconstructed liberals. And so even before he becomes famous, Hayek will be trying to kind of organize thinkers and intellectuals who he believes shares his values, what we would call today classical liberalism, and to kind of create a counter-consensus to the one that's gathering. Now, Hayek also chooses not to argue against Keynes, and he feels that this is a huge missed opportunity, that he should have staked out the case against Keynes, and that because he did not, people come to believe there is no case against Keynes. Keynes is literally unanswerable. So Hayek will have this great regret. He will channel some of his regrets into sort of community building, specifically developing a more tolerant society. And it will fall to Friedman to really make that case against Keynes. But Hayek will end up at Chicago, and Hayek really influences Friedman to think about what Hayek calls the competitive order, and how the state can and must maintain a competitive order. That is, the system of laws, of norms, of practices that makes it possible for markets to function. And this is one of these key differentiators between the older philosophy of laissez-faire and the newer reconceptualization of liberalism, which says, yes, we need a state. We need a state that's not intervening in markets under social democratic auspices, but is structuring and supporting markets so that they can function with maximum freedom, keeping in mind that if there aren't basic social supports needed, the market is apt to generate a type of either inequality or social instability that will call the whole system into question. So Hayek is really key in promoting this modified liberalism. But from being a very prominent economist in the 1920s and 1930s, as mathematics becomes the language of economics, Hayek is completely left out in the cold. Now, Friedman to some degree is left out in the cold, but Friedman at least has proved to the mathematical economists that he knows what they're up to, and he's rejecting it from a position of expertise and knowledge. And he literally drives the mathematical economists out of Chicago. They're clustered in a group called the Coles Commission. He makes their life hell. They flee. They flee the Friedman onslaught. But then when Hayek arrives at the University of Chicago, he would like to be considered for a position in the economics department, and Milton Friedman says, no way. You're not really an economist because you're not empirical, because you just developed these theories. So he has an appreciation for Hayek as a social thinker, but not as an economist. So what Friedman decides to do, his answer to Keynes will be deeply empirical, but it will also be theoretical, and it will create an alternative intellectual world approach for economists who aren't satisfied with Keynesianism. And almost single-handedly, Friedman will introduce sort of political and ideological diversity into the field of economics, because from his beachhead in Chicago, he will develop the theory of monetarism. So what is monetarism? The easy way to summarize it is this famous dictum of Milton Friedman's: inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. And it's fascinating that he becomes an expert in inflation, because the first research and the first major research product of monetarism is that theory of the Great Depression in a monetary history of the United States. And that is the theory of a deflation, all prices going down. And he will go back to an idea that Irving Fisher had popularized, but a very old idea, almost a truism, the quantity theory of money, which says the level of the price level is related to the amount of money circulating in an economy. So if you have more money, prices go up. If you have less money, prices go down. Now, this seems like very basic, almost too basic to bear repeating, but Friedman is saying this very basic relationship holds true even in an advanced industrial economy. And that is what people have started to doubt. And if you think about money, you think about banks, you don't think necessarily about the federal budget, spending, and taxation. And what you see happens in American economics, the textbooks previous to the Keynesian revolution, they spent a lot of time on money, they spent a lot of time on interest rates. You can do word counts, and other scholars have done the word counts. And then word count for money after World War II just plummets. And you start seeing things like taxation, budget, those things go up. So what happens is the economics profession shifts its attention. It just looks away from money to other things. And Friedman is one of the few who's saying, no, money still matters, money still counts. And it's a very counterintuitive argument to make. It's a very historical argument to make. And this is absolutely fascinating to me. With Anna Schwartz, he develops this 150-year time frame. He also has students working on episodes of hyperinflation in different periods of time. He's also looking back to ancient history, inflationary episodes there. And he's saying this is a law of economics. This is something that recurs throughout time. It's not historical, right? It's not contingent. It's a law of economics. And, his Keynesian counterparts are saying, no, that's not relevant any longer. Maybe once it was relevant, but it's not relevant today. Now, in some ways, they have a point because in order to pay for World War II, the federal government sells a lot of bonds, it issues a lot of debt, and it wants to pay this debt back at a low interest rate, and it wants people to keep buying it. It wants the low interest rate to be competitive with other interest rates. So it wants, in general, low interest rates throughout the economy. And the Federal Reserve has been so discredited by the Great Depression that the Treasury basically runs the Federal Reserve and says, keep interest rates low. And so that's what it's doing. And so the Federal Reserve has stopped being an independent entity. It's just a sub sort of department of the Treasury. But in 1951, they negotiate, it's called the Treasury Fed Accord. And the Federal Reserve gets its independence, but it doesn't really use it. But statutorily, it now has it. And so most economists are just observing a regime in which the Federal Reserve has no power, a regime in which there is really little inflation. The inflation that's seen is a little burst of inflation in the Korean War. And they're saying inflation is not really important. It's not really relevant, and money's not really relevant and important. And so to break through and to make the argument, that's why Friedman and Schwartz go to history. And they're able to make that argument for history. So then Friedman is coming out with a variety of papers that are saying, when I look at economic fluctuations, he maps them side by side, the fluctuations in the money supply, and says, look, they fit. And other economists, remember, they're building complicated mathematical models. And Friedman's doing extremely simple stuff. And they just think it's dumb, it's not interesting, it's not true. They don't buy it at all. And so, but after a monetary history of the United States, they have to pay attention. So it's really in those years, Friedman is hammering this idea of monetarism, and it starts to become something respectable, bordering on respectable for other economists to look to and think about. And that's really the beginning of a kind of Keynesian monetarist split, where if you start to give Friedman any credence, you're heading towards a monetarist position. Now, at the same time, Friedman comes out very publicly in 1964 as a supporter of Barry Goldwater. And Keynesian economics has found a home in the Democratic Party. Its probably brightest moment in the sun is the administration of John F. Kennedy, who brings in a lot of Harvard and Yale professors, the Council of Economic Advisors. He poses a series of spending programs that are really guided by the Keynesian philosophy. And the Barry Goldwater is tremendously controversial, hard for his votes against civil rights, which Friedman really supports, in part because he's a hardcore libertarian in an age when that's not in the political mainstream or not discussed in the political mainstream. And he's just tremendously unpopular, particularly in all the educated precincts where Friedman lives. So Friedman is like an outcast and a pariah for his support of Goldwater. And so that actually really affects monetarism because people feel that this is now becoming a package deal. And so there's a great reluctance to embrace Friedman's ideas because it seems like he would then have to embrace his politics.
So it's associated with conservatism.
So this is the years when conservatism, there is a movement that calls itself conservatism, and Friedman is very tightly allied with this movement from the beginning, partly through his friendship with William F. Buckley. And a lot of people say to me, yeah, but Friedman's not conservative. And this is like a bigger, we have a whole separate podcast on this, but for now, I'll just say that conservative in the United States becomes a political brand that contains elements of conservatism that are recognizable across time and space, embrace of tradition, or comfort with hierarchy, etc. And it also has something new and different, which is Friedman's ideas about Milton Friedman's advocacy of more free markets, less government regulation, and the benefits of capitalism and the benefits of freedom. And that gets folded into American conservatism, in part because Milton Friedman is such a powerful intellectual figure. And after his advocacy, Goldwater, he realizes this guy's really smart. He has really interesting things to say. He makes great copy. He makes a great guest. And he starts writing a column for Newsweek magazine, which is a very big deal in a much more consolidated media environment. And he's quoted in all the newspapers. And so his public profile really starts to rise right as he's pushing monetarism as an alternative to the Keynesian synthesis.
Can we just look on what is monetarism?
Yes.
Like,
Okay,
once again, so like what? Okay, the money supply.
Yes.
So money is this thing that you can think of it in like a notion where people buy and sell stuff. There's this fascinating, complex, dynamical system of people contracting with each other in this beautiful way. And then there's so many pothead questions I want to ask about the nature of money. I mean, money is fascinating in that way. And I think for Milton Friedman, trusting the flow of money is really important.
Yeah.
And the signals that pricing and money in general provides is really important.
So, yeah, and some of this, I could take some of this back again to Frank Knight. So, one thing Frank Knight said to all his students was the market is the best allocation mechanism we have. The market is what allocates resources in a situation of scarcity. The market allocates them the best. And Hayek will add to that by saying prices are information signals, and a price sends information to buyers and sellers about how they should act. And these are the two of the strongest arguments for why the government should not intervene in the price system, because it will blur information or because it will allocate less efficiently than market allocation will. And so what Friedman is really going to add to that is maybe going up a level and thinking in the macro about the whole economy and how money circulates through that economy as a whole. And so what he and Anna Schwartz do is they construct what are called monetary aggregates. This is adding together, say, all the money that's on deposit in banks and all the money that's believed to be circulating in people's wallets. And you also have to really go back in time. You know, we don't have credit cards. There is a stock market, but it's tiny in terms of the number of people who invest. There aren't mutual funds. You know, like when traveler's checks are introduced, this is like a big deal. So we have a very simple monetary system. And so Schwartz and Milton Friedman start measuring what they call the monetary aggregates. They focus on M1 and M2, and their favorite aggregate is M2, which I believe is encompassing sort of deposits and circulating medium. The other thing to recall, there's some fine distinctions between money in savings accounts and money in checkings accounts. And money in savings accounts can earn interest and is generally believed not to circulate, or money in checking accounts is not at that time bear interest and cannot legally bear interest, and so is thought of as circulating. And then there's different institutional architectures, postal savings banks, credit unions. So, but Friedman is one, taking the focus to these aggregate amounts of money and saying these really have a lot to do with economic booms and busts. When we have an expansion in the amount of available money, we see an expansion in economic activity. When we have a contraction in available money, we have a contraction. And so he says, at this stage, the government, through the mechanism of the Federal Reserve and its influence on interest rates, can either make money more cheaply available and more freely available in the economy, or can make money more expensive and slow things down. But the central core idea of monetarism is this is potentially very bad if the government can hit the gas and then hit the brake, and hit the gas and hit the brake based on, say, what a politician wants or what somebody at the Federal Reserve wants. You have a lot of instability in the system. And so one of the core policy proposals of monetarism is let's grow the money supply at a steady rate. And in the beginning, Friedman just says K%. He doesn't even put a number on it because he says the number doesn't matter. What matters is the steadiness in the growth rate. Because if it's a steady growth rate, it will fade away. And then people will make economic decisions based on the fundamentals, not based on what they think is going to happen, not based on hedging against inflation or hedging against deflation. They'll just be able to function. So this is sort of the paradox of monetary policy. When it's happening right, you don't see it, you don't notice it. When it's happening wrong, Friedman argues, it can just fundamentally destabilize everything. It can cause the Great Depression, it can cause an artificial boom. And so he's taking monetary policy at a time when most economists think it's completely irrelevant and saying this is the central game of the economy. Now, we live in a world where we believe this, and the reserve chair can't open their mouth without headlines being generated. But for a time when the Federal Reserve is like a mysterious and secretive organization, it's not well known, it's not deeply appreciated. Some of the only people who appreciate the Fed's power are like hardcore rural populists who have constituents, who think the banks and money power are the problem, or like, throwbacks from the frontier days. So Friedman in the beginning has no constituency for this policy. He has no constituency for this analysis. And so just going back to summarize monetarism, it's using the quantity theory of money to analyze the macroeconomy. It's proposing a policy of slow and steady growth in the money supply. And then it is arguing that inflationary episodes, when they emerge, are profoundly driven by changes in the money supply, not by anything else.
I mean, and going even up a level as it started, how epic is it to develop this idea, to hold this idea, and to convince the United States of this idea that money matters, that today we believe is mostly correct for now.
Yeah.
And so it's just this idea that goes against the experts that then eventually wins out and drives so much of the economy, the most powerful economy in the world. So fascinating.
Yeah, so that's a fascinating story. And so what happens is Friedman has advanced all these ideas. He's roiled the economics profession. He's built a political profile. And then he becomes the head of the American Economics Association. And he is asked in that role to give a presidential address. And so he gives his presidential address December 1967. And he says, I'm going to talk about inflation, and I'm going to talk about the trade-off between inflation and unemployment. And this is what's generally known as the Phillips curve. And the Phillips curve in its original form is derived from post-World War II data. So it's derived of about 12 years of data. And it shows that when inflation goes up, unemployment goes down. And the idea, would make sense that as the economy is heating up and lots of things are happening, more and more people are getting hired. And so this relationship has led policymakers to think that sometimes inflation is good. And if you want to lower unemployment, you could let inflation kind of go a little bit. And in the crude forms, it becomes to seem like a menu. Like you could take your model and you could plug in, I want this much unemployment, and then it would say, well, great, this is how much inflation we should do. So then you would target that inflation rate. So Friedman gets up and he says, this is wrong. This might work in the short term, but it's not going to work in the long term, because in the long term, inflation has, first of all, it has a momentum of its own. Once it gets going, it tends to build on itself. The acceleration is thesis. It accelerates. And once inflation gets going, and the reason it gets going is because, workers go to the store and they see the price level has gone up. Things have cost more. They ask for the wages to go up. Then, people eventually, the wages go up too high and they will no longer be hireable, or companies will decide at these high wages, I can't hire as many workers and better lay off. So if inflation keeps going, eventually over the long term, it will result in high unemployment. So he says, theoretically, you could end up in a situation where you have high inflation and high unemployment. This hasn't been seen, but he says, theoretically, this could happen. And then he goes and he says, and the government has started expanding the money supply, in 1966. So we're going to get a bunch of inflation, and then we're going to get a bunch of unemployment. And he estimates about how long it will take. And then he says, once this all happens, it will take about 20 years to get back to normal. And
he predicts the stagflation of the 1970s.
Stagflation of the 1970s.
Against that for an economy. Again, against the mainstream belief represented by the Phillips curve.
Yeah, and what really makes it happen is that many of the economists who most deeply dislike Friedman and most deeply dislike his politics in the 1970s, as they're running their models, they start to say Friedman's right. They start to see in the data that he's right. And a very parallel process happens in Britain. Britain is going through a very similar burst of spending, burst of inflation. And so Friedman is vindicated in a very profound way, in the way that he himself said would be the ultimate vindication, which is my theory should predict. So that prediction of stagflation is really this sort of final breakthrough of these ideas, and also, their importance to policy and to thinking about how we should intervene or not in the economy, and what the role of the Federal Reserve is, because he's saying the Federal Reserve is incredibly powerful. And finally, people start to believe it.
And I don't know if you said, but to make clear, stagflation means high unemployment and high inflation, which is a thing that you mentioned was not seen before, and he predicted accurately. And it also disproves the relationship, the inverse relationship between unemployment and inflation.
Yeah, so I should say the Phillips curve is still out there. It's been expectations augmented, and it is relevant in the short term, but Friedman's warning is still very much apt, that if you get too focused on unemployment, you can let inflation out of the bag. So until very recently, the Federal Reserve's tradition has been focusing on inflation, believing that's fundamental, and that will keep unemployment low, rather than trying to lower unemployment at the cost of raising inflation.
Can we go back to Frank Knight and the big picture thing we started with, which is the justification of capitalism?
Yes.
So as you mentioned, Milton Friedman searched for a moral justification of capitalism. Frank Knight was a big influence on Milton Friedman, and including on this topic of understanding the moral justification of capitalism. I think you spoke about Knight's case for capitalism, most grounded idea that the ability to act in the face of uncertainty creates profit, and it should, because taking risks should be rewarded. So like this idea that taking risks in the face of uncertainty should create profit, and that becomes a justification. The ethics of capitalism. Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, so Knight is talking about where does profit come from? And to his mind, it comes from the entrepreneurial function and the risk-taking function. And so he kind of weaves that into why capitalism works best, and why it's the most effective allocation machine, and why it assigns responsibility in a way he believes that the socialist system never could. Now, Knight, though, is not a booster of capitalism. It could be in part because he's just a darkly pessimistic, kind of depressive guy. And so he's afraid that capitalism is going to collapse and socialism or fascism is going to take over, or communism. And so he kind of descends into darkness there. Friedman, as the more optimist, believes with Hayek that you can develop a different approach to capitalism that would preserve the price system, preserve allocation, but build in social supports, build in a social minimum, things like this. But there's a moment he's really struggling to figure out, like, how do I make this case for capitalism? And basically, the whole sort of conservative movement, or people who later call it conservative movement, are struggling to make this case. And he starts thinking about what makes capitalism work is that if you put forth effort, you get a reward. So then you could say, well, people get what they deserve from capitalism. But then he kind of stops and he says, that's not really true, because we're born with such different endowments, and there's a huge quotient of luck, right? So some people are just in the right position and some people aren't. So if I say capitalism is moral because people get what they deserve, that's not really true. And he also kind of has like an ethical reaction, which he ends up calling like an aesthetic reaction. He's kind of like, it just doesn't feel right to say that. And so he struggles for a while with, like, what do I say? And then he basically says, capitalism, it can't be the core. Discipline of the market can't be the core to your ethics. It has to be something else. So that's when he will decide is freedom, is individual freedom. That's really the ethical core. And capitalism makes individual freedom possible because capitalism is dedicated to maximizing that. And so the defense of capitalism comes through freedom. And at his stage in history, he's able to set aside Knight's worry about inequality and say, when I look at the data, and this is true for the macro data at mid-century, incomes are actually converging, right? And it also, if you look historically, if a country goes from, say, a more feudal agrarian society to a more market-based society, incomes will converge. Now, then they might start to diverge, but Friedman's in the moment when he's seeing the convergence. And so that's what he's really focused on. So he believes he can justify capitalism through the ethic of freedom, and he also believes that inequality is a problem that can be addressed through specific policies, and it's not a fundamental feature of capitalism. In other words, he doesn't see capitalism as an engine of inequality the way that Frank Knight did, and the way that, you know, maybe some critics on the left would.
How did they consider freedom? So, individual freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, civil freedom. What was the tension, the dynamic between those different freedoms?
So he really begins focusing on economic freedom, and he says it's really important to focus on economic freedom because in the United States, we don't value it enough. So by economic freedom, he means the ability to keep what you earned, the ability to make decisions about your business, the ability to make decisions about the work that you do. So this will translate into things like there shouldn't be a minimum wage. He believes the minimum wage has bad social effects, but he also believes you should be free to accept a job at a wage that you yourself have determined is acceptable to you. And there should be very minimal regulation, questions around safety and other things, because the market will ultimately, if you create an unsafe product, it won't sell, and that's sort of the incentive. So he really centers economic freedom because he thinks, especially, and he's really speaking from his vantage point in the universities and speaking to the kind of liberal consensus of the 50s and 60s. He thinks economic freedom has been undervalued in the American context, so he really wants to push that forward. It's really kind of taking political freedom for granted. Now, later in his career, when he becomes famous, he's traveling the world, he spends time in Chile, and this country is now being ruled by a dictator, Augusto Pinochet, who starts introducing economic freedom, but there's no political freedom. And Milton Friedman believes eventually these two things are going to go together. Tells Pinochet, you've got economic freedom, and eventually it's going to mean political freedom. Pinochet's like, okay, fine. I'm really interested in that. I want to know what I should do about inflation. But then when Milton Friedman leaves Chile, he's attacked and vilified for having been a supporter. He's interpreted that he's a supporter of the regime, which he's not, but he realizes he has talked too much about economic freedom and he hasn't talked enough about political freedom. He's kind of assumed political freedom because he's come from the American context. So then he starts recalibrating that and saying, you know what, if you don't have political freedom, you're never going to be able to hold on to economic freedom. So he sees that they need to go together and they don't naturally go together. And so he starts to become more clear in talking about political freedom. Now, let's fast to the end of his life. He's witnessing the emergence of how the Asian tigers. So capitalist economies that are doing very well, but they don't have political freedom. But then he observes they don't have political freedom in that you can't vote in a free and fair election, but they also don't have the SCOTC, they don't have the KGB, they're not, hauling people off for their wrong opinions. So then he says they have something called civic freedom. And so he kind of defines this third sphere, civic freedom of, debate, discussion, interpersonal relations, but you can't be political. So this is a late in life edition. I don't think it's fully theorized. I think what it shows is that during the Cold War, he very much believed economic and political freedom, capitalism and freedom, democracy, the United States, capitalism, this all went together. And he starts to see at the end of his life the emergence of different social systems that are using market trading and allocation, but aren't giving people similar freedoms. And he's kind of puzzling over that. Now, he always believes that China will democratize. And he thinks China's on the path to democratization, in part because Chile does democratize. And eventually, Pinochet is voted out, and it's become a democratic, capitalist, and very prosperous country. And he thinks that's exactly what's happening in China. He's Tiananmen, and he doesn't live long enough to get to where we are now, in which it doesn't look like political or civic freedom is coming to China anytime soon.
And he did oppose the dual track system of China, meaning like the market is bottom up, government in China is top down, and you can't have both.
He thought you couldn't have both.
Yeah.
He thought eventually the market would triumph.
Well, that's a really powerful idea to say, okay, maybe there's not political freedom, just hold on to the economic freedom, and eventually that's going to give political freedom. Is that correct to say, like, start to work on the economic freedom, and the political freedom piece will take care of itself?
That's what he believed. Yeah, I think it's more complicated than that, right? That the people who gain out of a system of economic freedom could decide to collude in a system where there isn't political freedom. That's certainly a scenario. So, but that was, again, that's that core idea of freedom, right? And that core belief that people want freedom and that people are drawn to freedom.
Just to go back to Frank Nagel, you wrote an essay called The Ethics of Competition. You had the metaphor that the economic life is a game, and maybe that extends to society as a whole, like the entirety of it is a competitive game. And Milton Friedman, I think, adapted some of this, appreciated some of this. Can you speak to this metaphor?
Yeah, I think what the metaphor of the game does is it asks you, okay, well, what are the rules then? And let's focus on the rules that keep the game going. So he didn't use the concept of an infinite game, but I think that's an interesting one. A game that all the players are in and keep going again and again and again. And so that helped Knight, along with Hyatt, shift from the allocation question, who's getting what, are things allocated fairly, to the more structural question of like, what are the rules of the game that we need to keep this system going? And so for a while that led to the discussion of monopoly. Well, we need rules against concentration, or we need the rule of law. Everyone needs to be treated equally. People need to know what they're up against. And then going back to monetarism, the core of monetarism is a rule. Friedman called it a monetary growth rule. And so again, what keeps the economic game going is a rule about how much the money grows, that everybody knows. Nobody's guessing. Nobody's changing the rules to help their side or to help, the people they're friendly with. We all know it's there. It's clear. It's easy. And so that emphasis on rules, I think, really has a through line. It goes into Hayek's competitive order, and then it goes into the monetary growth rule. And then, today, monetary policy makes use of monetary policy rules. We have not abandoned discretion, but rules are used as a heuristic or a check, and those come out of Friedman's thinking. And so it's something, it's really profound, and it was always counterposed to discretion, which Friedman worried would be subject to capture or political corruption. If you had discretion in policymaking, or if you had discretion in these very big areas, then people would stop competing against each other in a market, and they would turn their attention to getting control of the rules or the rule makers.
So there's clear, transparent rules, and you're free to play the game.
Yes, exactly.
But then, depending on the rules, the game can turn out the equilibrium that will arise that might be different.
Mm-hmm.
So that speaks to the mechanism design, the design of the rules.
Yeah, and that was, again, to go back to the idea of separating new liberalism or neoliberalism from classical liberalism, with more of a focus on what are the rules that are needed, what is the competitive order that we want to set out, how do we design in social safeguards, how do we think about it? And so that shift towards monetary policy and focusing on stable monetary growth, that becomes really important in the post-70s era, is one of the basic rules of how capitalist economy should function. And it becomes really important because it's the example of, say, countries, most notably in Latin America, where monetary rules weren't followed and different governments played politics with their currencies. And that created huge upheaval and huge social loss, economic loss, just economic disaster.
So my friend, the poker player, philosopher of sorts, great human being, she has a podcast called Win Win that everybody should listen to. And the whole purpose of the podcast, and her whole way of being in the spirit, is to find win-win solutions. So do you think of economic life as having such win-win solutions? So being able to find rules where everybody wins, or is it always going to be zero-sum?
I definitely believe in win-win, but with a big asterisk. Like, you can have win-win, but it can feel like win-lose, which is, it's not just are people getting more. It has a lot to do with people feel they're getting more, and people feel they're getting what's fair and equal. So you could have a situation, for instance, if you look at the history of, back to Chile, it has steady growth, steady income growth, steady diminution of inequality, and a high level of discontent within the society, and a high level of belief that the society is corrupt and unfair. And that's what matters. How people feel about it, how people perceive it matters. And you can't, we saw this recently, you can't just come out with a bunch of statistics and tell people you're winning in this game if they feel like they're losing. So that goes to all the non-rational factors and all the comparative factors that people have when they think about where they are vis-a-vis other people in society. So we're just incredibly social creatures. We're incredibly attuned to our status, to rising and falling, to where we sit vis-a-vis others. And so that absolutely has to be attended to. It can't just be an economic analysis.
That's so interesting that the experience of the economy is different than the reality of the economy. On the topic of corruption, I think the reality of corruption versus the perception of corruption is really important in a lot of these nations. You take Ukraine, for example, the perception of corruption has a big impact on the economy. You don't want to invest, and be very cautious as a business person. The reality of corruption is way different than the actual perception. But if narratives take hold, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that it has a big effect on the psychology of the people involved. It's interesting.
Yeah, this goes back to Keynes's analysis of the Great Depression, right? If people won't invest, if they're spooked, if the investing classes are spooked, you could be in real trouble. And in some ways, the simple analysis of the problem and proposal of a solution was enough to restore eventually the path to economic prosperity, right? That's Franklin Roosevelt. Nothing to fear but fear itself. The sense of we know we have a future, we have optimism, then you believe in it. And to go back to thinking about money, right? Money works because we all believe in it. It's a form of social trust, and it's a form of belief and faith in our society and in the other people in it. And when that breaks down, the money system will break down as well.
Is there something that Milton Friedman said and thought about, how to control psychology of humans at scale?
No, what's interesting is he does talk, especially in his later work, he says we have fiat currency and this is an experiment, and we don't know how it's going to turn out. And it's turning out okay right now, but we've always had a commodity-based or backed currency of some form or another. And this is the first time. And so who really knows? So far, so good. And he also is very attuned. It's interesting in his later writings, he was thinking about this too. Sure, I could design a monetary system that would be different, but when I look at history, I see that monetary systems have always, incorporated the role of the state because it's so important to people. And so therefore, my theoretical designs really have to be tempered by what I've actually seen happen in history.
So maybe we could speak to this tension between how much government intervention is okay for Milton Friedman. So he was against minimum wage, but he was for guaranteed minimum income. Can you explain actually the difference between the two?
Yeah, so this was one of the discoveries I've made in my research. I found a paper from 1938 he wrote advocating what we would call today universal basic income, a minimum income. And he basically sees this as part of the effort to create a new liberalism, right? And he basically says we have advanced societies, we have prosperous societies. We have decided, in keeping with our morals and our ethics, that people should not be starving in an advanced society like this. The question is, how are we going to make that happen? And he ended up believing the best thing to do is to put a floor under everybody. And he said, you get that based on your income. If you have a lot of income, you don't get it. If you have a little income, you might get a little bit of it. If you have no income, you get enough of it. And he believed in the beginning you should base that on, what was required to buy food, right? That would be kind of an objective. You could objectively determine the nutrition and the price of food. And so that for him, it's important. He says it's keeping with a liberal polity because it's not intervening in the price system. It's not intervening in economic relations. And it does not, in his view, require a bureaucracy to administer. It does not, in his view, require that you qualify for it by virtue of being in a protected class. That you just get it as kind of part of your membership in this general citizenship body. And so that to him was really different than a minimum wage because it did not interfere with the work bargain. His belief about minimum wages was specifically that it priced out unskilled labor. That what an unskilled laborer had to offer was a willingness to work for a very low wage. And if you set the minimum wage too high, businesses, instead of hiring that higher priced labor, not or like today, they put an electronic checkout, or something like this. So he really believes the minimum wage had that perverse incentive. Now this is a live debate on what minimum wages do and the level at which you can set them that you not have that perverse effect, and in fact you can create people with more spending money that empowers the economy. So he had a very sort of clinical analysis of that. Rather than an empirical one or a really abstract analysis. But the minimum income is fascinating because it seems very leftist to us. But what it is it's purely individualistic. It never really happened because it was so purely individualistic, because American social policy typically identifies like this group of people is deserving and will give them benefits. So the classic example is soldiers, veterans. Another example is mothers raising dependent children. These people deserve money. The rest of you better go out and work. And so Friedman's proposal, it really caught on in the 60s. It ultimately went nowhere, but it was no litmus test, no income analysis, just we're going to give you this much. Everyone's going to get this much. And he decided once mass taxation had come in, you could do it through taxes. And you could just rebate people who didn't pay income taxes, got a rebate. That actually came to pass. It's the earned income tax credit, and it's considered extremely successful, by policy analysts. It does what it's supposed to do. It's not that expensive, and so I see that as a kind of paradigm of his thinking. In that, instead of creating a bureaucracy that does some form of redistribution, or instead of trying to intervene in the market for labor or the market for something else, the market for housing, you provide a cash grant that people spend for themselves. And so, interestingly, that's what happened in the emergency situation of COVID, right? That's exactly what people did. They followed that model. We just get money out quick. And there's a lot of discussion still about UBIs as something that should be done. And I think it's always going to be hard to pull off because I think Americans and their elected representatives don't want to provide a universal benefit. They want to provide a targeted benefit because they believe there's like a moral component here. And Friedman advanced a policy that was really abstract and really just, kind of, it was devoid of judgment. It was like pure and beautiful in that way, but like utterly impractical.
And it really focused on not interfering with the market and the signals that the market provides. Like it was really against price controls. Same kind of reason.
Yeah, exactly. You could say, okay, but how does this not interfere with the market, right? You provide people with a minimum income, won't that change their incentives to work, etc.? I mean, there's a big body of research on this. Most of it seems to show one is way better than the current benefits cliff, where you have to not work to get your benefits, and any incentive impact on working seems to be much lower than it. I'll let the economists of social science just fight that one out and figure it out empirically. Hopefully, we should be able to.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of studies. It's interesting, even just how you conduct studies like this, how you do these kinds of experiments, especially if you're empirically minded. Because a lot of the studies I saw was pretty small.
Right.
So how do you make big conclusions about how to run the world, how to run economies from such small studies? It's all a fascinating experiment of ideas, and it's also inspiring to see individuals and maybe small groups of individuals, like the Chicago School of Economics, to sort of shake up what we believe and how we run the world.
Yeah.
Inspiring.
Yeah.
You call Milton Friedman the last great conservative. Maybe to be a little bit sort of controversial, make bold statements to get everybody excited. But what do you mean by that, and what makes it great conservative?
So I was really thinking of that in terms of kind of American political identities, and particularly the 20th century conservative movement, which people are always saying this isn't conservatism. Yes, in America, conservatism is different. It looks different. It feels different. Conservatism in America builds in a big component of what we could call libertarianism, pro-capitalism, anti-government ideas, and critics will say that conservatism is about conserving institutions and practices, and it has a role for the state and an organic community. But in the United States, always has since the 20th century. This also is anti-statist. Let's let the market rip. Let's not worry about what the market does to establish traditions. The market is our tradition. Capitalism is our tradition. So that was really synthesized. Many people were there, but Friedman and the importance of his books, Free to Choose, Capitalism and Freedom, the television series he did, all of these were like core components of this American conservative synthesis as it evolved. And I really see that as having broken down. It is scattered into different pieces. I don't know where they're going to come back together again. But, Friedman's push for open global markets, better free trade, that's getting pushback on both the left and the right. That I think is just a major sign that both parties have turned away from this vision. I don't know what they've turned to, but the way that Friedman brought these pieces together, I think that political moment was passed. And that's what I was trying to talk about with the book title. There's another way, though, in which I think of him also as a conservative, which is that within the field of economics, he went back to this older idea, the quantitative theory of money, and said, this still has value. This can be applied in the modern day. It is something to teach us. And he, pushed back against this trend towards mathematization. So he kept writing books. You can still pick up a Friedman book and read it. There's lots of economics articles and outputs, like unreadable unless you're in the field. And so I think in that way, he was trying to conserve methodologically and intellectually the traditions of the field. The work that he, and particularly Anna Schwartz, did, that literal counting of things and deep analysis of data from the field, That was completely unfashionable at his time. Now we've sort of gone back to it with big data, with computers, but he helped bring that forward and preserve that tradition. So I think of him kind of intellectually as a conservative, if you think of the mode of his thought. And so, I mean, what makes a great conservative is one who takes ideas and makes them fresh for a new time period. I think that's exactly what he did.
You've also spoken about the fact that the times when he was sort of out in public, there was more of an open battle of ideas for conservatism. Also had, William F. Buckley. You had a more vibrant, deep debate over ideas, where it seems less deep now.
I mean, that is the thing that it's hard, especially like for the students I teach today, to be like, I mean, there were arguments about ideas, and conservatives won a bunch of them, and that happened in the 70s, late 1960s, 1970s, when they, one set of arguments was about economics, like, okay, this idea of stimulating the economy by spending more, it has a downside. The downside's called inflation, and the downside's called too much regulation, and you've gone too far in kind of bottling up the actual sources of economic growth and dynamism. We have to let those free. In social policy, there was also a critique. The Great Society had all these ways, ideas of ending poverty, and people came and analyzed them and said, the programs aren't helping. In some ways, you've actually created engines to trap people in poverty because you've given them a benefit and said if they actually start to work, they lose the benefit. You created all these perverse incentives, and these ideas were fought out. They were empirical, they were controversial, and they were based on really deep research and really deep argumentation. And so it seems that era has passed. It seems like we're driven much more quickly by moods rather than thought through ideas. Right now, it seems like the ideas come after they follow the political mood and try to put together the underpinning of it, where it really was the opposite for much of the 20th century.
It does seem like we lead with emotional turmoil,
right?
And the ideas follow versus lead with the ideas, and the emotion of the masses respond.
Right, exactly. So if we think of the evolution of conservatism, it was a whole set of ideas that was crafted for fun. The 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, sort of really found their emotional standard bearer, translator, salesperson, Ronald Reagan, who incidentally had been following these ideas as they developed and had been honing his ability to express them and apply them politically. It's a very opposite if we look at Trump as the political definer of the era. There's a set of ideas, but it was more attitudes, impulses, vibes, and the ideas are coming after that, trying to figure out how they patch on. So it's interesting to watch, to see that difference, and I hazard that a lot of it just has to do with the immediacy of the media environment we're in, and it's just power of the media messages to get out so fast.
What do you think Milton Friedman would say about Donald Trump, about him winning in 2024? And just
I think he would love Doge. I think that's it goes without saying. I think he would focus on that part because I think he would really love it. He would be very alarmed by the idea of tariffs and very alarmed by the return to protectionism. I think he believed that part of what made the world peaceful in the second half of the 20th century, as opposed to during World War II, was the world was knit together more by trade, and that was the great hope that when people traded with each other, they wouldn't fight. He was also, a proponent of the free movement of capital, and he absolutely opposed this idea that Nippon Steel wasn't allowed to invest in the United States. I think he would struggle, and he wholeheartedly embraced Reagan, and he worked to minimize the parts of the Reagan legacy he didn't like. I think he would find it harder to embrace Trump because he's not of that style. He just had a different style, but I'm guessing he would have come around through I think he would just say, okay, we have a chance to reduce the size of government. At the same time, those spending plans of the Trump administration are not fiscally conservative in any way. And that was his concern. It's not so much with debt, but with the feeling that there's no mechanism to stop the growth of government, that it just grows and grows and grows. And so he ended up believing like even deficits aren't so bad because they make politicians cautious about continuing to spend. But I have to believe he would be concerned about the potential threats to the U.S. currency's position as the world's reserve currency with of debt and spending. He was concerned about low interest rates. In the he died, I think it's 2004, 2006, but it was in the beginning. He didn't see the zero low bound, but he saw low interest rates. He said, this isn't necessarily good. Everyone's talking about low interest rates as if they're good, but there should be a price on capital. There should be a price on this. It shouldn't be so low. And so, he had some of still the kind of macro insights that I think are important.
You wrote Wall Street Journal essay titled "How Inflation Ended Neoliberalism and Re-elected Trump." So can we weave that into this discussion in terms of inflation and Trump? What's the main idea of the essay?
So the main idea is kind of looking back and saying, so today we have been living in a world where people have been, focused on monetary policy, steady monetary policy, free trade, reducing regulations. This is all called the neoliberal era. And my argument was a lot of that arose was driven by inflation. So we have Milton Friedman predict inflation in 1967. It starts breaking out in the 1970s, Britain and the United States. And every institution was designed around stable prices. And once inflation broke out, prices were no longer stable. So, for example, tax rates weren't inflation adjusted. So, if your income went up because of inflation, you might bump from a low tax rate to an extremely high tax rate, but you don't actually have more money. On paper, you have more money, but everything costs more, so you don't actually have more money, and your taxes have gone up. That kicks off the taxpayer revolt. There's a whole shift of American corporations towards focusing on financial investments because the tax breaks they used to get for depreciation for building new factories are not inflation adjusted, so they no longer pay off in an inflationary environment. And then when Paul Volcker comes in 1980s, early 1980s, and starts fighting inflation, really pushes up interest rates to bring down inflation, and that completely reorders the banking sector because banks had statutory legal limits on the interest they could charge. And once general market interest rates exceeded that, there's proliferation of new financial forms to take advantage of that. So my point was the era we live in was ushered in by inflation. And then everyone turned against all the formulations we had and said, well, these have hollowed out our industrial base. These have got too much immigration. You've got too much economic openness. We need to reshore. We need to focus. We need to turn against all these things. We need to spend more. We've disinvested. And the net result of that turning away, I argue, is people forgot about inflation. They really forgot it could ever exist. And you had a whole set of theories on the left, modern monetary theory, that basically said we don't really need to worry about inflation. We can spend what we want. And lo and behold, inflation came back. And so my argument is that has now opened the door to the presidency of Donald Trump, which is potentially a deeply transformative moment that will change the size and shape of government, that will change our foreign policy profoundly, that will change our immigration policy, change the demographics of our country, all of that. And my thesis is that it's all been made possible by inflation. And so the great mistake of the past years was to forget how fundamental inflation was to the rise of the last political order and to soundly underestimate how much inflation would change the current political order. So I just think it's one of these things. This is why I think you should study history, because I think if you had studied history, you would know where it is. And it's so easy for people to forget just like the banks forgot that interest rates could ever go up. They got so used to it. And it's only a 10, 15-year thing, but to them that seems like forever. So I really do believe what history teaches you to do is just have a much vaster scope of your vision, and then take into account the possibilities of so many things happening that are different than what's happening today. And so I just hope you don't forget about inflation entirely. But here's the thing, is quite a strong chance that Trump's policies will initiate even worse inflation, and then they will prove to be his undoing. So the ironies of inflation could be continuing.
Like you said, Milton Friedman would be a big fan of Doge. So if he was still here today and rolled with Elon Musk today, what advice would he give? What do you think he would focus on in terms of where to cut, how to think about cutting?
You know, his signature policy move, I talk about this, is taking the price mechanism and trying to make that into the policy. And that seems sort of obvious to us today, but in the era that he came in, so there would be rent controls. Let's take away rent controls. Let's let housing prices set themselves. Or he was very against national parks. I actually think the national parks are good, so I hope the Doge people don't take this up. But rather than an allocation to fund the national parks, they should be funded by the revenue that we bring in. And so I think he's always looking to let's let prices make the decisions here. So I think that would be one of the key pieces. The other thing I think he'd really be thinking about, he wrote about this a lot, about occupational licensure and barriers to entry. And he felt like one of the worst things that government does, and sometimes it's private entities that do this, is create barriers to entry to protect industries and markets. So he talked about this in the case of the medical profession, which I think is actually not a good example, because I think we all have a collective investment in having medical doctors be highly trained. But so, for instance, you could look at, nail technicians or haircutting. There's often these licensing requirements where there's a sort of big kerfuffle. I think it's DC passed a law that to run a child care center, you have to have a college degree. Well, what does that do? I mean, it disenfranchises a whole bunch of would-be entrepreneurs who don't happen to have a college degree, but probably could be really good at this particular business. So I think he would be saying, look out for where private interests have used the state to protect themselves, and clear away those types of barriers and let competition through prices guide outcomes.
Yeah, so open up for more competition and allow for more signals from market to drive decisions.
Yes.
Which would actually naturally lead to cutting a lot of the bureaucracy of government.
I think the other thing he would probably be arguing for is, again, go back to the design of the minimum income or the negative income tax, that there is a way he ultimately decided to run it through the tax system, right? The government's already collecting this data. They already have your information, and they can just send the money out through the system, rather than having a social bureaucracy where you have to come in person, you have to fill out forms, you have to document, do you own a car, what's your income, who lives in the household. So I think he would say, and his analysis of that was who that really benefited was the bureaucracy that processed that paper, that implemented those norms, and that if you could pull that away, you could get help out where it was needed much quicker without having this drag of people doing sort of unproductive work but administering these systems. I think trying to cut administrative overhead, and what he didn't have then, which we have now, is the technology that we have and the ability, to send benefits out via smartphone, or just to move so much faster and to handle information on a mass scale so much faster.
It's painful, but I think one of the big things you can do is just that, which is digitalize. I don't know if that's a word.
Yeah.
Just convert everything to where the speed of signal can be instantaneous. So there's no paperwork that goes immediately, and then that means that the pricing signals and all these kinds of things.
That seems to be the low-hanging fruit. Government, IT systems could be vastly improved upon.
But that would result again in a lot of people getting fired. And I think somebody submitted a question for me, saying like, what are your thoughts as a person who cares about compassion? What are your thoughts about government employees, which there's a lot of, that are going to be hurt by Doge? It's always a really difficult question. A lot of people get fired to make room for a new system that's going to lead to a lot of pain.
There is going to be a lot of pain. I don't know what the solution is. I think that's also part of why Friedman favored the minimum income. He talked about it being sort of counter-cyclical. In other words, when things were really bad, the spending level on it would naturally go up. This is what economists today call an automatic stabilizer. And then when it's not needed, the cost of it goes down. I mean, maybe there's a way to make it, sweeten it with honey and have people take buyouts or things like that. That would certainly be a way better way to go.
I did a podcast with Javier Milei. He has consistently praised Milton Friedman and cited him as one of his inspirations. So, what do you think Milton Friedman would say about what's going on in Argentina and what Javier tried to do?
Yeah, I think he would. I mean, I think Milei is more of an Austrian-inspired thinker, but I think he definitely appreciates Friedman. And on the macro level, Friedman always understood it's really painful to treat inflation, but the more you put it off, the harder it is. So I think he would be trying to get him, as he's doing, to just message that short-term pain, long-term gain. I think he'd be very supportive. I think he'd be thrilled to see. Also, that Milei is very good at explaining these abstract ideas and putting his policies in the framework of the bigger picture. That was really meaningful to Friedman. I don't know how persuasive it is overall. Milei is very intense. He doesn't have the same sort of gifts of salesmanship and setting people at ease that, say, someone like Ronald Reagan had. But it seems to be that's what his country was calling for right now. So
he's more chainsaw, less more blanket.
Yeah.
Javier recollects this line from Milton Friedman. I don't know if this is accurate, but if you strive for equality over freedom, you often get neither. But if you strive for freedom, you often get both. Do you think there's truth to this?
I think on the big picture, definitely. I mean, we've seen focusing too much on equality can be, because equality is such an alluring word, it can lead you to downgrade all kinds of other things that are really important. But I really think it depends on how you're defining freedom. I mean, the statement is too big and too broad, right? So, if you're talking about freedom, if by freedom you mean not having to pay taxes if you're successful, I think that can have all kinds of knock-on effects, right? The idea that people are able to prosper when they're educated. Where is education going to come from? How is that going to be paid for and supported? And again, to go back to night, if you're generating too much inequality, or people are feeling that you're generating too much inequality, sometimes they value that more than they value freedom. And so I think the balance, I think there has to be more of a balance. And it's hard to make such global statements if you have to break them down into what actually do you mean. But again, Milei is coming from a very different context, a very different country that has seen so much upheaval, so much government intervention, so much inflation, so much political turmoil. He's probably thinking about it differently than Friedman was thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, there probably still is a real threat of hyperinflation. There seems to be a very high level of corruption, or the capacity for corruption. So it's a really messy situation. So Javier Milei likes to recollect this great line from Milton Friedman, that if you strive for equality over freedom, you often get neither. But if you strive for freedom, you often get both. Do you think there's truth to this?
Yeah, I think in the macro, for sure. I mean, we've seen, if you really put equality as your goal, it's such a seductive ideal, and people believe in it so much that they can carry out horrible crimes in the name of equality. But then focusing on freedom, these words are too big. They're so hard to define. And so I think you have to ask, what is the freedom you're talking about, right? If you're talking about the freedom of ordinary people to be entrepreneurial, to make their own way, start new things, to continue what they're doing, to keep what they've earned, for sure. I think that can increase the equality overall. If you're talking about lower taxes, if freedom is just a code for lower taxes, there has to be, lower taxes in general, great, but if you're one of the top generators of wealth, there has to be some way to ensure that, say, education, right? People prosper when they're well educated. That's when the economies do better. Education is generally state funded, and you need some way to support that and provide for those institutions that structure society that make competition possible. So I think it's just a really broad statement. Again, Millet is coming from a really different context. He's coming from the South American context, such upheaval, such economic devastation, in pursuit of the goal of equality, that I think trying to rebalance with that emphasis on freedom, I definitely see where he's coming from.
Can pivot a little bit and talk about Reagan. What are some interesting stories about how Milton Friedman navigated the Reagan and maybe even the Nixon administration, how he was able to gain influence?
Well, the Nixon administration is an interesting case because, so I've been talking about inflation and the different consequences it had. One consequence it had is that it began to undermine the Bretton Woods currency system that was established in the wake of World War II. Now, Bretton Woods, what it did basically, it ended up inadvertently putting the US dollar at the center of the world economic system. Under Bretton Woods, countries of the industrialized West agreed to trade their currency in cent ratios that government set. So a franc was worth so many dollars, so a German mark was worth so many francs. And then also under this system, countries could come to the United States and they could trade the dollars that they held for gold, because the U.S. was on sort of modified gold standard. There was a ratio of gold to paper money. And so the system was set up, and very quickly, most countries the dollar was at the heart of it, and that the converting into and out of dollars was really the mechanism of trade for many of these countries. So Friedman said, what we should have is floating exchange rates. This is an idea, again, that instead of having a top-down design of policy, an administered policy, we will have policy set by prices. And you should be able to trade currencies on an open market. They should trade and they should fluctuate, and that will be fine. Totally outlandish idea. But he was pinpointing the fact that Bretton Woods had an instability, and that instability began to emerge in the time of inflation. So you have more and more dollars being printed. They're worth less and less. If European nations keep trading their currency for dollars, they're going to be importing inflation into their own economies. So they say, we don't want these dollars, we'd like some gold instead. And they have the right to go to the treasury, send in an order, and get gold out. And so they start doing this more and more, and it becomes, it's called the gold drain. And the United States starts running out of gold. They're aware this is happening in the 60s. They're trying various things to fix it. And when Nixon comes into office in 68, Friedman sends him a memo, and it says, this is going to be a real problem. He says something like, this is a running sore, and you have to lance it right away. Some very graphic metaphor. Otherwise, it's gonna explode. And Nixon just files the memo away. Nixon loved people to think he was influenced by and following the wisdom of Milton Friedman, but he didn't actually want to do that. He just wanted the political benefit that came from it. So then comes the moment where the U.S. Treasury Department realizes we're going to run out of gold. What should we do with it? Everybody decamps to Camp David, and Nixon decides we're just going to stop redeeming currency for gold. It's called slamming the gold window shut. Done. And he also, at the same meeting, decides to institute price controls. He does a whole bunch of stuff. It's an emergency because of the new economic plan, which is unconscious echo of the Soviet New Economic Plan. So a problematic name, a problematic policy. And Friedman is livid at the price controls, but he's like, actually, it's great that you closed the gold window. Let's go all the way to floating exchange rates. And this idea was heresy within the Treasury Department. Everyone's very committed to the idea of the gold standard, convertibility, possibility, the United States at the core of the financial system, kind of hem and haw. But at this point, Friedman has a very close relationship with George Shultz. And George Shultz is a high-level appointee who will eventually, over the course of the Nixon administrations, become the Treasury Secretary. And so Friedman is feeding Shultz all his ideas about how we should move to floating exchange rates, how we shouldn't try to reconstruct Bretton Woods. And the people in Treasury, it's funny because I've read some of their accounts that actually Paul Volcker is in the Treasury Department at this time. And you can kind of sense that Friedman is in here somewhere, like feeding his boss ideas. He doesn't quite know. And that in oral history, Schultz talks about this quite a bit. So at any rate, Friedman exerts this behind-the-scenes influence, and what Schultz does is just kind of lets Bretton Woods fade away. It doesn't make grand pronouncements. It just slowly, the world shifts to a regime of, for a while it was like a regime of steady prices, and they call it a steady regime of changing prices, or whatever. The language changes, the reality changes, and they kind of end up where they are. So that's a real measure of Friedman's influence. If there had been another economist in Schultz's ear that said, no, catastrophe is imminent, we have to go back to Bretton Woods, he probably would have worked harder. The U.S. government would have worked harder. And so that becomes one of these pieces of globalization. And what people don't realize is there used to be, in addition to these floating set capital ratios, you couldn't bring capital in and out of different countries. So you had to register, you couldn't invest. But all these rules and strictures, and the falling of Bretton Woods really blows that all open. It's a precursor to globalization. So Friedman is right there. Now, he's very ambivalent about Nixon. I mean, he sees that Nixon is not an honest person. He thinks he's very intelligent. And Nixon's dream is to create a new centrist majority. So he does many things to go back on his supposed economic principles and ideas. So Friedman does not like this. He doesn't like the price controls. He's in communication with his old mentor, Arthur Burns, who's now the chair of the Federal Reserve. And Burns is basically doing everything wrong in monetary policy. And I describe this in the book in all these English letters back and forth. Basically, as I see it, Burns doesn't have a solid theory of inflation, and the more Friedman pushes him, it's almost like Burns is willfully ignoring Friedman and kind of doing the opposite of what Friedman says. So Burns is running a very loose monetary policy. Inflation is quite considerable over the 70s. I mean, we were all spooked by what did we get to 6%, something like that, recently for a very short time. This is inflation going over 10%, hovering at 8% for basically the whole decade of the 70s, going up and down at extremely elevated rates. And so Carter presidency largely follows foreign policy is part of it, but the failure to tame inflation is part of it. And then Reagan comes in. And now Reagan loves Friedman and Friedman loves Reagan. Very mutual feeling. The Reagan administration creates like an advisory economic board. Friedman's on it. He's retired now. He's entering his kind of golden years. But he really has Reagan's ear. And here what he does is he convinces Reagan of his theory of inflation, which is inflation has been caused. It's a monetary phenomenon that has been caused by bad monetary policy. Inflation has an accelerating dynamic. The only way to end inflation is by really showing and signaling that government policy has changed. And when you do that, it's very painful for a short amount of time. People will suffer, but then you will come out on the other side into stable prices, and this is what you need for economic prosperity. So the man who implements this policy, Paul Volcker, is definitely influenced by Friedman. Buys a big picture of Friedman. He even buys Friedman's specific technique of the monetary growth rule and of the focus on monetary aggregates, which Friedman has said, right, money matters, aggregates matter, that's what money is. Pretty quickly, Volcker finds that because of inflation and the financial deregulation in response to it, the aggregates don't work the way Friedman said they would. And so the specific policy Friedman recommends Volcker tries it for a year or so, it doesn't work super well. But what does work is letting interest rates go high, go above inflation to a point where both the general citizenry and the financial markets believe like, oh, they're actually serious about inflation. And because we've had a decade of inflation with all these presidents saying, go forward, we're going to whip inflation now, the monetary policy has lost credibility. This is why people focus so much on credibility today, because once it's lost, it's really hard to get it back. And one way Volcker gets it back is interest rates over 20%, unemployment very high as 25% in the construction sectors. And as this is happening, Milton Friedman is whispering in Reagan's ear, this is the right thing. Stay the course. This is going to work. Now, interestingly, he hates Volcker, or Volcker hates him. And Friedman will never give Volcker credit for his policy. He will give Reagan credit for his policy. But he owes credit himself for keeping Reagan from wobbling on his policy and just pushing it through. And he also tells Reagan very pragmatically, you better do this now. You've got a 4-year term. Do this in the first 2 years of your term. Things will have turned around by 1984 when you run for re-election, and you'll benefit from it. And that's absolutely what happens.
If we could take a small tangent,
Yeah.
There's a question I have to ask about, since you mentioned Red Noise and maybe the gold standard, maybe just have a general discussion about this whole space of ideas. There's a lot of people today that care about cryptocurrency. Mm-hmm. What do you think that Milton Friedman would say about cryptocurrency and what role crypto might play in the economy? Whether he would be for this idea, against this idea, and if we could look at it today and also just 10, 100 years from now.
There's a clip, I think it's in 1992, where people say, oh, Friedman predicted cryptocurrencies, because he's talking about how payments will eventually be electronic. So in some ways, he definitely, as he's looking at the computer, these would come together in some way. I think he probably would see a use case for crypto. He definitely would not buy the stronger forms, I think, of crypto ideology in which we could be heading towards a future in which there's many different currencies that compete or that are distributed, or there's a stateless currency. And he addresses this very, very clearly because Hayek's denationalization of money as a paper in the late 70s, Hayek argues for this kind of competing currency model or regime. And so he's responding to that. He's responding to people writing about free banking. And he basically says, look, even if you've developed a variety of competing currencies, eventually society would converge on one. And that's because people just want one currency that they know. They don't want a bunch of different options. Even in places where there have been options to do that, they've been used very minimally. And then he says, secondly, the state always steps in. He says, technically, theoretically, it doesn't have to. I could draw you a model. I could tell you about how it could work without the state. But in actual reality, all human societies, through time and space, the state eventually becomes involved in the provision of money because it has so many knock-on effects to so many people. So, sure, I think he would, again, find a use case for crypto, think it's interesting, but I don't think he would see it as this is going to displace state money and we're going to have a variety of distributed currencies. The other thing he really stresses is that a change in the monetary system, it only happens in a great, great crisis. So again, you see in countries where the state is not controlling the money well, right? That's when people are more turning to crypto. But he says because money is so fundamental, there's going to be so much political pressure on any country that gets the currency profoundly wrong that the government will find another one to replace it, right? So if you look at episodes of hyperinflation, they don't go on very long because they're so upsetting to people.
If we can go back in time, we've talked about it a bunch, but it's still a fascinating time. The Great Depression, the University of Chicago, there's these folks like Jacob Viner, Frank Knight, Henry Simons, all of these Friedman. There's this Room 7 situation in the University of Chicago. Just going back there, even just speaking almost philosophically, what does it take to explore ideas together, sort of like deliberate, argue in that space? Maybe there might be interesting stories about that time. it would just be interesting to understand how somebody like Milton Friedman forms. The seed is planted and the flower blooms.
Yeah. So he gets to University of Chicago. He makes fast friends, and in his third and fourth year, they become what I call them the Room 7 gang. So Room 7 is they find an old storeroom in the basement, they take it over, and that's where they have their jam sessions. And what made this world come together was Frank Knight. There was a charismatic leader, and there were a bunch of acolytes who clustered around him. That, I think, was a key piece of ingredient. And then there was a sense that they were onto something that the rest of the economics field had forgotten or was rejected. So there was like that sense of mission. So that seems to have been, there was a formal education piece. And then there was a parallel education piece rooted in admiration for a thinker, a shared admiration. And then what that led Friedman to do, what I found syllabi, that he had from non-economics courses, lists of books, and he'd written the prices of different ones he wanted to read. So he had the John Stuart Mill on Liberty, like 50 cents written in the margin. So he began to educate himself. He gave himself a parallel curriculum alongside this very formal economics curriculum. He started reading, the traditions of political liberalism, and then talking them through with friends and then developing a shared sense of mission. And that the incredible thing is, of those friends in the group, they scattered for 10 years and then they all came back together. George Stigler, his great friend, was hired at Chicago. Aaron Director, who was his wife's brother, was at Chicago. So many of these people continued. He became Frank Knight's colleague. So that was the base. That was what really grew him, that really profound peer group. Now, the other piece I talk about a lot is Friedman was a collaborator, an open-minded collaborator, and he had incredible connections with economists who were women. He basically found, first in the figure of Anna Schwartz, later in the figure of this group of women who were his wife's friends, this kind of untapped pool of talent. And so he immersed himself in this whole other world of consumption economics, and that resulted in his more technical work on a theory of the consumption function, which is the theory of permanent income. So for Friedman, intellectual work and intellectual production was always done in this very social context, in a context that blended friendship and intellectual partnership. And he only had a handful of friends who were not also economists, interested in the same questions he was. So he just lived and breathed ideas all day long.
Can you speak to the jam sessions? What do we know about the jam sessions? What are we talking about here? Sitting in a room, are they analyzing? Are they reading papers and discussing papers, or are they arguing more over beers kind of situation?
Yeah, more arguing over beers. And in this case, there's several people who say it was all about Frank Knight. What did he say? What did he mean when he said it? Is he right? And so Knight was he would say one thing and then say another. If you read him, and it's very hard to follow what he's actually saying because he's full of qualifications and ironies and blends. And so he would throw out these pieces, and then the students would kind of clutch at them, and then they would come back together and try to assemble this sort of worldview. And then Frank Knight fell into this terrible depression, and to cheer him up, they planned a big party, and they went back through all of his previous writings, and they assembled them into a book that was published. This is The Ethics of Competition. Read the introduction, written in part by Milton Friedman. So not only were they talking about Knight and what he said, but then they started poring over his work. And one of them described it as a general equilibrium system where you had to know all the parts, and then all of a sudden it all fit together in a whole. So if we step back, what they were doing was getting inside the mind of a great thinker and understanding the ways that all fit together, and then kind of testing their ideas against Knight's. And what's fascinating is one of the first papers that Friedman publishes in Statistics is a rebuttal of Frank Knight. He publishes a rebuttal of Frank Knight's ideas about risk and uncertainty. And then Frank Knight kind of took a black swan argument. He said, risk you can calculate. Uncertainty, you can't. Existentially, philosophically, you can't get your hands around it. It is the black swan. And Friedman publishes this statistical paper, and he says, I can put uncertainty on a graph. And so there's that sort of Freudian killing of the father element when he comes back, and he will, in some ways turn his back on Knight's approach and Knight's pessimism, even while it's like a foundation of this thing.
Fascinating. Is there something you could say about the thinking process that Milton Friedman followed, like how he developed his ideas? You mentioned there's a strong collaborative component, but there's another story I saw about that I think his son recalled about the argument number system.
Yes.
Which by the way, if you can explain that as tangent, it's really awesome. I think it's like number one if the other person is right.
Number two means you were right and I was wrong. And the number system evolved in some ways to be quick and efficient, but in other ways they also were really clear about it. So, something like there's kind of like three reasons behind it. The first is if you use a number, it reminds the listener that it's really hard to say the words, I was wrong. So you're kind of calling on their sympathy by using the number, reminding them that you're doing a hard thing. And then it's also reminding them that you're in this family with this code. And so you're signaling your membership and your closeness and your love, really. And so it's supposed to be an easy way to disagree without like breaking the relationship.
Yeah, so admitting you're wrong now comes with this more fuzzy feeling.
Yeah.
And that's really, that's so powerful. I think so much of the friction of human interaction boils down to just not being able to admit you were wrong efficiently and quickly and regularly and just often. And to be able to do that, that's really powerful.
Yeah, I think it's a really neat aspect of their family life for sure.
Yeah, sorry, that's a fun story, but like, can you just generalize how he engaged in collaboration, how he developed his ideas through like a thinking process?
So he taught at the University of Chicago, and he tended to teach for 6 months and then have 6 months off. And he spent the summers in New Hampshire or Vermont. He had right near that border. They have 2 different houses, and that to him was the deep thinking time. And so when he's at Chicago, he's teaching, he's arguing. Some people love his teaching style, very much in charge, very much keeping students on their toes, confrontational. Others found it too much, overwhelming, kind of shut them down intellectually. They couldn't cope with it. And so I think it was kind of go time when he was teaching. In that case, that was a lot of social time, interacting, talking, other professors, going out and giving papers, arguing with people at Yale or Harvard. Then he would go and do these very deep dives over the summer. He would also regularly do these trips to New York to see Anna Schwartz. So his 12-year collaborator. They didn't have phone calls were really expensive. They did have quite an extensive correspondence, but then they would do these meetings. So he would basically come in at the beginning of the summer, going to Rahway, stop in New York, see Schwartz, and then again on the way back to Chicago. So you have these deep check-ins at that point. The other thing that happened is people would come visit him in New Hampshire. And so he would have he had a studio separate from the house. He would go and he would work. And then at night, his friends would come. His friends were all economists. There's a whole cluster of economists. They all clustered within driving distance of the Dartmouth Library so that they could get their hands on books. And so they would come over and then they would argue and talk into the night. So I think he did need that deep focus time, but it was not like he also lived a very engaged, very embedded social life.
Part of which was his marriage. Is there something you could say about love, about marriage, about a relationship that made the whole thing work? Is it vibrant and they wrote a biography of it?
They did. They were very complementary. They were kind of the yin and the yang. She was very introverted, somewhat suspicious of others, skeptical, and he was extremely extroverted, optimistic, high energy. And they also were at a time when it was really clear, like the broader society, these are the roles of a man, these are the roles of a woman. And they pretty much adopted those. Now, Rose Friedman did some very important economic work. It was part of the early stages of the theory of the consumption function. She didn't complete her degree because she really knew there wasn't, if she wanted to be married and have children in the world she lived in, there wasn't a real pathway to also being an economist. I do think that a lot of that it's not, although it feels very gendered, like, he's the man out in the world and she's in private. It's interesting because her brother, Aaron Director, was the same way. He's a very private man, very shy, very introverted, and he exerted this like quiet intellectual influence on all of his friends. So I think that was just kind of a family trait of being more quiet, preferring to be behind the scenes. It wouldn't have worked any other way. Friedman was so out there, so so extroverted. And there's a bit of a sad thing she said. She said, when I married Milton, I lost half of my conversations. When David came along, I lost the other half. So it's a household that was just dominated by male voices, in which she didn't have a lot of room. What was tricky for me in my research is she didn't leave much of a trace. She put together Milton Friedman's archive and she took herself out of it. So I really had trouble finding her actual voice in the historical documents. She didn't want to leave that behind. So it was an absolute essential piece of his success because she's the one who pushed him to do the Newsweek column, to do Free to Choose, and she really wrote Capitalism and Freedom. She took all his random notes and she put them together into a book. And that became this kind of testimony of his ideas, that she shared many of his ideas, and she, when we think of Friedman, if you take away Anna Schwartz, if you take away Rose Friedman, if you take away the other woman who collaborated with him, you have a much thinner resume than the one he actually has.
Yeah, it's always sad. It always makes me wonder about the private, secret conversations between partners.
Yeah.
Because they might not show up in the record, but they probably influence the person more than almost anything else. Those quiet little conversations. If we could switch our path to another great mind of the 20th century, Ayn Rand. We talked about some of the similarities here, about them being fighters for freedom and fighters for capitalism. What is Ayn Rand's philosophy? You can give a big 10,000 word summary of objectivism.
Yes, so she called it objectivism. She used to do this thing like I can stand on one foot and say it. So it goes something like epistemology, reason, ethics, selfishness, politics, capitalism. And that was kind of how she summarized it. So what she did, there's a couple things she did with objectivism. First of all, she says the key defining element of humanity is rationalism, the rational faculty. So that's what defines what the humanity is. Therefore, there is an objective reality that we can access and know with our reason. That's the objective epistemology. And the one social and economic system that lets rationality flower and is based upon rationality is capitalism. And then rationality only works, in her view, as an individual capacity, and that rationality teaches that what you should do is pursue your interests. And so she ends up calling that selfishness. Now, it's tricky because selfishness has so many strong and negative connotations, and she meant, I think, something closer to like self-actualization, because she really tried to create this idea and express the idea that to be truly selfish did not mean trampling on others. It meant just being motivated by your own kind of internal measures and metrics. And so in her fiction, she tries to show this by showing the false selfishness of Peter Keating, who's an architect who kind of steps over everybody to advance his career. And she says that's not true selfishness, because true selfishness would recognize it's false to take others' work and pass it off as your own. Now, the other big piece of objectivism is a very approach that's really inspired and related to Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of revaluing values, or genealogy of morals. And so it says what's happened here is Western culture has converged on this idea of altruism as good. Being selfless and altruistic is good. And this has led us to communism. It has led us to devalue the individual in favor of the collective. So what we need is a new moral code, which elevates selfishness, which elevates the individual, which takes all the things that we have been told are bad and actually says their values. This is what she's trying to do with objectivism. I mean, it is about as ambitious of an intellectual project as there can be. And that's what really draws people in. Yet at the same time, she's flying in the face of the way human morals and ethics in societies have evolved. And she's not able to single-handedly recreate them the way she wants them to be.
Yeah, I mean, she's not doing herself any favors by like taking on the words and trying to rebrand them completely.
Mm-hmm.
Like writing the virtue of selfishness. It's like, can we just call it self-actualization?
Yeah.
There's a negative connotation to selfishness and a positive connotation to altruism. So she sometimes, it seems, takes on the hardest possible form of argument.
Yeah, I mean, she had a student and who ended up being very close to her, Nathaniel Brandon, sort of advisor. He said, "Can you please not use selfishness? Like, just come up with another word." But part of her liked it. Part of her wanted to provoke and unsettle. She didn't want to give that up.
I mean, people should listen to her public talks. Her whole aura, way of being is provocative, and she's a real powerhouse of an intellectual. So like, she loves the challenge, and that just listening to her in itself is just inspiring, because you could see the individualism radiating her.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things I found in researching. It's an incredibly unusual human being, and so that was like her strength, right? Because she's so unusual, but it was also her downfall because she looked to herself as a model or to get insight about humanity, and she never quite processed how different she was from other people.
So just because we talk about Milton Friedman so much, can we just return to what to you, given everything we've said, is the interesting differences about Ayn Rand, her ideas related to Milton Friedman?
Yeah, I mean, broadly, we could put Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand in some sort of category together, but she has this focus on ethics and rationality and this desire to be revolutionary that's much stronger than Friedman. Friedman wanted to overthrow the economic consensus. He didn't want to overturn the moral basis of Western society. So she does something. So in one of Frank Knight's essays, he talks about the ethics of competition. And he says, you basically cannot build an ethics out of competition because it would be monstrous to do so. Because it would say the winner of this competition is ethically right. And that would open the door to sort of might makes right. And this is what Friedman struggles with. And he says, I can't take capitalist outcomes as ethical unto themselves. I can't do it. It doesn't feel right. And there's this line where Frank Knight says, no one would ever do this. And I was like, oh, Frank Knight, I haven't read on Rand yet, You're a little too early. Because that's what she does. She takes the outcomes of capitalism and of market competition and says, these have ethical meaning. And this is where ethical meaning inheres. And it is ethical to try to succeed and to succeed in a capitalist society. Now, what she's able to do is create a fictional world in which people succeed in her fictional capitalist world through ethical behavior. And so she doesn't really have to wrestle with a capitalist world in which people succeed through fraud and corruption and all the other things that might go into someone's success. So she creates the best possible take on success under capitalism. And then she holds that up as an ideal. And I think what's important is that so few people have done that, and she comes at a time when everybody's emphasizing the downsides of capitalism. And she says there's another way to look at it. Here are the good sides of capitalism.
And like you said, she was operating, which I really love that, in the mythic register.
Yeah.
So she was constructing these characters, these capitalists, that are like the highest form, these great heroic figures, almost romanticizing them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You mentioned We the Living as one of the books that you like of hers the most, but can we stay in the mythic register with the Fountainhead and the Atlas Shrugged? What to you are some sort of memorable, inspiring moments, insightful moments from those books that maybe scenes or ideas that you take away from them that are important for people to understand?
Yeah, so The Fountainhead is this story of a struggling architect, Howard Rourke, and she kind of follows his life and his career, and the message is really, it's a version of To Thine Own Self Be True, right? And Rourke's designs are too avant-garde, nobody appreciates him, and he just keeps doing what he wants to do, and he's focused on his own visions, his own genius. I think that's been really inspiring to kind of creators of all types. I think it's fairly unrealistic as a portrait of human achievement, but it's an aspirational idea. I mean, one phrase that comes to mind is there's a character, I forget which one, who is in some sort of adversarial relationship with Howard Rourke. Says something to him, Mr. Rourke, what do you think of me? And Rourke says, I don't think of you. You know, and that to Rand was the ideal. Like, you're not thinking of other people. You're an island unto yourself. You know, you're focused on your own goals, your own capacities, and you're not doing it to impress other people or to be better than other people or to dominate other people. You're doing it because you're sort of expressing your inner soul in a way. So that has been very captivating to so many. And The Fountainhead is one of those books we talked about that causes, you know, people read it and they make changes in their life, or they feel called to their higher self.
And I think there's also the scene where Rourke, with the Dean of Architecture at school, that's speaking to what you're saying. I think, to me, is inspiring. So this is the Dean of Architecture that expels Rourke, and it brings him into a meeting thinking Rourke will plead for a second chance. And the Dean says that Rourke's work is contrary to every principle we have tried to teach you, contrary to all established precedents and traditions of art. Do you mean to tell me that you're thinking seriously building that way when and if you are an architect? And then in a gangster-like way, Rourke says yes. And then Dean asks, my dear fellow, who will let you? And Rourke replies, that's not the point. The point is, who will stop me?
Yes. I mean, you know, Rand's coming from communist Russia, but it has a bit of the don't mess with Texas flavor. You know, I might say it, that really resonates with this idea of anyone who's felt like they're, you know, fighting the powers that be. Yeah, it's interesting. I thought you might be going to the quote where he says something like, I inherit no tradition. You know, I stand at the beginning of one. And I really think Rand's thinking about herself, you know, when she says that she inherits nothing, she stands at the start. But you know, The Fountainhead comes out in the middle of World War II, and it's not expected. Rand is another writer. It's kind of a strange book. It's, you know, classic story. It's turned down by 12 publishers before one takes a chance on it. And Rand really loved this story. The editor read it, said this book is great, and his boss said no. And he said, if you don't take this book, I'm quitting. You know, and so she idolized him for doing that. So they print it. And it becomes a bestseller just through word of mouth. So it's not advertised, it gets one good book review, but people tell each other how much they like this book. And it keeps printing and selling out printings. It's made into a movie. And so it lands in this time when Americans are engaged in this great collective endeavor of World War II. They're making all kinds of sacrifices for the collective. And I think paradoxically, as they do that, they're drawn to this vision of someone who doesn't have to compromise at all. You know, who is leading their life exactly as they want to. You know, meanwhile, they might be sleeping on an ocean liner because they've been drafted to fight in this war, and they're reading The Fountainhead and they're feeling better about themselves. And so it's also really interesting. The Fountainhead is hugely popular in India, which is fascinating. And, you know, talk to people about this, and they basically, this book comes like a breath of fresh air into a very traditional and conformist culture, and people just latch onto it and they love it. You know, and it gives them that feeling of freedom and possibility that they're hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a book. Alice can be a bit of that too, but it's more philosophy, objectivism, and details that seeps into Atlas Shrugged. That was like a thing that makes you change the path of your life.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, that's beautiful to see that books can have that power.
And, you know, Rand knew that she was doing that, and she knew what she was doing. You know, this wasn't an accident. People say, oh, she's a bad writer. Oh, her characters are so heavy-handed. You know, she started as a screenwriter. She started as someone who analyzed films for movie studios. She knew exactly how to manipulate plot and character and drama And she also knew that she was writing, people say, oh, Rand is for, adolescent teenagers love Rand. And that's kind of who she was writing for. She said, I'm writing for people as they start out on their life and thinking about who they want to be. So she's not writing, for the weary middle age. She's writing for the young who are looking for inspiration.
People say that to me sometimes about certain books, like Rand, but also about The Alchemist. I know a lot of people for whom The Alchemist, and they're adults and they're brilliant people, The Alchemist changed their life. And the same can be said about The Fountain. I sometimes get criticized for using words that are too simple. I think simple words can have power, and the cliche thing sometimes needs to be said. But sometimes, if effectively, needs to be said in an over-the-top way in the mythic register, because that's the thing that resonates with us.
Yeah.
Because we are like heroes of our own story.
Yeah.
We need to hear that message sometimes to take the bold step, to take the risk, to take the leap.
Yeah, and the other thing, she knew she was doing kind of propaganda in a way. She was like, I'm doing pro-capitalist propaganda. She has a degree from the University of Leningrad. She's raised up in Soviet Russia. She said, we need to present the case for the other side in the same way. And that's what she did.
Why do you think she's so divisive? People either love her or hate her.
I think it's because of that purity that I'm willing to say, sort of, you get what you deserve. And that kind of lack of charity. And part of that in her work is because she creates this fictional world where she can set everything up just so. And so you don't have contingency or accident or bad luck, or you have a lot of children. You don't have handicap. Just have this idealized world. And I think it's really infuriating for people who feel that's so inaccurate. How can you be deriving the social theory and philosophy around this? And how can you be missing, it seems to many people, she's missing the kind of ethical instinct or the altruistic or charitable instinct. And so they just become enraged in that, and they don't want to see anyone go that far, and they're outraged that someone went that far, did the thing that Frank Knight said no one would do. It's very unsettling.
Would you say that's her main blind spot, the main flaw of objectivism is just how black and white we paint the world? Or if not, what would you say are the flaws of objectivism?
So, the big flaw is that it's justified through a fictional world. It's not justified through reference to the real world. It's not empirical in a way. It's not, and Rand herself would say that she's not writing about things how they are, but how they should be. And so that idealism just really undermines it as a mechanism to understand where we're actually.
And that is a big contrast with Milton Friedman's work, which focus on how things are versus how things should be.
And then I think it's the problem of elevating rationality or any other mode of insight or thinking. And so what happens in Rand's life, and I describe this in some detail in the book, is she essentially creates a cult of reason around her. And people who are drawn into this cult, so it's called the Collective. It's a group of young people in New York City who are drawn to her work. And she's already famous, but she's writing Atlas Shrugged. So she's sharing drafts of Atlas Shrugged as she goes along. And one of the members of the Collective to bring all of this together is Alan Greenspan, the head of the Federal Reserve. And he's incredibly taken with her. He's one of these people who says, I was a narrow technical thinker. I never thought about ethics, politics, or anything bigger until I met Ayn Rand. She really opened my mind. He's part of this tight-knit group. But over time, in this tight-knit group, they think of themselves, we are all individuals. We're dedicated to individuals. In capitalism, we're different than everybody else. Over time, they all come to share Ayn Rand's views and opinions on everything, from music to art to clothes. She gets a dining room table, and a bunch of them get the same dining room table. And it becomes incredibly conformist because they've all believe they're acting rationally. And they believe that to act rationally is to agree with Ayn Rand, and they believe there's no other way to make decisions than rationality. And so to disagree with her is to be irrational. They don't want to be irrational. So people get really caught up in this very damaging cult-like circle around her.
Plus, for a cult of reason, they get awfully emotional when there's a disagreement with that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of hilarious. It's absurd, but it's also beautiful to watch. This singular figure. We talked about several singular figures in my film, right? That shakes up the world with her ideas.
Yeah.
And of course it would form a cult. And of course that cult would be full of contradictions and hypocrisies.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. There's so Murray Rothbard, who's a famous anarchist, falls into the Ayn Rand cult. And then he disagrees, and there's some type of show trial where he's told he's wrong about everything, and then he has a little sort of pseudo cult of his own. And two of his cult members switch over to Ayn Rand, and then one of them, to show to gesture their breaking of their relationship, nails him a dollar bill that's been torn in half. I mean, this is high theatrics, right?
Okay, so sticking on the drama and the theatrics, who was Nathaniel Brandon?
Oh, yes.
Can you take me through the arc of Ayn Rand's relationship with Nathaniel Brandon to their dramatic falling out in 1968?
Yes, so after The Fountainhead, The Fountainhead is auctioned is sold to be a film. So Ayn Rand moves to Hollywood, where she's going to help in the writing of film. She wants a lot of creative control. And she's also still working in screenwriting and things like this. And so she gets a letter from a Canadian student who's written to her several times. And then he writes again, and he says, I'm at UCLA. And she said, young man, you're so full of error. Why don't you come visit me, and I'll straighten you out. So he comes, and they have this real meeting of the minds. They talk all night. He comes again. He brings his girlfriend. She loves him. And they start this very intense relationship of spending every weekend at her house, basically staying up all night talking about ideas. He becomes completely converted to the objectivist worldview. Rand begins counseling him and his girlfriend about their relationship. Very intense thing. Then eventually they graduate from college and they both enroll in a graduate program in Columbia, and they leave. And then after they've left, Ayn Rand is just bereft. And within a few months, she packs up her home and she moves to New York. Here I am. I like New York better. And so that becomes the seedbed of the collective. And the Brandons, they get married. They change their name to Brandon. They've never publicly spoken on this, but many people pointed out it has the word Rand in the name. So it's some type of acknowledgement of how important she is to them. And time goes on, and romantic feelings develop between Ayn Rand and Nathaniel Brandon, some 20 years her junior, and they discuss them, and they realize that rationality has led them to the conclusion that they should be lovers.
Right.
They rationally decided this, but because they're rational, they need the consent, or at least to inform their partners.
They're both married.
So they call a meeting, and they obtain the consent, or maybe simply inform the others of the rationality of the choice. And then they say, but this is only going to be an intellectual relationship, but we'd like a few hours alone each week, and we don't want to be deceptive, so we want you to know and approve of this. So the spouses who bought into rationality know and approve. One thing leads to another, it becomes a full romantic and sexual relationship. And although it's open within these four people, it is not open more broadly. And so in all these meetings of the collective, Alan Greenspan, all these other people coming up, drinking coffee all night, talking, they all know that Nathaniel Brandon is objectivist number one. They don't know that there's a romantic and sexual relationship happening. It's kept a secret. And then when Atlas Shrugged comes out, it's panned by review. People absolutely hate this book. And Rand, it's not hard work. She falls into a deep depression because her masterpiece has been rejected. And so then the romantic relationship ends, but the close personal relationship continues. And then over time, Brandon, who's still married to his wife, begins an affair with another young woman. And at this point, he has started the Nathaniel Brandon Institute to teach objectivism. And he's making good money. He's becoming quite famous.
She supported it.
She supported him. And at first, it was to help her in her depression. This is that the world needs to recognize your genius. They missed Atlas Shrugged, but I And it's very successful. It becomes its own business. It has letter. It's a whole world. So that small cult around Ayn Rand expands to this whole social network, and it's very much a piece with this burgeoning conservative movement. Objectivists are involved in criticizing the draft. And, they're kind of a libertarian objectivist world going on. All of this is happening. In the meantime, Nathaniel Branden has found a new partner, and but he doesn't tell Ayn Rand this because he knows she'll be upset. And so it goes on for years, and Ayn Rand knows something is going on, but she can't quite figure it out. And then finally, Barbara Branden says to Nathaniel Branden, you have to tell her. This has just gone on too long. So she finds out, and the whole thing blows up, and she exiles him, and she breaks off contact with him. And nobody is ever told what happens. It's called the objective schism. Objectivism breaks in two, because some people say, how could Ayn Rand do anything wrong? And other people say, what is this letter all about? And what did Nathaniel Branden do? And I'm not just going to take her word for it. I need more information. And then a bunch of people, I've read all the accounts of this, a bunch of people are like, okay, they were having an affair. And a bunch of other people are like, no, that couldn't possibly happen. And so the whole thing breaks up. But what I, argue in my book is actually this is to the benefit of Rand's ideas, because Rand herself was so controlling over her ideas. And now that she's stepped back from a public role, objectivism flows into the student libertarian movement. Some objectivists become conservatives. It just kind of spreads out more generally, and you don't have to drink the Kool-Aid. You don't have to take the official course. Nathaniel Branden went on to be part of the self-esteem movement, human potential movement, California. And Ayn Rand lives, another 10 years or so, but she doesn't do major work after that.
Since we're talking about some of the, although rationalized, some strange sexual partnerships that they're engagement in, I have to ask about the Fountainhead and the quote-unquote rape scene in the Fountainhead. Was she intending to add that there, be controversial? How are we supposed to read into it? Is it a glimpse into Ayn Rand's sexuality? And maybe broadly we could say, well, what was her view on this, on sexuality, on sex, on power dynamics in relationships?
Yeah, there's also an objectivist theory of sexuality that probably the least convincing of all the parts of objectivism. And it goes something like, your sexual desires express your highest values, and they are related in some ways to your rationality, right, which is also related to your highest values. So for her, that explained her attraction to Nathaniel Branden. Branden's attraction to her was a function of their highest values. And in fact, Branden imbibed this so deeply that the fact that he was later drawn sexually to a woman who was not particularly accomplished, but was beautiful, caused him deep anguish and guilt for being non-objectivist. So this is the objectivist theory. Then the gender politics are just crazy. And you have to kind of back up and think of, who is Ayn Rand? She's born Elisa Rosenbaum in Russia. She is one who stands out from the crowd at the beginning. She never really sinned. She's not conventionally beautiful by any stretch of the imagination. She struggles with her weight. She doesn't consider herself to have a beautiful face. She's very independent. She meets none of the metrics of traditional femininity at all. She finds love with a man who is very handsome but very passive. Yet she writes in all her fiction about strong, manly heroes. So this seems to be like a projection. The man she's actually with is not a strong, manly hero. The hero she writes about, she probably wouldn't be able to be in the same room with them more than 1 minute before they got in a raging argument, right? And then she develops this theory about women and men, in that a woman should worship her man, and a woman finds her true expression in worshiping the man she's with. So again, this is not at all how Ayn Rand lives her life. This is like this, I would say, a compensatory theory for her lack of ability to conform to the gender norms of her day. She then articulates them in a very strong and almost distorted and exaggerated way to compensate for the fact that she doesn't actually meet them, can't actually enact them. The rape scene, to some degree, embodies that idea that to some degree that the woman should worship the man. I tend to read it more in terms of literary genre. So Rand is a screenwriter, a consumer of movies, and that rape scene is like paradigmatic for the romance genre. In other words, these like pulpy romance novels. The hero rapes the hero, and then they fall in love. That's just the trope of how it works. So it's crazy when you read it, but if you were reading a bunch of novels in this genre, you would find it's like very standard. And so that is a huge part of its appeal at the time. There's a feminist who hates Rand, Susan Brown Miller. She wants to write an angry denunciation of the rape scene. So she goes to Fountainhead and she's wondering how is she ever going to find the scene in this, 800-page book. It's a library copy because she doesn't want to buy it. And it just falls open to the rape scene because everybody's gone and read it because it's very racy and explicit for that time. So I'm almost positive she also knew that. Like if I put in this kind of taboo breaking sex scene, it's also going to probably be why people tell their friends about it. So I think it's a mess. I think all of the gender and sexuality stuff is that she states is just a total mess.
I think it also reminds me of another guy related, Friedrich Nietzsche, who had very strong opinions on women and wrote about what women's role in society should be and different power dynamics and relationships and all that kind of stuff when he himself really had trouble getting laid.
Yeah.
And so you have to sort of always maybe chuckle or take with a grain of salt the analysis of power dynamics and relationships with these figures, which failed in many regards in their private life. You mentioned feminism. Would you consider Ayn Rand a feminist?
I mean, she's almost an anti-feminist because she then goes on and someone writes her a letter about should there be a female president or something? This is like the beginning of feminism. And she says, no woman should ever be president because if she's president, she wouldn't be able to look up to any man because she would be so powerful, and therefore she would be like corrupt and like rotten in the soul and like unfit to be a leader. It just makes no sense.
But that said, she's a woman, and she's one of the most powerful intellects in the 20th century.
Yeah.
And so it's the contradictions. I mean, Nietzsche is full of contradictions of this sort. That the very fact that she's one of the most powerful minds in history to me means that she is a feminist in the spirit she embodies, right? In what she represents.
I mean, she lived the ideals of individualism in her life and set aside gender norms in her own life, but she did not see herself as part of any. She did not see herself as doing this for the benefit of other women or to change society's views about women. There was no collective essence to it. So if feminism has some sort of collective aspect to it, or at least some identification, one needs to identify with a broader category of women and feel they're acting in behalf of that. She's definitely not doing that. And she did, she was fair to women in her life, promoted them in her life, but did not, she was very negative about feminism because they dress terribly, and then the other thing, really interesting, there's all these kind of homoerotic themes in her writing. And for that reason, many gay men were drawn to her writing. And then she would say, homosexuals are dirty, terrible people. She would denounce people for being homosexual. So there's a whole actual literature of gay men wrestling with Rand and how she what she says about gay people. So it's hard to make sense of, and I just think of the enormous pressures. I want to be terrible. I just think of the enormous pressure she was under in the culture she was raised in, the expectations that were placed upon her, and her just utter inability to meet them. And it came out in this very tortured set of ideals that she tried to promote. And this kind of lack of ability to introspect in herself and it's probably too painful to introspect and to think about that. So she just tried to rationalize her way through it, and it came out in these very strange theories.
Why do you think that Ayn Rand is maybe you can correct me, but as far as I can see, never mentioned in the list of great thinkers in history, or even the great thinkers of the 20th century, or even the great female thinkers of the 20th century. So you have somebody like Simone de Beauvoir, Hannah Arendt. I almost never see her in the list. If you Google those sort of lists, top whatever, top thinkers of the 20th century, she's not mentioned. Why is that?
You know, a lot of people just deeply dislike Rand. They deeply dislike her ideas. They don't think they're profound because they're disconnection from other ideas and other understandings of human society. I think where you can look at them and say, these ideas are very provocative and they're very deep because she's not taking anything for granted and she's flipping everything around and forcing you to really think. To a lot of other readers, to her critics, they just look absurd. Like, how could you even make these contentions? And I think that because she's not without precedents and she's not without followers, but she doesn't knit herself into an intellectual community the way that these other thinkers do very naturally. You can see who they influence, you can see who they're in dialogue with. You know, I think my book was one of the first to really take Rand and say, she's a figure in American history. Here's who she's connected to. Here's who she's influenced. And I got a lot of pushback for that. You know, I think now people are more open to it. But I think the people who compile these lists really dislike her work and they think it's shallow because they find her fiction overdrawn. They find her work in the mythic register simple. And she's also a grand systematic thinker in an age that's over systems. You know, she's almost creating an inverse Marxism, right? Marx was writing in 1848, you know, he's not a thinker of the mid 20th century. So I think that's part of it, the lack of a legacy and the dislike of what she had to say and the feeling that she's too detached. Her insights are not insights because they're too idealized rather than rooted in a theory of human nature that people find plausible.
You study and write about history of ideas in the United States over the past 100 years, 100 plus years. Well, how do you think ideas evolve and gain power over populace, over our government, over culture? Just looking at evolution of ideas as they dance and challenge each other, play in public discourse. What do you think is the mechanism by which they take hold of influence?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple different ways I think it happens. I really am interested in the relationship between the thinker and then the reader and the interpreter of the ideas, and then the conditions on the ground that make that idea resonate or not resonate. And so I think a lot. So as an intellectual historian, I'm studying ideas. I'm always putting them in their historical context. Like, what is happening that is making these things resonate? That is making them people seek them out. So for Rand's case, she has this credibility because of her experience of communism, which is one of these defining moments of the time. And then I think the idea comes out in a sort of pure form, and then other people rework it and reshape it as they read it. And I'm really interested in how people form communities around these ideas. So a bunch of people started calling themselves objectivists and getting together to read Rand's work. That was spontaneous, ground up, and wasn't supported by any money. Nobody planned it. It just happened. Friedman's a different case in that he joins an established tradition of thought that's been institutionalized in universities, that people are signing up and paying money and getting credentialed to learn these ideas. So to my mind, these are two different ways, but really emblematic ways of how ideas spread. So Rand, I think of as more bottom up, like people encounter the idea in a book. They're kind of blown away by it, or they imbibe it without even realizing they're imbibing it. And they're like, well, maybe I don't like Franklin Roosevelt so much, or maybe I'll look second. And not over time at Barry Goldwater. And then whereas Friedman, you get the idea more top down. I know I'm getting the idea. I know I'm being positioned within the sort of elite discourse of economics. And so I think they kind of go top down and bottom up, and then they hit the events, right? Friedman's ideas wouldn't have gone anywhere without that episode of stagflation that really made people think they proved out. And I think Rand's ideas really caught fire in Cold War America that's looking for a statement of like, what does it mean to be an individual? What does it mean to live in this mass society? Because it's also a time of great social conformity and where people are suddenly, they're working for large corporations. They've been served in a large military. The United States is stepping out onto the world stage. Everything is bigger. What does it mean to be an individual in that world? And that's where Rand's ideas catch fire. So I think a lot about that, about how they trickle through different levels of society and how ideas collide with experience. I think is critical.
What do you think about like when they actually take power in government? They think about ideas like Marxism and how that evolves into the Bolshevik Revolution, and how that like takes hold of its implementations. Or you could think about Nazism and with Hitler, where it goes from a small number of people that get real excited about a thing, and then like somehow it just becomes viral and takes hold in power, and that has its consequences.
When I think about this sort of historical path of communism and the kind of logics of communism, I mean, in many ways, it has some echoes with Rand in that, the ideology in its purest form is almost, it's a rationalist ideology of some ways. It's an analysis of history and how things are supposed to be. And I think you mentioned Hannah Arendt. I think she has one of the most kind of penetrating analyses of communism, which she really puts in the category of like it's a logical ideology. Logic leads inexorably to its conclusions, and then experience crops up, and experience is different. And what is a sort of cult of rationality do when it hits experience? Well, it tries to bend experience to its will, and that I think is really the story of communism writ large. So the question, though, is why does it catch fire? Why does it draw people into political allegiance? I think in the case of communism, it's this dream of a more ethical world, dream of equality, dream of the powerless rising up against the powerful. I mean, that's very, that's drawn in so many. And then you had the whole addition of Leninism, which gave a kind of international cast to that and helped people think about what are the relations between poorer and richer countries and what can we expect out of them and what might happen, sort of framework for thinking about that in a time when the world was becoming more interconnected, those differences were becoming more obvious. Fascism to me is unleashing more something primal, something sort of dark and primal within people. And it's more a permission structure to indulge in that is normally not there. Those impulses are normally channeled or held down. And it seems that the fascist regimes come into power, they give people permission to let those forces out.
I think on communism, go back to that lecture that I gave. I think what rings true to me a little bit is that what fuels it is a kind of maybe not resentment, but envy towards the people that have the have-nots versus the haves. And there's some degree to which Nazism has the same with envy towards some group, resentment towards some group. So it's given the environment of hard times, hard economic times, combined with a more primal just envy of not having and seeing somebody who has it and just constructing a narrative around that can become a real viral idea.
Yeah, it seems like communism is more animated by this idea of injustice. The world is unjust, it should be different. And fascism seems like the process of goading, right? We've identified the source of the problem, and it's this group, and they need to be punished for what they've done to the rest of us.
There is a primal thing, going back in literature, 1984, 2 Minutes of Hate, where you can get everybody real excited about hating a thing, and there's something primal about us humans where once you're in that state of hate, anyone can direct that hate towards anything, towards any group, towards any idea, towards anything, just because we could get caught up in the mass hysteria of the hatred, the dangerous thing. You floated the idea, I forget where, of pivoting for your next book towards maybe writing writing about postmodernism, which is a set of ideas of the opposite of Leibniz philosophy. So, can you maybe explain your curiosity about, first of all, spaces of ideas, but maybe postmodernism?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the broadest sense, what I'm interested in, kind of two dimensions that guide me in doing intellectual history. One is what I talked about, like how does an idea go from a book, an elite space, out to more popular dimensions? Like how does that happen? What happens to the idea along the way? How is it distorted or changed? And the other is the search for meaning in a post-Christian era or a secular era. Like what are people coming up with? And I think to replace that void in their religious or spiritual lives, I think both Rand and Friedman offered these sort of alternatives, right? Objectivism, quasi-rationalist religion. People take economics as a theory of the world that you can almost believe in it, right? It can almost take that place. And in both cases, how do those ideas travel? When I think about postmodernism, it first struck me, if you read the original postmodern thinkers, it's really tough going. I mean, I make my students do it and they suffer. I think they see it's worthwhile, but it's no fun to read Derrida, But somehow it's trickled down into how do we go from like Derrida to Tumblr? And I sort of realized this has happened with postmodernism. It's followed the same path, that say from Milton Friedman's economic theory to, free to choose on YouTube. We had a similar path, high French theory down to Tumblr and, I, sexually identify as an attack helicopter or whatever it may be, and so that was really interesting. And then I also thought, at the same time, this is clearly a structure of meaning. And I actually think it's followed the same path of objectivism, which is into its opposite, like distilled down and then turning into its opposite. So if objectivism was a group of people who considered themselves individualists who ended up deeply conforming to the dictates of a charismatic leader, postmodernism started about disrupting binaries. That was, we're going to be fluid, we're going to go beyond the border, we're going to disrupt the binary. And it's evolved in its popular forms to the reinscribing many different binaries. Oppressor and oppressed, has become this like paradigmatic set of glasses you put on to understand the world. So I think the dynamics are very, very similar. So I think it's something in the traffic of the idea from its pure form to its popular form, and then how it gets politicized or mobilized in different ways. And behind it all, I think, is this human longing for meaning and the inadequacy of the traditional ways that need was met at this point in time.
By the way, that going from pure form to popular form, I remember, this might be before the internet, but when I was in college reading Derrida and Foucault, and, not knowing context at all, it's interesting, right? This is, I'm able to read pure encapsulations of an idea and just kind of all right, well, that person believes that, and you just kind of hold. But then you realize if you actually take the pure form of that idea and then it creates a community around it, you realize what that actually becomes. And you're like, oh yeah, no, I don't. That's not. Although I do consider myself sexually an attack helicopter, and that's identify as sexually. That's beautiful. Okay. Your process of researching for, let's say, the biographies of Friedman and Ayn Rand seems like an insane amount of work.
Yeah.
You did incredible work there, going to the original sources. Can you maybe speak to that? What is required to persevere? And
Yeah.
to go so many years, go so deep.
Yeah. So I mean, I go to the archive. That's where I feel like I'm communing with the dead in some ways. I'm seeing what they saw, in some ways reading what they felt. And I tell my doctoral students it's got to be something that gets you out of bed in the morning. Because there's a point in your doctoral career when there's nowhere to go, there's nowhere to be. You got to be getting up because you're interested in what you want to study. And so with Rand, it was this real sense of discovery. Like, I am discovering. I want to know about this woman. I want to know where she fits. And the only way to find out is to do the research. And so I like to go deep. It's really interesting to me. And I should both of these cases, I've done it in an institutional structure. I don't know that I would do it independently. So the first was a graduate program in history at UC Berkeley. And so I had coursework, and then I had structures, and I did have people to check in with and read, but I had a great deal of latitude. I'm very grateful for people are like, you wrote a dissertation on Ayn Rand at Berkeley? I'm like, yeah, well, I did. You know, Berkeley's like, it's a great place, and at the time I was there was absolute room for free inquiry.
Oh, can you just like linger on that? So when you said that you're doing that, you're doing a dissertation on Ayn Rand, did people get upset?
No, I did have a friendly critic who took it upon himself to throw at me everything the outside world would throw at me. I think maybe 5 or 10 years earlier, it wouldn't have been possible. But the most important thing the person I really had to convince this was worth doing was myself, because I knew it was an unconventional choice for the field and for a dissertation. But once I convinced myself, I just said, well, we're going to do this and see. And because it was unconventional, it ended up standing out. And it really was the time. It started during second Bush administration, second George W. Bush, second term. People were interested in just conservatism in general and felt, no matter where they stood on the political spectrum, felt like objectively we don't know enough about this, and this is a problem. So they were open to learning more. So I really kind of caught that wave in scholarship and caught that wave in American culture where people wanted to know more.
And we should probably say that Ayn Rand is, at the very least, as you've mentioned, kind of gateway to conservatism.
Yes, called her the gateway drug. And that people start with Rand, they're taken by her. In some ways she takes the worldview of Milton Friedman in terms of what capitalism can accomplish economically, and then she puts it in the mytho-poetic register and she fictionalizes it. So once people have absorbed that, they want more. They go on to learning more of the ideas behind that vision. Or they have become true believers, they've converted. So then they head off to work for a politician, to work for a think tank, to work for a party. So absolute traffic. Now, not everyone. There's plenty of people who read Ayn Rand who don't take the politics. It's a nice story. It's interesting. Just an episode in their life. But for others, it's really foundational. It really changes them. So those were the people I wanted to track very deliberately. I wasn't trying to do in the round everything about Ayn Rand. I was like, Ayn Rand and the American right. Goddess of the market, Ayn Rand and the American right is the title. So where did they take her, those who took her in this political direction? What difference did she make?
If we return to the actual process.
Yeah.
So you're showing up, you're reading sources, and you're like, is it kind of like the process of discovery? You're just kind of like taking it all in and seeing what unifying ideas emerge, or maybe special moments that illustrate an idea emerge?
Yeah, I mean, I know with the biography of a person, I am already given a start and an end date and a rough narrative of what happened. So I have a kind of structure. And then with Rand, both with Rand and Friedman, I started by reading their major books before I really read anything about them, because I wanted my own experience of the material to be fresh. And I had read some Ayn Rand, but not a lot. Similarly, I had read some Friedman, but not a lot. So at first it's like, let me read the major stuff, get oriented, and then just dive into the archive and see what's there. Who are they talking to? What's going on? In Rand's case, I was interested in her in the United States, not her in Russia. I didn't have the language skills to do that. So I start her in the United States, and I start when she publishes her first book, and she starts getting letters. And who is she writing to? Who's writing to her? And then I start to uncover this world of kind of nascent conservatism, and I'm kind of putting that together. And then once I have enough, I say, well, that's a chapter. I cover that chapter. And then there's going to be, the book has come out. And so now I need to start a different chapter. What's her life like after the book has been published? And then I look for that. But I'm really, although I have this very high level structure, it's coming out of the archive, but the material I'm finding. And if I'm not finding the material there, I won't cover it in great detail. Or if I've decided it's outside my ambit, I'm not going to go into great depth on it.
And you're trying to understand the relationships. So that's reconstruct in a dark room, trying to reconstruct, shine a light on relationships through reading letters. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, correspondence is really, really helpful. Drafts, correspondence, and someone this famous, they have oral histories, other people write about them. So you're reading all these different things and kind of triangulating and trying to sort of put them together and then think about how do I present this in a compelling story and what do I need to explain. And then also for me, what was really helpful is that because I teach and I am explaining the kind of broad sweep of 20th century history. So, I know that Rand's involved in a labor action at Warner Brothers. But through my teaching, I realized, oh yes, this is a moment of labor strikes across the country. And so then that really changes the origin story of Atlas Shrugged, because she's looking at labor actions. And she originally was thinking of the book as being called The Strike. So she's really responding in real time and being inspired by what's happening, in the mid-1940s in the United States. So then I can kind of take that and run with that and figure out where to go.
So you're super passionate about teaching. You actually went to Fremont and had a very interesting way of teaching. So how do you think of teaching history of ideas, teaching bright young minds about the past?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's really inspiring. The ways, the old school kind of dominating way in which Friedman taught would not fly in today's university. Wouldn't be permitted, and also the students wouldn't respond to it. So I try to share my enthusiasm. I think that's like almost the number one thing I bring is my enthusiasm. Like, look how neat and interesting these ideas are. I try to keep my own views out pretty much. I try to give the fairest possible rendition I can of each thinker. If I find someone really disturbing, I might sidebar at the end of the lecture and say this kind of, I find this unsettling. And this, tells me something about myself. But most of the time, I'm bringing people into the biography of a great thinker, the context of them, and then in the lecture, we'll literally read the work together and we'll talk about it. And I'll ask students, what are you finding here? What's jumping out at you? Kind of breaking down the language and really teaching them how to do deep reading. So I feel like that is my contribution right now. We're having trouble reading collectively. We're having trouble paying attention collectively, and I'm trying to cultivate their skills to doing that and showing them how I do it, and also modeling, like, this is how I would read a text. This is what jumps out to me when I look at, Thomas Kuhn or something like this. And just show them that I'm studying that history of ideas. It's really fun. I feel incredibly privileged to do it, And the other thing is, I think this is the time for students in college figuring out who they are, their minds are developing and growing. They can really handle complicated, hard ideas. They don't always have the context behind it. So I need to give them the hard ideas and then show them this is kind of the context of what's happening in the world. But really, I'm showing them the landscape. I don't have time to go deep. We have a 10-week quarter. I'm giving them a flyover, and then I want them to know how to go deep and know where they want to go deep.
Do the thing that Milton Friedman did, which is in parallel.
Yes, do their own parallel curriculum. Exactly.
What advice would you give in terms of reading about ideas you agree with and reading ideas?
I mean, even though I think the passion is important for the teaching of the ideas, like dispassion is more important for the reading and understanding of them. So a lot of people have said to me, like, I could never write about Ayn Rand, like, she makes me so angry. And I've never I don't get angry reading her. Like, I'm like, oh, there you go again, or like, well, that's going to cause trouble, and so I guess I'm approaching it with a sort of charity, but also with this, I don't have huge expectations. I'm not expecting to have the light shine on me. I'm not expecting to agree. I'm like, I can be very clinical about it. So that's what's worked for me. It might not work for others, and then I just try to find the humor in it. Like how funny is it? Like these different aspects of them. When teaching my students about Oliver Wendell Holmes, like his dad wrote a poem about him. He called him the astronaut. About how he came from outer space. He seemed like he came from outer space. I'm like, this is his dad's view of his son. Like that's how weird of a guy he was, And so I try to find that, keep alert for those funny kind of human touches. That these are ultimately just people, people with ideas, and they spent enough time polishing up and developing that we still want to read about them 100 years later.
What about the dramatic formulation of that same question? Do you think there's some ideas that are good and some that are evil? Do you think we can draw such lines, or is it more complicated, like the old Solzhenitsyn line? between good and evil that runs to the heart of every person.
I mean, I philosophically agree with Solzhenitsyn for sure. I do think some ideas pull on the good side and some ideas pull on the bad side. Like, absolutely. And I think that's probably why people dislike Rand so much, is they feel like she's giving license to the bad side, and she's saying it's okay to be selfish and it's okay. You know, they feel like she's unloosing the dark forces, and that, you know, in some cases that may be true, but she's also unloosing some of the light forces in terms of reflecting on yourself and trying to be true. But definitely there are ideas that are dangerous to play with, and there are ideas that I think give license to the darker sides of human nature. But I think you can see that in the historical record. So I think that it's possible to show that. And obviously there's some places, you know, like Germany, they think the ideas are so dangerous they can't be allowed to circulate. And in some contexts that may absolutely be true.
And then still, even that we should take with a grain of salt, because perhaps censorship of an idea is more dangerous than an idea. So all of that's the beautiful thing about us humans. We always at intention trying to figure out what ideas are the ones that are going to help humanity flourish. Positive question.
Yeah.
Do humans have ideas, or do ideas have us? So where do ideas come from? You have Milton Friedman sitting there after Rutgers trying to figure out what he could do about the Great Depression. Where? You ever think about this? I guess I sometimes think that aliens are actually ideas. They just kind of like travel through human brains, captivate us, and we get all real excited. With a monolith in 2001: Space Odyssey, a monolith lands, and everybody gets excited. Somehow the citation gets everybody to be on the same page, and it reverberates through the community, and then that results in the implementation of some action that results in us figuring out that idea was actually bad, and we want new ideas. But it feels like the idea is right in the show.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a lot of cases, I think it's true. You know, Keynes has this famous quote, like, you know, most men are slaves except defunct economists. You know, and
That's funny.
so I do think that it's really hard to have an original thought. You know, we are social creatures. We encounter the same situations again and again. And so it's really hard. You're born into these traditions of thinking and being and knowing, and most people are never going to question them, and most people are never going to become aware of them. So again, that's some of the work of what I do as an intellectual historian. It's like, let's become aware. Let's realize that you're carrying a map that's orienting you to the world in a certain way, right? And so I think you have to work really, really hard to have an original idea. And even then, it's not a completely original idea. It's a reworking and a reassembling of ideas others have had. So I definitely think it's possible to create autonomy in the realm of ideas and to be an autonomous consumer of ideas. But I think on balance, most people are not. And that's fine. They want to have experiences. They want to do other things with their life.
Well, Jennifer, thank you so much for this journey through ideas today, and thank you so much for your incredible work. It was really fun, fascinating to talk with you today. Thank you for listening to this conversation with Jennifer. And now, let me try to reflect on and articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you would like to submit questions or topics that I can comment on in this way here at the end of episodes, go to lexfreeman.com/AMA, or contact me for whatever other reason at lexfreeman.com/contact. Please allow me to say a few words about my interview with the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Now that a few days have passed, I've had the chance to think about the conversation itself, the response, future upcoming conversations, and what it all means for Ukraine, for global geopolitics, and for us humans in general. I've gotten a lot of heartfelt, positive words from all sides, including, at least so far, literally everybody who knows me personally inside Ukraine, which includes a lot of soldiers and many high-profile figures, some who are supportive of the president, and some who are critical of him. Literally all private communication has been positive and supportive. This is usually not the case with me. friends usually will write to me to criticize and disagree. That's the whole point of friendship. We have fun doing it. There was none of that here, at least so far. So thank you for your support. Kind words. It means the world. The most common message was please keep pushing for peace. I will. But online, on the interwebs, I saw a lot of attacks, sometimes some swarms of online accounts, which of course makes me suspicious about the origin of those attacks. One of my friends in Ukraine, who by the way thinks the attacks are all propped up by Ukrainian bug farms, said there's no need to say anything extra. Let the interview stand on its own. Just keep focused on the mission of pushing for peace. Basically, he's a Ukrainian version of my other friend, Joe Rogan, who to this day says, don't leave a comment. This is generally good advice, and I try to follow it. But I'm also a human being. I wear my heart on my sleeve. In this interview, this war, for me, is deeply personal. And the level of vitriol, misrepresentation, and lies about the conversation and about me personally was particularly intense and disingenuous. So I thought I would use this opportunity to say a few words, just speak a bit more about how I approach this conversation with President Zelensky and conversations in general. This interview is something I poured my heart and soul into, preparing a lot. I'll describe parts of the preparation process I follow in the outro to this Zelensky conversation. In general, let me say that I've read a lot, listened to a lot, and had a lot of private conversations with people on the ground. I have many flaws, but being unprepared for this conversation is not one of them. 2 low-effort attacks got to me a bit, if I'm being honest, though I am learning to take it all in stride. First attack is that I'm unprepared, uninformed, or naive. I don't give a damn about the trolls, but I want people who listen to me, who support me, who care about my words to know this is not the case. Never will be the case in future conversations, especially ones of this importance. I work extremely hard to prepare. Second low effort attack that got to me a bit is that I'm a show for Zelensky or a show for Putin. Both accusations were hurled readily and freely by the online mob of all persuasions, by the left and the right in the United States and Europe, by the pro and the anti-Zelensky people in Ukraine or of Ukrainian origins, and by the pro and anti-Putin people in Russia or of Russian origins. As I've said over and over, this is not the case and will never be the case. I'm a shield for no one. More than that, I just simply refuse to be caught in any one single echo chamber. It's an ongoing battle, of course, because social media algorithms and the various dogmatic groups and tribes out there want to pull you in to their warmer embrace of belonging. And humans want to belong. But the cost of the path I have chosen is that I will never belong to any one group. In the end, like many of us must, I walk alone. And I try to do my best to do what is right, to my independent heart and mind, not what is popular with anyone. My goals for this conversation are twofold. First, give a large platform for President Zelensky to explain his perspective on the war, and to do so in a way that brings out the best in who he is as a leader and human being. Second goal was to push for peace, to give him every opportunity possible to signal that he's ready to make peace, and to provide his vision on what that might look like. And just to be clear, by peace, I mean long-lasting peace that minimizes suffering of people in the region and maximizes the flourishing of humanity in the coming decades. The war in Ukraine has led to over 1 million casualties and growing every single day. For some people, torn apart by loss, tormented, forced into a state of anger and hate, peace is a dirty word. To them, nothing less than justice must be accepted. I hear this pain. I've seen the bodies and the suffering. It's true. Peace will not bring back your loved ones. but it will prevent further slaughter of more people, each of whom are someone else's loved ones. So again, the second goal of this conversation was to push for this kind of peace. So how did I approach it? Every conversation is its own puzzle. So let me try to explain my approach for this one. As I've said, I read and listened to a lot of material since February 24th, 2022. There would be many weeks over the past few years where I would spend every day, over 8 hours a day, of focused reading and research. There were several rabbit holes that I consistently returned to and researched. The most important line of inquiry was always peace talks, not just in this war, but in other wars in modern history. With this specific war, as part of the background prep, I will take notes on every single perspective I could find on every single major diplomatic meeting and negotiation that happened in Ukraine-Russia relations since 1991. There is a lot of material to go through, and there are a lot of perspectives. Even on the very 2019 meeting that President Zelensky spoke about in this podcast. Just as a small but important example, Andrei Bogdan was interviewed twice by Dmitry Gordon and gave a deep inside look of the administration of President Zelensky, including that very 2019 meeting. The two interviews are 7.5 hours, by the way, and from my interviewer perspective, are a masterclass of interviewing. Andrei Bogdan worked directly with President Zelensky as the head of the office of the President of Ukraine. He was there for the 2019 face-to-face meeting between Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin at the Paris summit, along with French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Angela Merkel. This was part of the Normandy format peace talks. In those two interviews, Andrei Bogdan gave a very different perspective on that 2019 meeting than did President Zelensky to me in our conversation. The perspective being that the failure to negotiate a ceasefire and peace was not a simple one-sided story. I don't think this is the right time for me to dive into that data point and be critical. I'm not interested in being critical for the sake of criticism. I am interested in, once again, in productive conversations, critical or otherwise, that push towards peace, the kind I described earlier. This is merely an example of a data point I was collecting in my brain. There are many, many others. But all of it taken together made it clear to me, and I still believe this, that it is indeed very difficult, but possible, to negotiate long-lasting peace with Vladimir Putin. It's certainly true that Ukraine is best positioned to negotiate from a place of strength. After the invasion of February 24th, 2022, I believe there were 3 chances where peace was most achievable. First chance was March and April of 2022 with a successful defense of the north. Second chance was the fall of 2022 with the successful counteroffensive in Kherson and Kharkiv. The third chance is now. As he has stated multiple times publicly, Donald Trump is very interested in making peace. It is likely that the U.S. financial support for this war will continue to dwindle. So, the leverage and the timing for peace negotiation is now. There is unlikely to be another chance like this for a long time. Just to zoom out on the conversation piece of this, I interviewed Donald Trump and may do so again. I interviewed Volodymyr Zelensky and may do so again. And it seems likely that I will interview Vladimir Putin in Russia, in the Kremlin. I understand the risks and I accept them. The risks for me are not important. I'm not important. I merely want to do my small part in pushing for peace in a moment in history when there's a real chance for that peace to actually be achieved. I may be speaking too long, I'm sorry, but I can probably speak for many more hours. So this is in fact really trying to be brief. So again, my 2 goals were to bring out the best in President Zelensky as a leader and a human being, and to give him every opportunity possible to signal that he's ready to make peace, and to lay out his vision for what that peace might look like. Like I said, step 1 through 10 is prepare well. I did. But step 11 is the actual conversation. There, the specific psychological and personality quirks and qualities of the guest matter a lot. My job is to try to cut through the bullshit walls we put up as human beings and reveal directly or indirectly who the person truly is, how they think. With Zelensky, he is a deeply empathic and emotional human being who personally feels the suffering of the people of Ukraine in this war. This is strength and perhaps also a weakness. But it is an important part of the reason why I said many times that he's a truly historic figure. Very few leaders in recent history will be able to pull off what he did. To stay in Kiev, to unite the country, to convince the West to join the war effort to the degree they did. He is also a showman, to borrow the title of the biography I recommended. A man with many layers of humor and wit, but also ego and temper. Sometimes fully self-aware, and sometimes losing himself in the emotional roller coaster of a painful memory or a turn of phrase that he can use as a springboard for a angry soliloquy. Add to this the fact that we didn't agree to anything, what we will talk about or how long we will talk about it. The interview could have easily been 5 minutes or 3 hours, so I had to quickly gain his trust enough to open up and stay for a long-term conversation, but push him enough to reveal the complexities of his thought process and his situation. This is where humor and camaraderie is essential, and I would return to it often, though it was very difficult given the stakes, the heaviness, the seriousness of the topic of the war. In this case, the approach I followed for this conversation is constant question, often using the most childlike statement or question. I generally like these kinds of questions. On the surface, they may seem naive. They're not. They are often profound in their simplicity, like a lot of questions that children ask. Remember, it was a child who pointed out that the emperor was not wearing any clothes. I like the simplicity, the purity, the boldness of such questions to cut through the bullshit to the truth. And that truth is that hundreds of thousands of people died in this war and are dying every day. And all the other problems, from corruption, suspending elections, censorship, cannot be solved until peace is made. I give the president every single chance to signal willingness to negotiate, knowing that both Trump and Putin will listen to this conversation. I don't think he took it, and instead chose to speak very crude words towards Vladimir Putin. This is fully understandable, but not directly productive to negotiation. To clarify, I have hosted many conversations that were intensely critical of Vladimir Putin, from Sergei Plotkin to Stephen Kotkin. But this conversation is with a world leader speaking about another world leader during a historic opportunity for peace. Crude words of disrespect, while powerful, may harm negotiations. Peacemaking in this situation requires compromise in order to avoid further death and suffering. And I believe it requires treating the other leader with the seriousness you expect him to treat you with. This is what I was pushing for. All that while also putting my ego aside and letting the president shine, which is necessary to accomplish both goals 1 and 2 that I mentioned previously. This is also why I wanted the president to speak about Elon and Trump, to extend the olive branch of further avenues of peacemaking. This is not about politics. It is, once again, simply about peace. Now, all of this, my words, my attempts, were taken out of context and used to attack me by some online mobs. As an example, President Zelensky said in a mocking tone that he thinks that Vladimir Putin is simply irritated by people who are alive in Ukraine. And I answered, quote, if you believe this, it will be very difficult to negotiate. If you think that the president of a country is completely crazy, it is really hard to come to an agreement with him. You have to look at him as a serious person who loves his country and loves the people in his country. And he conducts, yes, constructive military action. The president interrupted me at this point and said, who are you talking about now? Who loves his country? And I said, Putin. Do you think he doesn't love his country? And the president answered, no. Again, this is not a podcast conversation with a historian or activist. And I somehow, out of nowhere, just for fun, waxed poetic about Putin's or Zelensky's or Trump's love of nation. It is a conversation with a world leader discussing the opportunity to negotiate peace when a large number of people are dying every single day. Even if the heart goes over with hate, leadership now requires sitting at the negotiation table and compromising. This may be painful, but it is necessary. There are a few other places in the conversation where some online models took my words out of context and used them to call me naive and to call for more war, saying peace is impossible with a man who they claim is the second coming of Hitler. My friends, if you make such attacks on this conversation, it is in fact you who are naive and ignorant of the facts of history and geopolitics. Peace must be made now in order for death and suffering to stop, in order for Ukraine to have a chance to flourish, and in order for the drums of a global war to stop beating. A global war that would cripple humanity. This was my goal, once again, to push for peace. And I will continue this effort to the best of my ability. Thank you. I love you all.
If we don't ask how long they last, but instead ask what's the probability that there have been any civilizations at all, no matter how long they last. I'm not asking whether they exist now or not. I'm just asking in general um, about probabilities to make a technological civilization anywhere and at any time in the history of the universe. And that we were able to constrain. And so what we found was basically that there have been 10 billion trillion habitable zone planets in the universe. And what that means is those are 10 billion trillion experiments that have been run. And the only way that we're the only time that this is, this whole process from, abiogenesis to a civilization has occurred is if every one of those experiments failed, right? So therefore, you could put a probability. We called it the pessimism, right? We don't really know what nature sets for the probability of making intelligent civilization, right? But we could set a limit. We could say, look, as if the probability per habitable zone planet is less than 10 to the minus 22, 1 in 10 billion trillion, then yeah, we're alone. If it's anywhere larger than that, then we're not the first. It's happened somewhere else. And to me, that was mind blowing. It doesn't tell me there's anybody nearby. The galaxy could be sterile. It just told me that, like, you know, unless nature's really against, it has some bias against civilizations, we're not the first time this has happened. This has happened elsewhere over the course of cosmic history.
Following this conversation with Adam Frank, an astrophysicist interested in the evolution of star systems and the search for alien civilizations in our universe. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's Adam Frank. You wrote a book about aliens. So the big question, how many alien civilizations are out there?
Yeah, that's the question, right? The amazing thing is that after 2.5 millennia of people yelling at each other, setting each other on fire occasionally over the answer, we now actually have the capacity to answer that question. So in the next 10, 20, 30 years, we're going to have data relevant to the answer to that question. We're going to have hard data, finally, that will, one way or the other, even if we don't find anything immediately, we will have gone through a number of planets. We'll be able to start putting limits on how common life is. The one answer I can tell you, which was an important part of the problem, is how many planets are there, right? And just like people have been arguing about the existence of life elsewhere for 2,500 years, people have been arguing about planets for the exact same amount of time, right? You can see Aristotle yelling at Democritus about this. You can see they had very wildly different opinions about how common planets were going to be and how unique Earth was. And that question got answered, right? Which is pretty remarkable that in a lifetime you can have a 2,500-year-old question. The answer is they're everywhere. There are planets everywhere. And it was possible that planets were really rare. We didn't really understand how planets formed. And so if you go back to, say, the turn of the 20th century, there was a theory that said planets formed when two stars passed by each other closely, and then material was gravitationally squeezed out. In which case, those kinds of collisions are so rare that you would expect 1 in a trillion stars to have planets. Instead, every star in the night sky has planets.
So one of the things you've done is simulated the formation of stars. How difficult do you think it is to simulate the formation of planets, like simulate your solar system through the entire evolution of the solar system? This is kind of a numerical simulation sneaking up to the question of how many planets are there.
That actually we're able to do now. You can run simulations of the formation of planetary systems. So if you run the simulation, really where you want to start is a cloud of gas, these giant interstellar clouds of gas that may have 1 million times the mass of the sun. And so you run a simulation of that. It's turbulent, gas is roiling and tumbling, and every now and then you get a place where the gas is dense enough that gravity gets hold of it and pull it down. So you'll start to form a protostar. And a protostar is basically the young star, the ball of gas where nuclear reactions are getting started. But it's also a disk. So as the material falls inward, because everything's rotating, as it falls inward, it'll spin up and then it'll form a disk. Material will collect in what's called an accretion disk or a protoplanetary disk. And you can simulate all of that. Once you get into the disk itself and you want to do planets, things get a little bit more complicated because the physics gets more complicated. Now you got to start worrying about dust. Because actually dust, dust is the wrong word, it's smoke. These are the tiniest bits of solids. They will coagulate in the disk to form pebbles, right? And the pebbles will collide to form rock. And the rocks will form boulders, etc., etc. That process is super complicated. But we've been able to simulate enough of it to begin to get a handle on how planets form, how you accrete enough material to get the first proto-planets or planetary embryos, as they call them. And then the next step is those things start slamming into each other to form, planetary-sized bodies. And then the planetary bodies slam into Earth. The moon came about because there was a Mars-sized body that slammed into the Earth and basically blew off all the material that eventually formed the moon.
And all of them have different chemical compositions, different temperatures.
Yeah, so the temperature of the material in the disk depends on how far away you are from the star. So it decreases. And so there's a really interesting point. So, like, close to the star, temperatures are really high. And the only thing that can condense, that can kind of freeze out, is going to be stuff like metals. So that's why you find mercury, this giant ball of iron, basically. And then as you go further out, the gas gets cooler, and now you can start getting things like water to freeze, right? So there's something we call the snow line, which is somewhere in our solar system out around between Mars and Jupiter. And that's the reason why the giant planets in our solar system, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, all have huge amounts of ice in them, or water and ice. Actually, Jupiter and Saturn don't have so much, but the moons do. The moons have so much water in them that there's oceans, right? We've got a number of those moons that have got more water on them than there's water on them.
Do you think it's possible to do that kind of simulation to have a stronger and stronger estimate of how likely an Earth-like planet is? Can we get the physics simulation done well enough where we can start estimating, like, what are the possible Earth-like things that can be generated?
Yeah, I think we can. I think we're learning how to do that now. So, one part is like trying to just figure out how planets form themselves and doing the simulation. Like that cascade from dust grains up to planetary embryos, that's hard to simulate because it's both. You got to do both the gas and you got to do the dust, and the dust collide. Once you get up to a planet-sized body, then you kind of have to switch over to almost like a different kind of simulation. There, often what you're doing, you're assuming the planet is the sort of spherical ball, and then you're doing a 1D, a radial calculation. You're just asking, like, all right, how is this thing going to? What is the structure going to be like? Am I going to have a solid iron core? Am I going to get a solid iron core with that liquid iron core out around it, like we have on Earth? And then you get a kind of a rocky mantle. All those details, those are kind of beyond the 3D simulations ab initio from scratch. We're not there yet.
How important are those details, like the crust and the atmosphere, do you think?
Hugely important. So I'm part of a collaboration at the University of Rochester where we're using the giant laser. This is called the Laboratory for Laser Energetics. We got a huge grant from the NSF to use that laser to slam tiny pieces of silicon to understand what the conditions are like at the center of the Earth, or even more importantly, the center of super Earths. Like this is what's wild. The most common kind of planet in the universe, we don't have in our solar system, which is amazing, right? So we've been able to study enough or observe enough planets now to get a census. We kind of have an idea of who's average, who's weird. And our solar system's weird because the average planet has a mass somewhere between a few times the mass of the Earth to maybe 10 times the mass of the Earth, and that's exactly where there are no planets in our solar system. So the smaller ones of those we call super Earths. The larger ones we call sub-Neptunes. And they're anybody's guess. We don't really know what happens to material when you're squeezed to those pressures, which is like millions, tens of millions of times the pressure on the surface of the Earth. So those details really will matter of what's going on in there, because that will determine whether or not you have, say, for example, plate tectonics. We think plate tectonics may have been really important for life on Earth, for the evolution of complex life on Earth. So it turns out, and this is sort of the next generation where we're going with the understanding the evolution of planets and life. It turns out that you actually have to think hard about the planetary context for life. You can't just be like, oh, there's a warm pond, and then some interesting, chemistry happens in the warm pond. You actually have to think about the planet as a whole and what it's gone through in order to really understand whether a planet is a good place for life or not.
Why do you think plate tectonics might be useful for the formation of complex life?
There's a bunch of different things. One is that, the Earth went through a couple of phases of being a snowball planet. We went into a period of glaciation where pretty much the entire planet was under ice. The oceans were frozen. Early on in Earth's history, there was barely any land. We were actually a water world. It was just a couple of Australia-sized cratons, they called them, protocontinents. So those, we went through these snowball Earth phases. And if it wasn't for the fact that we had kind of an active plate tectonics, which had a lot of volcanism on it, we could have been locked in that forever. Like once you get into a snowball state, a planet can be trapped there forever, which is, yeah, maybe you already had life form, but then because it's so cold, you may never get anything more than just microbes. Right? So what plate tectonics does, because it fosters more volcanism, is that you're going to get carbon dioxide pumped into the atmosphere, which warms the planet up and gets you out of the snowball Earth phase. But there's even more really important things. I just finished a paper where we were looking at something called the hard steps model, which is this model that's been out there for a long time that purports to say intelligent life in the universe will be really rare. And it made all these assumptions about the Earth's history, particularly the history of life and the history of the planet, that have nothing to do with each other. And it turns out, as I was doing the reading for this, that Earth probably early on had a more mild form of plate tectonics, and then somewhere about 1 billion years ago, it ramped up. And that ramping up changed everything on the planet. Because here's a funny thing: the Earth used to be flat. That's what I mean by that, right? All the flat earthers out there can get excited for 1 second.
Flip it.
What I mean by that is that there really weren't many mountain ranges, right? The beginning of, I think the term is orogenesis, mountain building, true Himalayan-style giant mountains, didn't happen until this more robust form of plate tectonics, where the plates are really being driven around the planet. And that is when you get the crusts hitting each other, and they start pushing, into these Himalayan-style mountains. The weathering of that, the erosion of that, puts huge amounts of nutrients, things that microbes want to use, into the oceans, and then what we call the net primary productivity, the bottom of the food chain, how much sugars they're producing, how much photosynthesis they're doing, shot up by a factor of almost 1,000, right? So the fact that you had plate tectonics supercharged evolution in some sense. Like we're not exactly sure how it happened, but it's clear that the amount of life, the amount of living activity that was happening, really got a boost from the fact that suddenly there was this new vigorous form of plate tectonics.
So it's nice to have turmoil in terms of temperature, in terms of surface geometries, in terms of the chemistry of the planet, turmoil.
Yeah, that's actually really true, because what happens is, if you look at the history of life, that's an excellent point you bring up. If you look at the history of life on Earth, we get abiogenesis somewhere around at least 3.8 billion years ago. And that's the first microbes. They kind of take over enough that they really do get a biosphere that's actively changing the planet. But then you go through this period they call before in billion, where it's 1 billion years and it's just microbes. Nothing's happening. It's just microbes. I mean, they're just microbes are doing amazing things. They're inventing fermentation. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. But it's not until sort of you get probably these continents slamming into each other, you really get the beginning of continents forming and driving change that evolution has to respond to. On a planetary scale, this turmoil, this chaos, is creating new niches as well as closing other ones. And biology, evolution has to respond to that. And somewhere around there is when you get the Cambrian explosion, when suddenly everybody plan, evolution goes on an orgy essentially. So yeah, it does look like that chaos, that turmoil, was actually very helpful to evolution.
I wonder if there's some extremely elevated levels of chaos, almost like catastrophes, behind every leap of evolution. Like you're not going to have leaps. Like in human societies, where like an ion that comes up with a good idea, but it feels like on an evolutionary time scale, you need some real big drama going on for the evolutionary system to have to come up with a solution to that drama, like an extra complex solution to that drama.
Well, I think I'm not sure if that's true. I don't know if it needs to be like almost extinction events, right? Because it's certainly true that we have gone through almost extinction events, or we've had 5 mass extinctions. But you don't necessarily see that there was this giant evolutionary leap happening after those. So with the comet impact, the KT boundary, certainly lots of niches opened up, and that's why we're here, right? Because our ancestors were just basically rodents, rats, living under the footsteps of the dinosaurs, and it was that comet impact that opened the route for us. But it wasn't. I mean, it still took another 65 million years. It wasn't like this thing immediately happened. But what we found with this hard step, because the whole idea of the hard step was, it was one of these anthropic reasoning kinds of things, where Brandon Carter said, "Oh, look, the intelligence doesn't show up on Earth until about almost close to when the end of the sun's lifetime. And so he's like, well, there should be no reason why the sun's lifetime and the time for evolution to produce intelligence should be the same. And so therefore he goes through all this reasoning, anthropic reasoning, and he ends up with the idea that, like, oh, it must be that the odds of intelligence are super low. And so that's the hard steps, right? So there was a series of steps in evolution that were, very, very hard. And because of that, you can calculate some probability distributions. And everybody loves a good probability distribution. They went a long way with this. But it turns out that the whole thing is flawed because when you look at it, of course the time scale for the sun's evolution and the time scale for evolution on life are coupled, because life and the time scale for evolution of the Earth is about the same time scale of the evolution as the sun. It's billions of years. The Earth evolves over billions of years. And life and the Earth co-evolve. That's what Brandon Carter can see, is that actually the fate of the Earth and the fate of life are inextricably combined. And this is really important for astrobiology too. Life doesn't happen on a planet; it happens to a planet. This is something that Grinspoon and Sarah Walker both say. I agree with this. It's a really nice way of putting it. Plate tectonics, the evolution of oxygen, of an oxygen atmosphere, which only happened because of life. These things, these are things that are happening where life and the planet are sort of sloshing back and forth. And so rather than, to your point about do you need giant catastrophes, maybe not giant catastrophes, but what happens is as the Earth and life are evolving together, windows are open, evolutionary windows. Like, for example, life put oxygen into the atmosphere. When life invented this new form of photosynthesis about 2.5 billion years ago that broke water apart to, work to do its chemical shenanigans, it broke water apart and pushed oxygen into the atmosphere. That's why there's oxygen in the atmosphere, only because of life. That opened up huge possibilities, new spaces for evolution to happen. It also changed the chemistry of the planet. So the introduction of oxygen photosynthesis changed the planet forever, and it opened up a bunch of windows for evolution that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Like, for example, you and I, we need that amount of oxygen. Big brain creatures need an oxygen-rich atmosphere because oxygen is so potent for metabolism. So you couldn't get intelligent creatures 100 million years after the planet.
So really, on the scale of the planet, there's billions, trillions of organisms on a planet. They can actually have planetary scale impact.
Yes.
So the chemical shenanigans of an individual organism, when scaled out to trillions, can actually change a planet.
Yeah, and we know this for a fact. So there was this thing, Gaia theory, with James Lovelock introduced in the 70s, and then Lynn Margulis, the biologist Lynn Margulis, the other. So this Gaia theory was the idea that planets pretty much life takes over a planet, like hijacks a planet in a way that the sum total of life creates these feedbacks between the planet and the life, such that it keeps the planet habitable. It's kind of a homeostasis, right? I can go out outside, it's 100 degrees, right? And I go outside, but my internal temperature is going to be the same. And I can go back to, Rochester, New York in the winter, and it's going to be, 0 degrees, but my internal temperature is going to be the same. That's homeostasis. The idea of Gaia theory was that life, the biosphere, exerts this pressure on the planet, or these feedbacks on the planet, that even as other things are changing, the planet will always stay in the right kinds of conditions for life. Now, when this theory came out, it was very controversial. People were like, oh my God, he's smoking weed, and there were all these Gaian festivals with Gaian dances. And so, it became very popular in the New Age community. But Lovelock, actually, they were able to show that, no, this has nothing to do with the planet being conscious or anything. It was about these feedbacks that the biology, the biosphere can exert these feedbacks. And now that's become, whether or not, we're still unclear whether there are true Gaian feedbacks, in the sense that the planet can really exert complete control. But it is absolutely true that the biosphere is a major player in Earth's history.
So the biosphere fights for homeostasis on Earth.
What I would say right now is, I don't know if I can say that scientifically. I can certainly say that the biosphere does a huge amount of the regulation of the planetary state, and over billions of years has strongly modified So whether or not a true Gaian feedback would be exactly what it's saying, right? The biosphere uses somehow, and Sarah Walker and David Grinspan actually did a paper on this about the idea of planetary intelligence or cognition across a planetary scale. And I think that actually is possible. It's not conscious, but there is a kind of cognitive activity going on. The biosphere, in some sense, knows what is happening because of these feedbacks. So it's still unclear whether we have these full Gaian feedbacks, but we certainly have semi-Gaian feedback. If there's a perturbation on the planetary scale, temperature, insolation, sunlight's coming in, the biosphere will start to have feedbacks that will damp that perturbation. Temperature goes up, the biosphere starts doing something, temperature comes down.
Well, I wonder if the technosphere also has a Gaian feedback or elements of Gaian feedback, such that the technosphere will also fight to some degree for homeostasis. Open question, I guess.
Well, I'm glad you asked, because that paper that David and Sarah and I wrote, what we were arguing with is that over the history of a planet, right, when life first forms, 3.8 billion years ago, it's kind of thin on the ground, right? You've got the first species, these are all microbes, and they have not yet, they're not going to enough of them to exert any kind of these Gaian feedback. So we call that an immature biosphere. Mm-hmm. But then as time goes on, as life becomes more robust and it begins to exert these feedbacks, keeping the planet in the place where it needs to be for life, we call that a mature biosphere. Right? And the important thing, and I'm sure later on we're going to talk about definitions of life and such, there's this great term called autopoiesis that Francisco Varela, the neurobiologist Francisco Varela, came up with. And he said, one of the defining things about life is this property of autopoiesis, which means self-creating and self-maintaining. Life does not create the conditions which will destroy itself, right? It's always trying to keep itself in a place where it can stay alive. So the biosphere, from this Gaian perspective, has been autopoietic for billions of years. Now, we just invented this technosphere in the last couple of hundred years. And what we were arguing in that paper is that it's an immature technosphere, right? Because right now, with climate change and all the other things we're doing, we're just the technosphere right now is sort of destroying the conditions under which it needs to maintain itself. So the real job for us, if we're going to last over, geologic timescales, if we want a technosphere that's going to last tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years, then we've got to become mature, which means to not undermine the conditions, to not subvert the conditions that you need to stay alive. So as of right now, I'd say we're not autopoietic.
Well, I wonder if you look across thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, that perturbations, the technosphere should create perturbation as a way for developing greater and greater defenses against perturbations, which sounds like a ridiculous statement, but basically go out and play in the yard and hurt yourself to strengthen or like drink water from the pond.
From the pond, yeah, right.
To strengthen the immune system.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting with the technosphere, we can talk about this more, but we're just emerging as a technosphere in terms of as a interplanetary technosphere, right? That's really the next step for us, is to, David Grinspan talks about, I love this idea of anti-accretion, like this amazing thing that for the first time, over the entire history of the planet, stuff is coming off the planet, right? It used to be everything just fell down, all the meteorites fell down. But now we're starting to push stuff out. And with the idea of planetary defense or such, we are actually going to start exerting perturbations on the solar system as a whole. We're going to start engineering it if we make it, right? I always like to say that if we can get through climate change, the prize at the end is the solar system, right? So we will we'll be literally engineering the solar system. But what you can think of right now with what's happening with the Anthropocene, the great acceleration that is the technosphere, is the creator. That is a giant perturbation on the biosphere, right? And what you can't do is, the technosphere sits on top of the biosphere, and if the technosphere undermines the biosphere for its own conditions of habitat, then you're in trouble, right? I mean, the biosphere is not going away. There's nothing to do. Like, the idea that we have to save the Earth is a little ridiculous. So the Earth is not a furry little bunny that we need to get rid of. But it's the conditions for us, right? Humanity emerged out of the Holocene, the last 10,000 years interglacial period. We can't tolerate very different kinds of Earths. So that's what I mean about a perturbation.
before we forget, I got to ask you about this paper. Pretty interesting. There's an interesting table here about heart steps, abiogenesis, glucose fermentation to prolific acid, all kinds of steps, all the way to Homo sapiens, animal intelligence, land ecosystems, endoskeletons, eye precursor, so formation of the eye,
Yeah.
complex multicellularity.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, what can you say about this chart? There are all kinds of papers talking about what the difficulty of these steps.
Right, and so this was the idea. So what Carter said was, we're using anthropic reasoning. He said there must be a few very hard steps for evolution to get through to make it to intelligence, right? So there's some steps are going to be easy. So every generation, you roll the dice. Yeah, it won't take long for you to get that step. But there must be a few of them. And he said you could even calculate how many there were, 5, 6, in order to get to intelligence. And so this paper here is all these different people who've written all these papers. And this is the point, actually. You can see all these papers that were written on the hard steps, each one proposing a different set of what those steps should be. And there's this other idea from biology of the major transitions in evolution, MTEs, that those were the hard steps. But what we actually found was that none of those are actually hard. The whole idea of hard steps, that there are hard steps, is actually suspect. So, what's amazing about this model is it shows how important it is to actually work with people who are in the field, right? So, Brandon Carter was a brilliant physicist, the guy who came up with this. And then lots of physicists and astrophysicists like me have used this, but the people who actually study evolution and the planet were never involved, right? And if you went and talked to an evolutionary biologist or a biogeophysicist, they'd look at you when you explain this to them, and they'd be like, "What? Like, what are you guys doing?" Turns out none of the details or none of the conceptual structure of this matches with what the people actually study the planet as evolution.
Is it mostly about the fact that there's not really discrete big steps? It's a gradual, continual kind of process.
Well, there's two things. The first most important one was that the planet and the biosphere have evolved together. That's something that every, most biogeophysicists completely accept. And it was the first thing that Carter kind of rejected. He said, no, that's probably not. And yet, if you'd only sort of had more discussions with this other community, it would seem like, no, there are actually windows of it. And then the next thing is this idea of whether a step is hard or not. Because for a hard, what we mean by a hard step is that, like I said, every time there's a generation, every time there's the next generation, you're rolling the dice on whether this mutation will happen. And the idea of something being a hard step, there's two ways in which something might even appear as a hard step and not be, or actually not be a hard step at all. One is that you see something that has occurred in evolution that's only happened once, right? So let's take the opposite. You see something that's happened multiple times, like wings. Lots of examples of wings over lots of different evolutionary lineages. That's clearly not hard. Making wings is not a hard step. There are certain other things that people say, no, that's a hard step. Oxygen, there are oxygen photosynthesis. But they tend to be so long ago that we've lost all the information. There could be other things in the fossil record that, made this innovation, but they're just gone now. You can't tell from this information. The other thing is the idea of pulling up the ladder, that somebody, some species makes the innovation, but then it fills the niche and nobody else can do it again. So yeah, it only happened once, but it happened once because basically the creature was so successful, it took over and there was no space for anybody else to go on. So yeah, so the interesting thing about this was seeing how much, once you look at the details of life's history on Earth, how it really shifts you away from this hard steps model. And it shows you that those details, like we're talking about, like, do you have to know about the planet? Do you have to know about plate tectonics? Yeah, you're going to have to.
I mean, to be fair to Carter on the first point, it makes it much more complicated if life and the planet are co-evolving. Because it would be nice to consider the planet as a static thing that sets the initial conditions.
Yeah.
And then we can sort of, from an outside perspective, analyze planets based on the initial conditions they create, and then there's a binary yes or no, will it create life? But if they co-evolve, it's just like it's a really complex dynamical system where everything becomes much more difficult from the perspective of SETI, looking out there and trying to figure out which ones are actually producing life.
But I think we're at the point now. So now there may be other kinds of principles that actually, because coevolution actually has its own, not deterministic. You're done with determinism, right? But complex systems have patterns. Complex systems have constraints, and that's actually what we're going to be looking for, are constraints on them. And so, and again, nothing against Carter. It was a brilliant idea, but it just goes to show, there's this great XTC. I'm a theoretical physicist, right? And so I love give me a simplified model with, it's a dynamical equation, some initial conditions. I'm very happy. But there's this great XTC comic where, somebody's working something out on the board, and this physicist is looking over and saying, I just wrote down an equation for that. I solved your problem. Like, do you guys even have a journal for this? Subtitles like why everybody hates this. Yeah. So sometimes that approach totally works. Sometimes physicists can be very good at zooming in on what is important and casting the details aside so you can get to the heart of an issue. And that's very useful sometimes. Other times it obfuscates, right? Other times it clouds over actually what you needed to focus on, especially when it comes to complexity.
Speaking of simplifying everything down to an equation, let's return back to the question of how many alien civilizations are out there and talk about the Drake equation. Can you explain the Drake equation?
People have various feelings about the Drake equation. It can be abused, but basically it was the story actually is really interesting. So Frank Drake in 1960 does the first ever astrobiological experiment. He gets a radio telescope, points it at a couple of stars, and listens for signals. That was the first time anybody done any experiment about any kind of life in the history of humanity. And he does it, and he's kind of waiting for everybody to make fun of him. Until he gets a phone call from the government that says, "Hey, we want you to have a meeting on interstellar communications." He's like, "Okay." So they organize a meeting with just 8 people, and young Carl Sagan is going to be there as well. And the night before, Drake has to come up with an agenda. How do you come up with an agenda for a meeting on a topic that no one's ever talked about before? And so he breaks what he does what's so brilliant about the Drake equation is he breaks the problem of how many civilizations are out there into a bunch of sub-problems. Right? And he breaks it into 7 sub-problems. Each one of them is a factor in an equation that when you multiply them all together, you get the number of civilizations out there that we can communicate. So the first term is the rate at which stars form. The second term is the fraction of those stars that have planets. The next term is the number of planets in the habitable zone, the place where we think life could form. The next term after that is the fraction of those planets where actually an abiogenesis event, life forms, occurs. The next one is the fraction of planets on which you start to get intelligence. After that, it's the fraction of planets where that intelligence goes on to create civilization. And then finally, the last term, which is the one that we really care about, is the lifetime. How long you have a civilization, and how long you have.
We say we
humans, right? Because we're staring at multiple guns pointed at us. Nuclear war, climate change, AI. So how long in general does civilizations last? Now, each one of these terms, what was brilliant about what he did was, what he was doing was he was quantifying our ignorance, right? By breaking the problem up into these 7 sub-problems, he gave astronomers something to do, right? And so, this is always with the new research field. You need a research program, or else you just have a bunch of vague questions, don't even know really what you're trying to do. So, the star people could figure out how many stars were forming per year. The people who were interested in planets could go out and find techniques to discover planets, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, these are their own fields. Essentially, by creating this equation, he's launching new fields.
That's exactly. He gave astrobiology, which wasn't even a term, a roadmap. Like, okay, you guys go do this, you go do that, you go do that. And it had such far-reaching effect on astrobiology because it did break the problem up in a way that gave useful, sort of marching orders for all these different groups. Like, for example, it's because of the Drake equation, in some sense, that people who were involved in SETI pushed NASA to develop the technologies for planet hunting. There was this amazing meeting in 1978, 1972 meetings, 1978 and 1979, that were driven in some part by the people who were involved in SETI, getting NASA together to say, look, how, what's the roadmap for us to develop technology? So, the Drake equation is foundational for astrobiology. But we should remember that it's not a law of nature, right? It's not something it's not E equals MC squared. So you can see it being abused in some sense. People, it's generated a trillion papers. Some of those papers are good, like some of those, and some of those papers are bad. I'm not sure where my paper fits in on this. I'm saying, one should be careful about what you're using it for. But in terms of understanding the problem that astrobiology faces, this really broke it up in a useful way.
We can talk about each one of these, but let's just look at exoplanets.
Yeah.
So that's a really interesting one. I think when you look back, hundreds of years from now, was it the 90s when they first detected the first?
92 and 95. 95 to me was the discovery of the first planet orbiting a sun-like star. To me, that was the water that found it.
I think that's like one of the greatest discoveries in the history of science.
I agree.
Right now, I guess nobody's celebrating it too much because you don't know what it really means. But I think once we almost certainly will find life out there, it will obviously allow us to generalize across the entire galaxy, the entire universe. So if you can find life on a planet, even in the solar system, you can now start generalizing across the entire universe.
Yeah, all you need is one. Like right now, it's an any. Our understanding of life, we have one example. We have n equals 1 example of life. So that means we could be an accident, right? It could be that we're the only place in the entire universe where this weird thing called life has occurred. Get one more example, and now because if you have one more example, now you don't have to find all the other examples. You just know that it's happened more than once, and now you are, from a Bayesian perspective, you can start thinking like, this life is not something that's hard to make.
Well, let me get your sense of estimates for the Drake equation. You also written a paper expanding on the Drake equation, but what do you think? What do you think is the answer?
So there was this paper we wrote, Woody Sullivan, in 2016, where we said, look, we have all this exoplanet data, right? So the thing that exoplanet science and the exoplanet census I was talking about before have nailed is F sub T, the fraction of stars that have planets. It's 1. Every freaking star that you see in the sky hosts a family of worlds. I mean, mind-boggling. Because every one of those are all places, right? They're either, gas giants, probably with moons, so the moons are places you can stand and look up, or they're like terrestrial worlds, where even if there's not life, there's still snow falling, and there's oceans washing up on shorelines. It's incredible to think how many places and stories there are out there. So right, the first term was F sub T, which is how many stars have planets. The next term is how many planets are in the habitable zone, right, on average. And it turns out to be 1/5. Right? So, around 0.2. So that means you just count 5 of them, go out at night and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of them has an Earth-like planet, in the habitable zone. Like, whoa.
So what defines a habitable zone?
Habitable zone is an idea that was developed in the 1950s by the Trent. And it was a brilliant idea. It said, look, this is I can do this simple calculation. If I take a planet and just stick it at some distance from a star, what's the temperature of the planet? What's the temperature of the surface? So now all you're going to ask, you give it a standard kind of Earth-like atmosphere and ask, could there be liquid water on the surface? Right? We believe that liquid water is really important for life. There could be other things that's happening fine, but if you were to start out trying to make life, you'd probably choose water as your solvent. So basically, the habitable zone is the band of orbits around a star where you can have liquid water on the surface. You could take a glass of water, pour it on the surface, and it would just cool up. It would freeze immediately, which would happen if your planet is too far out, and it would just boil away if your planet is too close. So that's the formal definition of the habitable zone. So it's a nice, strict definition. There's probably way more going on than that, but this is a place to start. Right?
Well, we should say it's a place to start. I do think it's too strict.
I would agree.
We're talking about temperature where water can be on the surface. There's so many other ways to get the aforementioned turmoil, where the temperature varies, whether it's volcanic, it's an interaction of volcanoes and ice, all of this on the moons, planets that are much farther away, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, for example, we know in our own solar system, we have, say, Europa, the moon of Jupiter, which has got a 100-mile deep ocean under 10 miles of ice, right? That's not in the habitable zone. That is outside the habitable zone. and that may be the best place. It's got more water than Earth does. All of its oceans are, it's twice as much water on Europa than there is on Earth. So, that may be a really great place for life to form, and it's outside the habitable zone. So, the habitable zone is a good place to start, and it helps us. And there's reasons why you do want to focus on habitable zone, because like Europa, I won't be able to see from across telescopic distance, across light years. I wouldn't be able to see life on Europa because it's under 10 miles of ice, right? So, with the important thing about planets in the habitable zone is that we're thinking they have atmospheres. Atmospheres are the things we can characterize across 10, 50 light years, and we can see biosignatures that we're going to talk about. So there is a reason why the habitable zone becomes important for the detection of extrasolar light.
But for me, when I look up at the stars, it's very likely there's habitable planet forming in each of the stars. Habitable defined broadly.
Yeah, I think that's not unreasonable to say. I mean, especially since the formal definition, you get 1 in 5, right? 1 in 5 is a lot. There's a lot of stars in the sky. So, yeah, saying that in general, when I look at a star, there's a pretty good chance that there's something habitable orbiting it. It's not a unreasonable scientific claim.
To me, it seems like there should be alien civilizations everywhere. Why Fermi paradox? Why haven't we seen it?
Okay, the Fermi paradox. I love talking about the Fermi paradox because there is no Fermi paradox. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so the Fermi paradox, let's talk about the Fermi paradox and the history of it. Enrico Fermi, it's 1950, he's walking with his friends at Los Alamos to the cantina, and there had been this cartoon in the New Yorker. They all read the New Yorker. And the cartoon was trying to explain why there had just been this rash of garbage cans being disappearing in New York. And this cartoon said, oh, it's UFOs. This is already, it's 1950, the first big UFO craze out. So they were laughing about this as they're walking. They started being physicists, started talking about interstellar travel, interstellar propulsion. Conversation goes on for a while. Conversation turns to something else. They've gone to things. About 40 minutes later, over lunch, Fermi blurts out, "Well, where is everybody?" Right? Typical Fermi sort of thing. He'd done the calculation in his head, and he suddenly realized that look, if intelligence is common, that even traveling at sublight speeds, a civilization could cross, kind of hop from one star system to the other and spread it out across the entire galaxy in a few 100,000 years. And he realized this, and so he was like, why aren't they here now? And that was the beginning of the Fermi paradox. It actually got picked up as a formal thing in 1975 in a paper by Hart, where he actually kind of went through this calculation and showed and said, well, there's nobody here now, therefore there's nobody anywhere. Okay, so that is what we will call the direct Fermi paradox. Why aren't they here now? But something happened where people, after SETI began, where people started to, there was this idea of the Great Silence. People got this idea in their head that like, oh, we've been looking for decades now for signals of extraterrestrial life. We found that. Therefore, there's nothing else. So we'll call that the indirect Fermi paradox. And there absolutely is no indirect Fermi paradox. For the most mundane of reasons, which is money. There's never been any money to look. SETI was always done by researchers who were kind of like scabbing some time, some extra time from their other projects to, look a little bit, at the sky with a telescope. Telescopes are expensive. So Jason Wright, one of my collaborators, he and his students did a study where they looked at the entire search space for SETI. And imagine that's an ocean. All the different stars you have to look at, the radio frequencies you have to look at, when you look, how often you look. And they looked, then they summed up all the SETI searches that have ever been done. They went through the literature. And what they found was if that search space, if the sky is an ocean and you're looking for fish, how much of the ocean have we looked at? And it turns out to be a hot tub. That's how much of the ocean that we looked at. We dragged a hot tub's worth of ocean water up and there was no fish in it. And so now are we going to say, oh, well, there's no fish in the ocean? So there is absolutely, positively no indirect Fermi paradox. We just haven't looked. But we're starting to look. So that's, finally we're starting to look. That's what's exciting. The direct Fermi paradox, there are so many ways out of it, right? There's a book called 77 Solutions to the Fermi Paradox that it just, you can pick your favorite one. It just doesn't carry a lot of weight because there's so many ways around. We did an actual simulation, like with Johnson Carroll, one of my collaborators. We actually simulated the galaxy, and we simulated probes moving at sublight speed from one star to the other, gathering resources, heading to the next one. And so we could actually track the expansion wave across the galaxy, have one abiogenesis event, and then watch the whole galaxy get colonized or settled. And it is absolutely true that that wave crosses, Hart was right, Fermi was right, that wave crosses very quickly. But civilizations don't last forever, right? So one question is, when did they come there? Right? So if you give civilizations a finite lifetime, let them last 10,000, 100,000 years, what you find is you now have a steady state. Civilizations are dying, they're coming back, they're traveling between the stars. What you find then is you can have big holes open there. You can have regions of space where there is nobody for millions of years. And so if we're living in one of those bubbles right now, then maybe we were visited, but we were visited 100 million years ago. And there was a paper that Gavin Schmidt and I did that showed that if there was a civilization, whether it was like dinosaurs or aliens that was here 100 million years ago, there's no way to know. There's no record left over. The fossil record is too sparse. The only way maybe you could tell is by looking at the isotopic strata to see if there was anything reminiscent of an industrial civilization. But the idea that you'd be able to find iPhones or toppled buildings after 100 million years, there's no way.
So if there was an alien camp here,
yeah,
an alien village, a small civilization, right? Even a large civilization,
even a large civilization, even if it was 100 million years ago, and it lasted 10,000 years, fossil record's not going to happen. Yeah. The fossil record is too sparse, right? Most things don't fossilize. And 10,000 years is a blink in the eye of geological time. So Gavin called this the Silurian hypothesis after the Doctor Who episode with the living creatures, the Silurians. And so that paper got a lot of press. But it was it was an important idea. This was really Gavin's. I was just helping with the astrobiology. That to recognize that, we could have been visited a long time ago. There's just no record. Yeah, it's kind of mind blowing.
It's really mind blowing.
Yeah.
And it's also a good reminder that we've been intelligent species that have been here for a very short amount of time.
Yeah. This is not to say that there was whenever I get I was on Joe Rogan for exactly this paper, and I had to always emphasize we're not saying there was a Silurian, but we're saying that if there was, that's why I love Gavin's question. Gavin's question was just how could you tell, right? It was a very beautifully scientific question. That's what we were showing, that you really, unless you did a very specific kind of search, which nobody's done before, that there's not an obvious way to tell that there could have been civilizations that were really wrong.
I've actually been reading a lot about ancient civilizations, and it just makes me sad how much of the wisdom of that time is lost.
Yeah.
And how much guessing is going on, whether it's in South America, like what happened in the jungle.
Yeah, like the Amazon crop, that was, the history came and wiped everybody out, especially just even the plague, man, decimated. So yeah, how much of that civilization?
And there's a lot of theories, and because of archaeology only looks at cities, they don't really know the origins of humans. And there's a lot of really interesting theories, and they're of course controversial. There's a lot of controversial people in every discipline, but archaeology is a fascinating one because we know so little. They're basically storytellers. You're assembling a picture from just very few puzzle pieces. It's fascinating. It makes me. It's humbling and it's sad that there could be entire civilizations, ancient civilizations, that are either almost entirely or entirely lost.
Yeah, well, like the indigenous peoples of North America, they're like millions and millions. We get this idea that this Europeans came and it was empty, but it may have only been empty because the plague had swept up from what happened in Mesoamerica. So and they didn't really build cities, but they didn't build wooden or stone cities.
Everyone seems to be building pyramids, and they're really damn good at it. I don't know
What's that with the pyramids? Why does that apply? Like what archetype in our brain?
And it is also really interesting, speaking of archetypes, is that independent civilizations started, and they had a lot of similar kind of dynamics. Human nature, when it builds up hierarchies in a certain way, builds myths and religions in a certain way, builds pyramids in a certain way, goes versus war, all this
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Independently.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Santa Fe Institute, the stuff the Santa Fe Institute does on this, that's complex systems, the origin of hierarchies and such. Very cool.
Santa Fe folks. Complexity in general.
Really cool.
What phenomena emerge when a bunch of small things get together and interact. Going back to this paper, a new empirical constraint on the prevalence of technological species in the universe, this paper that expands on the Drake equation. What are some interesting things in this paper?
Well, so the main thing we were trying to do with this paper is say, look, we have all of this exoplanet data, right? It's got to be good for something, especially since two of the terms that have been nailed down empirically are two terms in the Drake equation. So F sub P, that's the second term, fraction of stars that have planets, and then N sub E, the average number of planets in the habitable zone. Those are the second and third term of the Drake equation. So what that means is all the astronomical terms are there. And so we said, like, okay, how do we use this to do something with the Drake equation? And so we realized is, well, okay, we got to get rid of time. The lifetime thing, we can't say anything about that. But if we don't ask how long they last, but instead ask, what's the probability that there have been any civilizations at all, no matter how long they last? I'm not asking whether they exist now or not. I'm just asking in general about probabilities to make a technological civilization anywhere and at any time in the history of the universe. And that we were able to constrain. And so what we found was basically that there have been 10 billion trillion habitable zone planets in the universe. And what that means is those are 10 billion trillion experiments that have been run. And the only way that we're the only time that this is, this whole process from, abiogen to civilization has occurred is if everyone was there. Right? So therefore you could put a probability, we call it the pessimism, right? We don't really know what nature sets for the probability of making intelligent civilization, right? But we could set a limit using this. We could say, look, as if the probability per habitable zone planet has been 10 to the minus 22, 1 then yeah, we're alone. If it's anywhere larger than that, then we're not the first. It's happened somewhere. That was mind-blowing. It doesn't tell me there's anybody nearby. The galaxy could be sterile. It just told me that, unless nature's really against, some bias against civilizations, we're not the first time this has happened. This has happened elsewhere over the course of cosmic history.
10 billion trillion experiments.
Yeah, that's a lot of experiments.
That's a lot.
Right.
1,000 is a lot.
Yeah.
100 is a lot. If we normal humans saw 100 experiments, we knew that at least one time there was a successful human civilization built. I mean, we would say for sure in 100 another.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. That's why. So this, these kinds of arguments have to be careful with what they can do. But what I felt like what this paper showed was that, the burden of proof is now on the pessimists, right? So that's why we call it the pessimism. There's been, throughout history, there's been, alien pessimists and alien optimists, and they've been yelling at each other. That's all they had to go with, right? Like Giordano Bruno and 1600, they burned the guy at the stake for being an alien optimist. But nobody really knew what pessimism or optimism meant. This, we sort of thought this was like the Planck length. This was sort of the Planck length of astrobiology. It gave you an actual number that, if you could somehow calculate what the probability, of forming a technological civilization was, this thing sort of shows you where the limit is. As long as you're above 10 to the minus 22, then you actually, absolutely, it has occurred in other civilizations have occurred in history.
So to me, at least, the big question is FE, which is basically abiogenesis. How hard is it for life to originate on the planet? Because all the other ones seem very likely. Everything seems very likely. The only open question for me is how hard is it for life to originate?
There's lots of ways to, again, don't know unless we look. And, you had Sarah walk around not too long ago. She's very interested in origins of life. So lots of people are working on this, but I think it's hard looking at the history of the Earth. Again, you can do Bayesian arguments on this. But yeah, forming life, I don't think it's hard. Getting like basic biology started, I don't think it's hard. It's still wild. It's an amazing process that actually I think requires some deep rethinking about how we conceptualize what life is and what life isn't. That's one of the things I like about Sarah's work. We're pursuing on a different level about life as that the only process or the only system that uses information. But still, regardless of all those kinds of details, life is probably that's my gut feeling.
Yeah, I mean, day by day this changes for me, but I just once you create bacteria, it's off to the races.
Yeah.
You're gonna get complex life. As long as you have enough time. Maybe that boring billion, but I just can't imagine a habitable planet not having a couple billion to spare.
Yeah, a couple years to spare. There is a mystery there about why did it take so long, like with the Cambrian explosion, but that may be again about these windows. That like it couldn't happen until the window, the planet and the life had evolved together enough that they together kind of opened the window for the next step. Intelligent life and how long technological civilizations. I think there's a big question about how long those last. And how I'm hopeful, but in terms of just like I think life is absolutely going to be gone. They're pretty confident.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely. I think again, if I look at everything, even advanced civilizations are common. So to me, then the only explanation is the L. Our galaxy is a graveyard of civilizations.
Yeah, you think about it, we've only been around, I mean, as a tech lot, truly, when we think about in Drake's definition, you had to have radio telescopes. It's been 100 years. And if we got another 10,000, 100,000 years of history, that would be, for us, that'd be pretty amazing, right? But that wouldn't be long enough to really top up the number of civilizations in the galaxy. So you really need it to be like hundreds of billions of years. And that raises a question which I am very interested in, which is how do you even talk about, I call it the billion-year civilization, right? How do we even begin to hypothesize or think about in any kind of systematic way what happens to a technological civilization across hundreds of millions to a billion?
Yeah, like how do you even simulate the trajectories that civilizations can take across that kind of time scale? When all the data we have is just for the 10,000 years or so, 20,000 years, humans have been building civilizations. And just, I don't know what you put it at, but maybe 100 years that we've been technological.
We're ready to blow ourselves to bits or, drive ourselves off the planet. Yeah, no, it's really interesting. But there's got to be a way. I think that's really a frontier. So you had David Kipping on not too long ago. And David and I did a paper, and Caleb Sharp, David really drove this, where we, it was a Bayesian calculation to sort of ask the question, if you were to find a detection, if you were to find a signal or, a techno signature, would that come from a civilization that was younger, more age, or older? And you could see, I mean, this is not hard to do, but it was great. The formalism was hard, it's kind of intuitive, but the formalism was hard to show that, yeah, they're older, probably much older. So that means you really do need to think about, like, okay, how do billion-year civilizations manifest themselves? What signatures will they be? And yeah, what's so cool about it? It's so much fun because you have to imagine the unimaginable. Would you still? I mean, obviously, biological evolution can happen on those kinds of time scales. So you wouldn't even really be the same thing you started out with. But social forms, what kind of social forms can you imagine that would be continuous over that? Or maybe they wouldn't be continuous. They drop out. They destroy themselves and they come back. So maybe it's it's a punctuated evolution. But we got to this is the fun part. We have to sort of work this out.
Well, one way to approach that question is like, what are the different ways to achieve homeostasis as you get greater and greater technological innovation? So like if you expand out into the universe and you have optocardiac scale, what are the ways you can avoid destroying yourself? Just achieve stability while still growing.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's an interesting question. I think it's probably simulated.
Could be. I mean, agent-based modeling, you could do it with that. So, our group has used agent-based modeling to do something like the Fermi paradox. That was agent-based modeling. But you can also do this. People at Santa Fe have done this. Other groups have done this to use agent-based modeling to track the formation of hierarchies, the formation of stable hierarchies. So I think it's actually very doable. But understanding the kind of assumptions and principles that are going into it, what you can extract from those, that is what is sort of the frontier.
Do you think if humans colonize Mars, the dynamic between the civilization on Earth and Mars will be fundamentally different than the dynamic between individual nations on Earth right now. That's the thing to load into the simulation, the agent-based simulation we're talking about.
If we settle it, Mars will very quickly become its own nation.
Well, no, there's already going to be nations on Mars. That's guaranteed.
Yeah,
When
they'll be
we
their own.
have 2 million people, when we have 1 million people, there's going to be 2 tribes.
Right.
And then they're going to start fighting.
Right.
And the question is interplanetary fighting. How quickly does that happen? And does it have a different nature to it? Distances, you know?
Are you a fan of The Expanse? Have you watched The Expanse? Great show. Because it's all about I highly recommend to everybody. It's based on a series of books that are excellent. It's on Prime, 6 seasons. And it's basically about the settled solar system. It takes place about 300 years from now. And the entire solar system is settled. And it is the best show about interplanetary politics. The first season, actually, the journal, Foreign Affairs, said the best show on TV about politics. It takes place. It's interplanetary. So yeah, I think, human beings being human beings, yes, there will be warfare, there will be conflict. And I don't think it'll be necessarily all that different. And, because really, I think within a few hundred years, we will have lots of people in the solar system. And it doesn't even have to be on Mars. We did a paper where we looked at I wanted to know about whether an idea of the Expanse was really possible. In the Expanse, the asteroid belt, what they've done is they colonized the asteroid belt by hollowing out the asteroids and spinning them up and living on the inside, right? And they have the Coriolis space. I thought, wow, what a cool idea. And when I ran the blog for NPR, I actually talked to the guys and said, could calculate this, see whether it's possible. Sadly, it's not possible. The rock is just not strong enough that if you tried to spin it up to the speed you need to get 1/3 gravity, which is what I think the minimum you need for human beings, the rock would just fall apart and break. But we came up with another idea, which was that if you take small asteroids, put a giant bag around them, a nanofiber bag, and spin those up, it would inflate the bag, and then even a small couple of kilometer wide asteroid would expand out to, you could get like a Manhattan's worth of material inside. So forget about even colonizing Mars, space stations, right, or space habitats with millions of people in them. So anyway, the point is that I think, within a few hundred years, it is not unimaginable that there will be millions, if not billions, of people living in the solar system.
You think most of them will be in space habitats versus on Mars on the planetary surface?
It's a lot easier on some level, right? It depends on with nanofabrication and such. But getting down to gravity well is hard, right? So there's a certain way in which there's a lot easier to build real estate out of the asteroids. But we'll probably do both. I think what will happen is, the next, should we make it through climate change, nuclear war, or the other, and AI, the next 1,000 years of human history is the solar system, right? And so, I think we'll settle every nook and cranny we possibly can. And it's, it's a beautiful, what I love about what's hopeful about it is this idea you're going to have all of these pockets. And, I'm sure there's going to be a Mormon space habitat, there's going to be whatever you want, a libertarian space habitat. Everybody's going to be able to kind of create, there'll be lots of experiments in human flourishing. And those kinds of experiments will be really useful for us to sort of figure out better ways for us to interact and have maximum flourishing, maximum wellness, maximum democracy, maximum freedom.
Do you think that's a good backup solution to go out into space to avoid the possibility of humans destroying themselves completely?
Well, I think, I want to be always careful with that because, like I said, it's centuries that we're talking about. So, the problem with climate change, and the words breathing down our necks now. So it's not trying to establish a base on Mars is going to be so hard that it is not even close to being self-sufficient for a couple of, a century at least. So it's not like a backup plan now. We have to solve the problem of climate change. We have to deal with it. There's still enough nuclear weapons to really do more, horrific things to the planet for human beings. So I don't think it's like a backup plan in that way. But I do think, like I said, it's the prize. It's, if we get through this, then we get the entire solar system to sort of play around in and experiment and do really cool things.
Well, I think it'd be a lot less than a couple of centuries if there's a urgency, like a real urgency, like a catastrophe, like maybe a small nuclear war breaks out where it's like, holy shit, for sure a bigger one is looming.
Yeah.
Maybe geopolitically, the war between China and the United States escalates, but there's this tension that builds and builds and builds, and it becomes more obvious that we need to really.
I think my only dilemma with that is that I just think that a self-sufficient base is so far away that, like, say you start doing that, and then there is a full-scale nuclear exchange. That base is, it's not going to last because the self-sufficiency requires a kind of an economy, like literally a material economy that we are so far from with Mars, that we are centuries from. Like I said, 3 centuries, which is not that long, 2 to 3 centuries. Look at 1820, nobody had traveled faster than 60 miles an hour unless they were falling off a cliff, right? And now we routinely travel at 500 miles an hour. But it is sort of centuries long. So that's why I think we'd be better off trying to solve these problems than, I think the odds that we're going to be able to create a self-sufficient colony on Mars before that threat comes to head is small. So we'd have to deal with the threat.
That's an interesting scientific and engineering question of how to create a self-sufficient colony on Mars or out in space, space habitat, like where Earth entirely could be destroyed.
Yeah. Because it's really what about, thinking about complex systems, right? A space habitat, would have to be as robust as an ecosystem, as the kind of thing you see a pond, all the different webs of interactions. That's why I always think that, this process of going out into space is actually with climate change and with thinking about making a more sustainable version of human civilization. Because you really have to think about these webs, the complexity of these webs, and recognize the biosphere has been doing this forever. The biosphere knows how to do this, right? And so, how do we build a vibrant, powerful technosphere that also doesn't, mess with the biosphere, capacity to support our technosphere? So, by doing this, by trying to build space habitats, in some sense, you're thinking about building a small-scale version of this. But I think the two problems are going to feedback on each other.
Well, there's also the other possibility of, like the movie Darren Aronofsky's Postcards from Earth, where we can create this kind of life gun that just shoots, as opposed to engineering everything.
Yeah.
Basically seeding life on a bunch of places and letting life do its thing, which is really good at doing, it seems like. So as opposed to, like, with a space habitat, you basically have to build the entire biosphere and technosphere,
Right.
the whole
thing.
Yeah. If you just take the aforementioned cockroach with some bacteria, place it in Europa, I think you'd be surprised what happens.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, if you put a huge amount of bacteria, like a giant number of organisms from Earth into on Mars, on some of these moons of the other planets in the solar system, I feel like some of them would actually find a way to survive.
The moon is hard because the moon is just like, there's no, the moon may be really hard. But, I wonder if somebody's done these experiments, right? Like how, because we know they're extremophiles, right? We know that you can go down, 10 miles below the Earth's surface, and there are things where there's no sunlight. There's, the conditions are so extreme, and there's lots of microbes having a great time living off the radioactivity, in the rocks. But, they had lots of time to evolve to those conditions. So I'm not sure if you dumped a bunch of bacteria, so somebody must have done these experiments. Like, how fast could microbial evolution occur under harsh conditions that you maybe get somebody who figures out, okay, I can do this. I think the moon's too much because it's so sterile. But, Mars, I don't know, maybe. I don't know. That's an interesting idea.
I wonder if somebody has that.
Yeah, you think somebody would. Like, let's make a bunch of microbes.
Take the harshest possible conditions of all different kinds, temperature, all this kind of stuff.
Right, pressure, salinity, and then just like dump a bunch of things that are not used to it, and then just see, does everybody just die? That's it.
The thing about life, it flourishes in a non-sterile environment. There's a bunch of options for resources, even if the conditions are super harsh. In the lab, I don't know if you can reconstruct harsh conditions plus options for survival. You know what I mean? Like you have to have the huge variety of resources that are always available on a planet somehow, even when it's in super harsh conditions. So that's actually not a trivial experiment. And I wouldn't even, if somebody did that experiment in the lab, I would be skeptical. It's like because I could see bacteria doesn't survive in this kind of temperature, then I'm like, I don't know.
Is there enough, right? Are there other options Like, if the condition
Rich enough, yeah.
There's an alternative, which is there's this great book by Kim Stanley Robinson called Aurora. So there's been a million century ship stories, like where Earth sends out a generation ship or century ship, and it goes to another planet, and they land, and they colonize. And on this one, they get all the way there, and they think the planet's going to be habitable, and it turns out that it's not habitable for Earth life. Like the idea, there's like bacteria or prions actually that just kill people in the simplest way. And the important thing about this book was the idea that life is actually very tied to its climate. It may not be so easy. I just thought it was a really interesting idea. I'm not saying it was very supportive, but that actually life reflects the planetary conditions. They're not the planetary, the planet itself, the whole lineage, the whole history of the biosphere. And it may not be so easy to just sort of be like, oh, just drop it over here and it'll, because the bacteria, even though they're individual examples of life, and they kind of believe this is the true unit of life. It's not DNA, not a cell. It's the biosphere. It's the whole of the unity. Yeah.
That's actually an interesting study. It's how you arrive from one planet to another. So we humans arrive to a planet that has a biosphere, maybe a atmosphere. What is the way to integrate without killing yourself
or the other one?
Or the other one. Let's just stick to biology. Like that's an interesting question. I don't know if we have a rigorous way of investigating that.
Because everything on life is, has the same lineage. We all come from Luca, the last universal common ancestor. And what you see is often in science fiction, people do things like, oh, well, it's okay because that that metabolism, that biochemistry is so different from ours that we can coexist because they don't even know each other. Right? And then the other version is you get there, you land, and it's the nose bleeds and you're dead.
Unfortunately, I think it's the latter.
Yeah, it sort of feels like
more like
alien kind of thing.
So as we look out there, according to the Drake equations we just discussed, it seems impossible to me that there's not civilizations everywhere. So how do we look at them? This process of setting.
My scientists have to just say, my gut feeling is that dumb life, so to speak, is common. I am a little agnostic about it. I can see ways in which intelligent civilizations may be smart. But until we got to go look. It's all armchair.
That's from a sort of rigorous scientific. From my raw science perspective, it seems again smoking the aforementioned weed. It's
after the fog.
I mean, honestly, it's really just seems impossible to me that there's not potentially dead but advanced civilizations everywhere in our galaxy.
Yeah. Potentially dead but at the rate, like making civilizations, they just don't last. So when we went out there, we find a lot of extinct
civilizations. The apex predators don't survive. They can't get better and better. But die, kill them for the rest of them. Anyway, so just how do we find them?
Yeah. So SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Technology, is a term that I am not fond of using anymore. I mean, some people in my field are, so I'm sorry, folks. But what I really like is the idea of techno-signatures. I think, to me, SETI is first of all, intelligence. We're not really looking for intelligence, we're looking for technology. And SETI, the classic idea of SETI is the radio telescopes, contact, Jodie Foster with the headphones. That whole thing is still it's still active, there's still great things going on with it, but suddenly this whole new window opened up. When we discovered exoplanets, we now found a new way to look for intelligence civilizations or life in general in a way that doesn't have any of the assumptions that have to go into the classic radio thing. And specifically what I mean is we're not looking for somebody sending us a beacon. We really needed that with the classic for a bunch of different reasons. You have to assume they wanted to be found and they were sending you intelligence. Now, because we know exactly where to look and we know exactly how to look, we can just go about looking for passive signatures of the civilization, going about its civilization in business, without asking whether they want to be contacted or not. So this is what we call a biosignature or a technosignature. It is an imprint in the light from the planet of the activity of a biosphere or a technosphere. And that's really important. That is why kind of the whole Gaia idea ends up being astrobiological. That biospheres and technospheres are so potent, they change the entire planet. And you can see that from 2011. So let's give an example of a biosignature to start off. oxygen, right? And on Earth, at least, we know that oxygen is only in the atmosphere because life put it there. If life went away, the oxygen, particularly oxygen and methane, that pair, they would disappear, very quickly. They'd react away. If you find a planet with oxygen and methane, that's a good bet. There's a biosphere there. Okay, what about technosphere? Technospheres, this is what, so I'm the investigator on the first grant NASA has ever given to do these kind of exoplanet technosignatures. And that was kind of, for reasons we can talk about, NASA had gotten shy about funding anything like that. But okay, what's an example of a technosignature? Well, one could be atmospheric pollution. I'm going to put pollution in quotes here, but it doesn't have to be pollution. But gases like chlorofluorocarbons. So we dumped a huge amount of chlorofluorocarbons into the atmosphere by mistake. It was affecting the ozone. But we put so much in there that actually, this is one of the things we did. We did a paper where we showed you could detect it across interstellar distances. You could look at the atmosphere, look at the light coming from a distant planet, pass the light through a spectrograph, and see the spectral lines, the spectral fingerprint of chlorofluorocarbons in an atmosphere. And that would for sure tell you that there was a technological civilization, because there's no other way to make chlorofluorocarbons except through some kind of industrial process.
So you're looking for, in the case of the biosphere, you're looking for anomalies in the spectrograph.
I don't necessarily call these anomalies. I'm looking for things that, for biosignature, I'm looking for things that a geosphere, right, that just rock and air wouldn't produce on its own.
What kind of chemicals would life produce?
Right, and that's part of that's the interesting thing, right? So that's what, so we can use Earth as an example, right? We say, look, oxygen, we know there would be no oxygen in the atmosphere for dimethyl sulfide, which is a compound that phytoplankton dump into the atmosphere. A lot of it that's sometimes mentioned. And there was a paper that somebody wrote where it was like, well, we're not saying we see it, but there's a bunch of noise in the spectrum right there. So there's a whole list of things that Earth has done that are in the atmosphere that might be biosignatures. But now we're reaching an interesting point. The field has matured to the point where we can start asking about agnostic biosignatures, things that have nothing to do with Earth's history, but we think that would still be indications of this weirdness we call life, right? What is it in general that life does that leaves an imprint? So one of these things could be the structure of the network of chemical reactions. That biology always produces very different chemical networks who's reacting with who than just rock and water, right? So there's been some proposals for networked, biosignatures. Information theory. You can try and look at the information that is in the different compounds that you find in the atmosphere. Maybe that information shows you, like, oh, there's too much information here. There must have been biology happening. It's not just rock. Same thing for techno. That's what we're working on right now. That for technosignatures as well.
So how do you detect technosignatures?
Okay, so with technosignatures, I gave you an example of chlorofluorocarbons, so that would be an example. And again, that one is a non-agnostic one, because we sort of like, oh, we produce chlorofluorocarbons, maybe they will, right? And there's solar panels, right? You can actually get glint off of solar panels. Will produce the way the light is reflected off of solar panels, no matter what it's made out of. There was a paper that Navi looked in, I think 2017. We just followed up on it. That actually could act as a technosignature. You'd be able to see in the reflected light this sort of big jump that would occur because of city lights, artificial illumination. If there's really large scale cities like Coruscant and Star Wars or Transport in the Foundation, those city lights would be detectable. The spectral imprint of those across 20, 30 light years. So our job in this grant is to develop the first ever library of technosignatures. Nobody's really ever thought about this. So we're trying to come up with all the possible ideas for what a civilization might produce that could be visible across, interstellar distances. And are these good ones, or is these ones going to be hard to detect?
City lights. So if a planet is all lit up with artificial light across 20, 30 light years, and see it.
Yeah, you looked at Earth at night from a distance where the spectrum, and you had sensitive enough instruments, you'd be able to see all the sodium lights and the reflected light off of they bounce off the ground, involve the sodium lamps with the reflected You know, if you had a trantor, and you'd be able to detect that across interstellar distances. Thomas Beatty did this work. Who's now working with it.
What do you think is the most detectable thing about Earth?
Wow, this is fun. We just have a Sophia Sheep, who's part of our collaboration, just did a paper. We did Earth from Earth. If you were looking at Earth with Earth technology for a bunch of different technologies, how close do you have to be? And most of them turn out to be, you have to be pretty close, these out to the Oort cloud. But actually, it is our radio signature still that is still most detectable.
By the way, you said you had to be pretty close, and then you said the Oort cloud. That's not very close, but you mean like from an interstellar?
Interstellar, because the real question, what we really want to know is, like, I'm sitting here on Earth, I'm looking at these exoplanets. The nearest star is 4 light years away, so that's like the minimum distance. So if I'm looking at exoplanets, what kind of signals could I see?
What is detectable about Earth with our current technology from the nearest solar system?
Oh my God, there's all kinds of stuff. Well, like the chlorofluorocarbons, you can see Earth's pollution, and I think city lights you had to be within the solar system.
If they do direct imaging of Earth,
they're going to be much more powerful. But let me tell you, let's talk about direct imaging. This is such a cool idea, right? So what we really want in the next generation of space telescopes and such is we're trying to do direct imaging. We're trying to get an image of a planet separated from its star to be able to see the reflected light or the actual emission from the planet itself.
Yeah, by the way, just to clarify, direct imaging is literally like a picture.
A picture. But the problem is that even with the thing that's going to come after JWST, it's going to be a pixel, right? You're not going to get any kind of resolution. You'll be able to get the light from it, which you'll be able to pass through a spectrograph, but you're not going to be able to take a picture. But there is this idea called the Solar Gravity Lens Telescope, I think that's what it is. And the idea is insane, right? So the general relativity says, look, massive bodies distort space. They actually curve space. So the sun is a massive body. So that means that the light passing through the sun gets focused like a lens. So the idea is to send a bunch of telescopes out kind of into the Oort cloud and then look back towards the sun, towards an exoplanet that is directly behind the sun, but is in the direction of the sun. And then let the sun act like a lens and focus the light onto the telescope. And you would be able to get, and they've done that. It's amazing. Like this idea is insane. They'd be able to get, if everything worked out, 24-kilometer resolution. Be able to see Manhattan on a exoplanet. And this thing, it sounds insane, but actually, NASA, they've already got the team. It's already gotten through like sort of 3 levels of NASA. There's the NASA program for like, give us your wackiest idea, right? And then the ones that survive that are like, okay, tell us whether that wacky idea, is even feasible. And they're marching along. And the idea is that, like, they even have plans for how you'd be able to get these probes out into the Oort cloud on relatively fast timescales. You need to be about 500 times as far from the sun as Earth is. But right now, everything looks like the idea seems to hold together. So probably when I'll be dead, but when you're an old man, it's possible that something like this, could you imagine having that kind of resolution, a picture of an exoplanet down to, kilometers. So I'm very excited about that.
I can only imagine having a picture like that, and then there's some mysterious artifacts that you're saying. Yeah. I mean, it's both inspiring and almost heartbreaking that we can see. Like, I think we will be able to see a civilization where there's like a lot of scientists agree that this is very likely something, and then we can't get there.
Well, again, this is the thing about being long-lived. We've got to get to the point where we're long-lived enough. So let's say we found, this is always like that. Let's imagine that we find, say, 10 light years away, we find a planet that looks like it's got technology, right? It doesn't end there. Like, that would be the most important discovery in the history of humanity. And it wouldn't be like, well, okay, we're done. First thing we do is we dig bigger telescopes to try and do those images, right? And then the next thing after that, we plan a mission there, right? We would figure out, like with breakthrough Starshot, there was this idea of trying to use, giant lasers to propel small spacecraft, light sails, almost to the speed of light. So they would get there in 10 years and take pictures. So, if we actually made this discovery, there would be the impulse, there would be the effort to actually try and send something to get there. We probably couldn't land, so maybe we take 30 years to build build, 10 years to get there, 10 years to get the picture back. Okay, you're dead, but your kids are, so it becomes now this multi-generational project. How long did it take to build the pyramids? How long did it take to build the giant cathedrals, right? Those were multi-generational projects. And I think we're on the cusp of that kind of project.
I think that would probably unite.
I think would play a big role. I think it would be helpful. I mean, human beings are a mess, let's face it. But I think having that that's why I always say to people, discovery of life, of any kind of life, even if it was microbial life, it wouldn't matter. That to know that we're not an accident, to know that there is probably, if we found one example of life, we know that we're not an accident, there's probably lots of life, and that we're a community. We're part of a cosmic kind of community of life, and who knows what life has done, right? We don't really, all bets are off with life.
Since we're talking about the future of telescopes, let's talk about our current super sexy, awesome telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope, that I still can't believe actually works.
I was really skeptical. I was like, okay, guys, all right, sure.
We only got one shot. This incredibly complicated piece of hardware going full. So, what kind of stuff can we see with it? I've been just looking through the different kinds of analysis that we detected. There's been some direct imaging.
Yeah, like a single pixel.
The kinds of exoplanets, right, with the direct image, I guess would have to be hot,
usually far away from the, far away from the star. JWST is really kind of at the hairy edge of being able to do much with this. What's more important, I think, for JWST is the spectrum. And the problem with spectrum is that there's not such a thing. It's like, hey, look at this wiggly line. But being able to find and characterize atmospheres around terrestrial exoplanets is the critical next step. That's where we are right now. In order to look for life, we need to find planets with atmospheres, right? And we need to be able to do this thing called characterization, where we look at the spectral fingerprints for what's in the atmosphere. Is there carbon? Is there carbon dioxide? Is there oxygen? Is there methane? And that's the most exciting thing. For example, there was this planet K218b, which they did a beautiful job getting the spectra. And the spectra indicated it may be an entirely new kind of habitable world called a Icean world. Icean meaning hydrogen ocean world. And that is a kind of planet that would be kind of in the super Earth sub-Neptune domain. Maybe 8 times the mass of the Earth. But it's got a layer of hydrogen, an atmosphere of hydrogen. Hydrogen is an amazing greenhouse gas. So hydrogen will keep the planet underneath it warm enough you can get liquid water. You can get a giant ocean of liquid water. And that's an entirely different kind of planet that could be habitable. It could be a 60-degree warm ocean. So the data that came out of JWST for that planet was good enough to be able to indicate, like, oh yeah, you know what? The models, from what we understand about the models, this looks like it could be a Icean world.
And it's 120 light years away from Earth.
And so isn't that amazing? It's 120 light years away. We can see into the atmosphere. We can see the atmosphere. We're able to be like, oh, look, methane was a 5 sigma detection. Like, you knew that the data were so good that it was like the gold standard of science.
What about detecting maybe direct imaging, or in other ways, megastructures that this civilization built?
You know what's great about megastructures is, first of all, it's fun to say. Who doesn't want to say alien megastructure? Every morning I'm looking for an So the example of this is the Dyson Sphere, right? Which is amazing because, it was literally 1960 that this idea came up.
James Webb Dyson Sphere?
Yeah, the Dyson Sphere. So Freeman Dyson, one of the greatest physicists ever, who was very broad-minded, thought about a lot of things. Recognized that, when civilizations progress, what they're going to need is ever more energy to do ever more, amazing things. And what's the best energy source in the solar system? It's the star, right? So if you surrounded the star with solar collecting machines, sunlight collecting machines, and the limit of this would be to actually build a sphere, an actual sphere around your star that had all solar panels on the inside. You could capture every photon the star produced, which is, this insane amount of light. You have enough power now to do anything, to re-engineer your solar system. So that was a Dyson Sphere. It turns out that a Dyson Sphere doesn't really work because it's unstable. But a Dyson Swarm, and that's really what he meant, this large collection of large orbiting structures that were able to collect light.
Yeah, so he didn't actually mean a rigid sphere structure.
Yeah.
He basically meant a swarm. So
yeah,
that, like you said, limit basically starts to look.
People started to say, and we actually almost thought we might have found one of these back with Bojoyan's star. We saw, the way we detect planets is through the transit method, where the planet passes in front of the star. There's a dip in the starlight. It's a little eclipse, and we know exactly what they should look like. And then with this one star, there were these really weird transits where, like, it was like this dragon's tooth, and then there'd be another one, and another one, and another one, and then nothing, and then three more. And in the paper that was written about this, they suggested they went through the list of comets, chunks of the broken planet, and it could also be an alien megastructure. And of course, the news picked up on this, and like everybody's newsfeed the next day, alien megastructures. So, turns out, sadly, they were not alien megastructures. They were probably gas or dust clouds. But it raised the possibility, like, well, these are observable, and people have worked out the details of what they would look like. You don't really need direct imaging. You can do transits, right? They're big enough that when they pass in front of the star, they're going to produce a little blip of light, because that's what they're supposed to, right? They're absorbing the starlight. So people have worked out, like, well, a square one or a triangular one.
But that wouldn't get that sphere. That would be like one object.
One object, right? Which is what if it's a swarm, you'd expect like the light to be like blinking in and out as these things pass in front of. If you've got thousands of these, much of the time they'll be blotting out the star. Sometimes they won't be, right? So you're going to get an irregular sort of signal, transit signal.
Yeah, what you wouldn't expect from a star that doesn't have anything.
Exactly. Or just a planet, right? Or a couple of planets. There'd be so many of these that it would be like beep, 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 beep.
And that usually doesn't happen in a star system because there's only just a handful of planets.
That's exactly what it is. Everything's coagulated. In a stable solar system, you get a handful of planets, 5, 10, that's it probably. And nothing else. So if now suddenly you see lots of these little micro transits, you're telling you there's something else that's big enough to create a transit, but too many of them, and also with an irregular shape, the transit itself, that these are.
How many people are looking for megastructures?
Well, the main groups looking for megastructures are, again, Jason Wright at Penn State and collaborators. The way they're looking for it goes for infrared light, because the second law of thermodynamics says, look, if you capture all of this starlight, you're going to warm up your thing's going to warm up and emit an infrared. It's going to be waste heat, and waste light from this.
It feels like a louder, clearer way.
Right. And that's actually, Dyson. That's actually why Dyson proposed it. He wasn't really proposing it because, like he was saying, this is what civilizations are going to do. He proposed it because he was like, oh, we want to start looking for alien civilizations. Here's something that would have a detectable signature. So Jason and company have done pretty good searches, and recently they made news because they were able to eliminate a lot of places. No, these aren't Dyson, but they do have a couple that were like anomalous enough. They're like, well, kind of it's not a detection. And they were saying they would never say it's a detection, but they were not non-detections.
And they're potential candidates.
Potential candidates. Yeah.
Well, we have megastructure candidates. That's inspiring. What other megastructures do you think could be? I mean, that's Dyson sphere is about capturing the energy of the star.
Yeah.
Well, there could be other.
Well, there's something called the Clark belt, right? So we have a bunch of satellites that are in geosynchronous orbit. Nothing naturally is going to end up in geosynchronous orbit, right? Geosynchronous orbit is one particular orbit that's really useful if you want to beam things straight down, or if you want to put a space elevator on, right? So there's this idea that if a civilization becomes advanced enough that it's really using geosynchronous, you actually get a belt, something that would actually be detectable from transit. There's been a couple of papers about the possibility of these Clark belts, densely occupied Clark belts, being a mega structure. It's not as mega as a Dyson swarm, but it's kind of planetary scale.
You think it's detectable? Clark belt?
It could be. I mean, like in our list of techno signatures, it would be down there. But it would be, again, if you had an advanced enough civilization that did enough of this, it would certainly you have a Clark belt, and the question is,
Yeah, probably Dyson. That's the more exciting.
that's the goal.
Yeah. Speaking of the Dyson sphere, let's talk through the Kardashev scale.
Right.
What is the Kardashev scale, and where are humans at?
Right. So the Kardashev scale was the same time. This is this golden age of SETI, like kind of like 59 to 65 when it just starts. Like this is, Frank Drake has done his first experiment. People are like, oh my God, this is even possible. And so people have just thrown out these ideas. And as I, said in the book, science is conservative. And what I mean by that is it holds on to its best ideas. So Kardashev comes up with this idea that, look, always about detectability. If we're looking for civilizations, we should think about what are the natural stages, natural in quotes, that a civilization goes through. And he was thinking in terms of energy use, which is like a good physicist. So he said, look, the first hurdle in terms of energy or threshold that a civilization will go through is using all the starlight that falls onto a planet. We call that a type 1 civilization. In whatever way you're doing it, some large fraction of the starlight that falls on your planet you're using for your own use. The next would be to use all the starlight there is from that star, right? So that's the Dyson. So Dyson had already proposed his idea of a swarm, and Rothschild is big. So that's a type 2 civilization. Type 3 is galactic scale, a civilization that can use all the starlight in a galaxy. Right? So we are now, where are we now? Remarkably, on a log scale, we're at 0.7 of a type 1.
So we're not even type 1.
No, we're not even type 1. But according to, there's a paper written by a group that said, if we continue on our path, we'll be at a type 1 at around 2300.
2300. Yeah. This is a log scale. So 0.7. So type 1 is about 10 to the 16th watts. Type 2 is 10 orders of magnitude larger than that, 10 to 26 watts. And I think the estimate for the galaxy is another 10 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, because it's like a billion star off order, billion stars. Yeah.
So that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Do you think humans ever get to type 1?
I think, that there's a problem with type 1, which is that, we already know about climate change, right? The effects of our harvesting energy to do the work of civilization is already changing the climate state, right? And that's something that, Kardashev couldn't have recognized. When there's the first law of thermodynamics, right, which is just about energy, different forms of energy. Then there's the second law, which is about when you use that energy. Kardashev wasn't thinking about the second law. If you get all that energy and you use it, there's waste. You don't get to use it all, right? You can only, second law tells you that if I have a tank of gasoline, I can only use a certain fraction of the energy in that tank, and the rest is going to go to heating up the engine more. So that second law tells you that you can only use so much energy before the climate state is like, sorry, it's going to change on you. So there's a way in which we probably can't get to a type 1 without devastating the Earth's climate. So we're probably going to have to figure out. The most important thing actually here is probably, this is why space becomes like a colonization or settlement of space. We have an idea that we've been working on for a while called service worlds, right? That at some point you probably move a lot of your industry off world, right? We've got Mercury, for example. There's nothing on Mercury, no life on Mercury.
Taking a second name. What's good in your neck of the woods? Alright, well we're watching Kill Tony. What Discord have you been in recently? Alright, well feel free to do the same in here. I should find out about me. Okay, excellent. Very well. Yep, I know who you are. Yeah, absolutely. Well, feel free. We're just watching Lex Friedman. He's talking to physicists. And enjoy yourself. And pardon? No. I wish. No, this is Lex. Did I say Tiffany? I meant Lex Friedman. Apologies. Excellent. Apologies. I watch a lot of Kill Tony, but we just did a marathon. So here's Lex Friedman. I would love to see Lex Friedman on Kill Tony someday. That'd be cool. And he's interviewing a physicist. So enjoy.
Why don't you put your energy harvesting there, right? Because you can't mess with the biosphere. The biosphere is more powerful than you are, right? So so there's limits to how much energy we can harvest to do work on the Earth without really adversely affecting the biosphere.
It does seem that the best response to climate change is not to use less technology, but to invent better technology and to invent technology that avoids the destructive effects.
This is the frontier we are, and that was the topic of my last book, Light of the Stars. It's like you have to do the astrobiology of the Anthropocene. You have to see the transition that we're going through now of the Anthropocene on a kind of planetary astrobiological framework. And that paper we were talking about with the 10 trillion worlds, that was actually in service of the work I was doing in this other book, where I wanted to know how often do you go through an Anthropocene? How often does every technological civilization trigger its own planetary crisis, its own climate Anthropocene crisis? And the answer we actually came up from doing models was like, yeah, probably. And then the question is, are you smart enough to figure out how to readjust what you're doing technologically so that you're not, that all boats rise, right? You want to figure out how to do this so that the biosphere becomes even more productive and healthy and resilient. So, yeah, right. It's the kind of technology. I think there's probably absolutely limits on how much energy you use. But how do you use that energy? And then also, getting off planet eventually. If you want to use 10 times more energy than that, you're not going to do it on world.
So how do we detect alien type 1, 2, and 3 civilizations? So we've been kind of talking about basically type 1 civilizations detection.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe with the Dyson sphere you start to get like a little bit more type 2. But it feels like if you have a type 2 civilization, it won't be just the Dyson sphere.
Right.
It feels like that just for the same reason you mentioned. Climate change without at the star system level, they're probably expanding. Right. So how would you detect type 2?
How about propulsion plumes? Right. If you're expanding, I literally just put in a NASA proposal now. Thomas Beatty, who's joined us from the University of Wisconsin, has an idea to look for plumes. Right. If you have a solar system-wide civilization, right? You got space truckers going back and forth, right? From Mars to they're doing the satellite run. They're accelerating and decelerating the whole way there, right? If you want to get to Mars in a couple weeks, you have your fusion drive on the entire way out there. You flip and burn and have it on. So you're also always have gravity. So would those plumes be detectable? Because now you got spaceships going all over the place, and the odds that the plume is going to cross your field of view could become pretty high. So I think that's a good way of looking for. That's one idea of looking for large scale interplanetary, which is kind of when we're getting to the type 2. Another possibility is looking for the tailings of asteroid mining. This was an idea of this group at Harvard Smithsonian that be able to look for if you're really chewing up asteroids to build space habitats, can there'd be dust particles left around, and would they look different from just say the dust from just regular collisions?
So pollution of all different kinds.
Pollution of all different kinds.
And trash also.
Okay, so trash is an interesting idea when you come to the actual solar system, right? We are actually, there's a whole other field of techno-signatures, which are things in the solar system. What if somebody came by a billion years ago, and left some stuff, right? So the Earth has been showing biosignatures for billions of years. And, a species like us, looking at our level, looking at Earth, would have been able to know that Earth had life on it, had a biosphere for billions of years. So maybe somebody sent something by, a half a billion years ago. So this idea of looking, say, at the moon for artifacts that have been there for a long time is something that a number of people are doing. We're just working on a paper where we can just calculate this. This is fun. We calculated how long would the lunar lander exist on the moon before micrometeorites just shoot it down, right? How long would you be able to land on the moon and go, oh, look, there's, somebody was here and left some debris. So there's this process called gardening, which is just a micrometeorite, constant rain of micrometeorites. And that's where you get the lunar regolith, the fine powder on the moon, because of this gardening. And it turns out it is literally hundreds of millions to billions of years.
Oh, nice.
That the lunar lander will be visible.
Oh, so we should be able to find artifacts.
Yeah, if there are artifacts on it, and people have proposed doing this with artificial intelligence. We have, the moon has been mapped down to like a couple of meters with various probes, and all that data is sitting there. So why not use machine learning to look through all those things and look for anything that looks not like the lunar surface. And they did a test program where they gave the computer, sort of like kind of 50 miles around the Apollo 17 site, and it instantly was able to pull out.
I mean, the whole task of looking for an anomaly is something that looks not like the lunar surface. I mean, it's not obvious, but it's not exactly obvious. Like anomalies is really not. I mean, detect something that doesn't look right about the surface. It's actually really difficult.
Really difficult. And it's what's cool. It's a really information theoretic kind of proposal. You really have to use information theory to say like, what's the background? How do I define something that I can say that looks weird?
Yeah, maybe when you look at a spectrograph or something, like it's still like it's got like really weird potential. Like we're kind of hypothesizing all the things that humans would do. Like how do we detect that?
Right.
It could be really useful.
That's why there's this emphasis now on these agnostic signatures, right? So actually disequilibrium is a nice one. One way to define life is it is a system that is far from equilibrium, right? It's alive, right? As soon as it dies, it turns into back to equilibrium. And so you can look at all chemicals in the atmosphere, even if you don't know whether these could be chemicals that you have no idea whether or not they have anything to do with it. But the degree of disequilibrium, the degree to which they show that atmosphere has not, the chemicals have not all kind of like just gone down to they've all reacted away to an equilibrium state. You can actually tell that in very general ways using what's called the Gibbs free energy. And that's kind of a signature. Like if you see an atmosphere that is wildly out of equilibrium, that indicates that there's something happening on that planet, biosphere or technosphere, that is pumping gases, into the atmosphere that is keeping the whole system from relaxing.
So is it possible to detect anomalies in space-time?
Well, you could detect, and there's been some work on this, like with the Coupe drive, these proposals for warp drives. And we can talk about that later. I'm skeptical of those, but because it may really be possible to scan opens. But people have done work on what would be the signature of a Coupe drive? What would be the signature? Could you detect if you're using a drive like that, then you certainly are distorting space-time, which means any light that's passing by has gotten, its trajectory has gotten altered because it had capacity to distort space-time. So yeah, there are possibilities along with that. One of the funny things, I don't know if they've gotten past this, but somebody calculated the probability of Coupe drive or this warp drive was that if you dropped out of warp, there would be this spray of gamma rays that would like sterilize any planet in front of you. So it's like, well, yeah, you probably don't want to do that, but that would be a great biostar techno signature. Another planet obliterated.
So you think it's not possible to travel past this?
I wouldn't say that. But what I think, if you look at the physics we understand, right? Every possibility for faster than light travel really relies on something that doesn't exist, right? So the cool thing is Einstein's field equations. You can actually play with them. The equations are right there. You can add things to the right or left hand side that allow you to get something like the Coupe drive. That was a metric that showed you it's a warped bubble. It's a warping of space-time that moves through space-time faster than the speed of light, right? Because nothing moves across space-time faster than the speed of light, but space-time itself can move faster than the speed of light. But here's the problem with all of those proposals is they all need something. The thing you added, the little fictional term you added into the equations, is something called exotic matter, and it doesn't exist. It's really just something we dreamed up to make the equations do what we wanted them to do. So, it's a nice fiction, but really right now, we live in this weird moment in history of the Great Acceleration, where the technology we use now is completely different from the technology we used 10 years ago, is remarkably different from the technology we're on. But I remember playing Assassin's Creed, where everybody's like, when it's 1200, everybody's like, stand for that. I was like, yeah, it's a great game. And then I got Assassin's Creed 2, and it was 300 years later, and everybody's like, stab. And it was like 300 years, and the technology hasn't changed, and that was actually true for most of human history, right? You used your great-grandfather's tools because there was no need to have any other new tools, and you probably did his job. So, we can be fooled into thinking like, oh, technology is going to go on forever. We're always going to find new advances, as opposed to sometimes things just flatten out for a long time. So you have to be careful about that bias that we have living in this time of great acceleration.
Yeah, but also it is a great acceleration, and we also are not good at predicting what that entails if it does keep accelerating. But for example, somebody like Eric Weinstein often talks about we underinvest in theoretical physics research. Basically, like we're trying too hard for traditional chemical propulsion on rockets versus like trying to hack physics sort of warp drives and so on. Because it's really hard to do space travel. And it seems like in the long arc of human history, if we survive, the way to really travel across long distances is going to be some totally new thing.
Right.
That's not going to be an engineering problem. It's going to be physics,
fundamental
physics problem.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that in principle, but I think there's been, there's a lot of ideas out there. People, string theory, people have been playing with string theory now for 40 years. Some people haven't been, not like there hasn't been a lot of effort. And again, I'm not going to predict. I think it's entirely possible that we have, there's incredible boundaries in physics that have yet to be put through. In which case, then all bets are off, right? Once you get sort of, fast interstellar travel, whoa, who knows what can happen. But yeah, I tend to be drawn to like science fiction stories that take the speed of light seriously. Like, what kind of civilization can you build where like it takes 50 years to get to where you're going, and 50 years back? Like, so I don't know. I mean, there's no way we're going to say that we won't get more drugs. But as of right now, it's all fictional. It's barely even a coherent concept.
Well, it's also a really exciting possibility of hacking this whole thing by extending human lifespan or extending our notion of time, and maybe as dark as it's to say, but the value of an individual human life versus the value of life from the perspective of generations.
Yeah.
So you can have something like a generational ship that travels for hundreds of thousands of years, and you're not sad that you'll never see the destination because you kind of have the value for the prolonged survival of humanity versus your own individual life.
Yeah. It's a wild ethical question. One of that book I told you about, Aurora, I loved the book because it was such a sort of inversion of the usual. Because I've read life science fiction, so many generations of stories, and they get to that planet. The planet turns out to be uninhabitable. It's inhabited, but it's uninhabitable for Earth because again, he has this idea of like life is particular to the planet. So they turn around and they come back, and then when they land, the main character goes. There's still people who are arguing for more generations. And she goes and she punches the guy out. Because she spent her whole life in a tomb, with this. I thought that's a really interesting inversion. The interesting thing about when we're talking about these space habitats, but if you really had a space habitat, not some super cramped, crappy, usual version of a century ship, but if you had these like space habitats that were really, like the O'Neill cylinders, they're actually pretty nice places to live. Put a thruster on those, like why keep them in the solar system? Maybe space is full of like these sort of traveling space habitats that are in some sense they're worlds in and of themselves.
There's the show Silo, which raises the question of basically if you put a generational ship, what do you tell the inhabitants of that ship? You might want to lie to them.
Yeah.
You might want to tell them a story,
right?
That they believe, right? Because there is a society, there's human nature. It's like, how do you maintain homeostasis of that little society? I mean, that's a fascinating technical question, a social question, a psychology question.
The generation shift too, which I talked about in the book, the idea of also you talk about the extended human lifetimes, or the stasis, the cryostasis, which is a mainstay of science fiction. So none of these things are possible. But what's so interesting, I love science fiction, the way it seeds ideas, right? All these ideas we're going to talk about because they've been staples of science fiction for 50 years.
The whole field of cryogenics.
And where are we at with that?
I wonder what the state of the art is for complex organisms. How long can you freeze and then unfreeze?
Right.
Maybe like a bacteria you can freeze.
Bacteria can last. This is the thing about panspermia, right? How long can a bacteria survive in a rock that's been blasted? It's not in a instances, that does seem to actually be possible. People have done those kind of calculations. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But a complex organism, multicellular, multi-systemic, or multi-systems, right, with organs and such.
Also, what makes an organism? I mean, it could, which part do you want to preserve? Maybe for humans, it seems like what makes a personality. It feels like you want to preserve kind of memories. If I woke up in a different body with the same memories, I would feel like I would be the same person.
Altered Carbon. That's a great series. I think it's on Netflix. That's a really great series. But that's exactly the idea of sleeves. Everybody's able to re-sleeve in another body, and it raises exactly sort of this question. It's not the greatest cyberpunk, but it's pretty good. It's got some great action sequences.
As we get better and better advancements in large language models that are able to be fine-tuned on you, it raises a question because to me they're very capacitorian test as we traditionally defined it. So if there's going to be an LLM that's able to copy you in terms of language extremely well, it's going to raise ethical and philosophical questions about what makes you you. If there's a thing that can talk exactly like you, what is the thing that makes you you? It's going to speak about your memories very effectively.
This leads us to, if we're going to get to the blind spot. I'm of the opinion, heretical, but in some cases, that the brain is not the structure of consciousness. The whole body is embodied in maybe in some sense it's communities actually. So I don't. I mean, I could be wrong, but this is this whole work that I did with Marcelo Kleiser and Evan Thompson, philosophy of science, which is interesting because it leads to this question about maybe we should just download ourselves computers, right? That's another story that one tells. I'm super skeptical about those, but that's one of the narratives about interstellar travel is just and that anybody we meet is going to be a machine anyway. Whether it's downloaded bodies or it's just going to be artificial intelligence. Like there's the whole idea of how long does biological evolution last? Maybe it's a very short period. Everybody goes or the machines take over, kill you, or some hybrid.
What do you think aliens look like? So we talked about all the different kinds of biosignatures that might leave on technosignatures, but what would they look like when we show up? Are they gonna have arms and legs? Are they going to be recognizable at all? Are they going to be carbon-based?
Yeah, great question. And this question gets to the heart of thinking about life, right? About what life is. And this is the physical part of that. There's also sort of the informational part of it. But let's just talk about the physical part of it, which is, life, anything that we're going to call life is probably going to work on Darwinian evolution. That's the nice thing about Darwinian evolution. Just like we know the laws of physics are general, the laws of Darwinian evolution are kind of this logic, this basic logic, that, anything we reasonably call life probably has to operate under these kinds of principles. And so, evolution is about solving problems that, to survive, that the environment presents. And the environment is always going to present these problems in physical and chemical terms so that you'd expect a kind of balance between what we call convergence, evolutionary convergence, and evolutionary contingency. So, if you've got to move along a surface, a surface between a hard surface and air, then the idea of some kind of jointed stick, right, legs, makes sense. That you're probably going to trigger that. If you look at Earth's history, multiple times, multiple lineages that have nothing to do with each other are going to solve the problem of getting towards energy sources using some kind of a stick-like apparatus.
So that's about movement.
Yeah, so that's one problem that has to be solved. One problem that has to be solved is they got to get their food, right? Another problem is they got to get away from predators. You've seen wings. You've seen wings. The line that went through dinosaurs to birds involved wings. Insects evolved wings. Mammals evolved wings. If the gas is dense enough that a curved surface, if you move through the curved surface, it's going to produce lift. Yeah, there you go. Evolution will trip on that. So I think you can expect certain classes of solutions to the basic problems that life is going to be presented with. Stay alive, reproduce. But one of the weird things about with the UFO things is that you always see they all look like humans. They're just basically humans with triangular heads, and that's where we get to contingency, right? So what we've been talking about is convergence. So you expect that evolution evolution will converge on wings multiple times when presented with the problems that wings can solve. But contingency is accidents, right? That, you've got something that's evolving a certain kind of wing, a leathery wing, right? And then the climate changes and they all die out. End of the story. Or, an asteroid, a total accident asteroid. And so contingency, accidents play also a huge role in evolution. And one of the things that, lots of evolutionary biologists have talked about is the idea that if you ran the tape of Earth's history over again, would you get the same creatures? Now, Stephen Jay Gould was of the opinion that no way. You wouldn't find anything on Earth that resembled any species. They've done experiments actually on this with E. coli. You take a bunch of E. coli, you let them evolve for a while, take a bunch of them out, freeze them, let that population continue to evolve. The other one's frozen. Now start it over again with the frozen. And it seems that contingency tends to win, right? Contingency, at least from what we can tell. I mean, that's not a hard result, but in those experiments, what you find is that accidents really do that. So the idea, and this is important. So yes, you should expect legs or jointed sticks. How many joints they're going to be? Anybody's guess. Do you expect humanoids? Things with a sensing apparatus on top of a shoulder with 2 arms and 2 legs. That's probably a pretty random set of occurrences. That's right.
I guess what is a brain versus the nervous system? Where's most of the cognition competition going on? Yeah. You can see that in organisms. Actually, I don't know how the brain evolved. Why does it have to be in one place?
It doesn't have to be. So my favorite word of the day is liquid brains, right? This idea of distributed cognition, which fascinating idea, and we've come to understand how much distributed cognition there is. Obviously, eusocial animals like termites, etc., and ants, that's an example of distributed cognition. The organism is the whole colony. This is one thing that's been really interesting in the state of the study when it comes to, for aliens, is that when we come to recognize that human intelligence, it's not actually, the kinds of things that go into intelligence are distributed all across the biosphere. Lots of different examples that show various pieces of what we have. Jason Wright will describe it as like a deck of cards. The cards are all there. We got the hand that actually led to the kind of technological progress that we see. But the kinds of, the basic idea of using tools, the basic idea of recognizing each other eye to eye, all the things that we define as intelligence, you can find many places in many other places across, many other line lineages across the earth. So they could be very, very different. Something like, maybe it's the hive mind idea, or bacterial colonies that actually manage to come to their own version of high cognition.
Well, I wonder if we stretch out time across 10 to 20 billion years, whether there's a Darwinian evolution stops working at some point in terms of the biology or the chemistry of the organisms, and it switches to ideas. For example, it much more rapidly. You're operating, maybe, I guess it's a kind of Darwinian evolution that's based on memes or whatever it is.
Technology seems to operate on, certainly markets can operate in ways that look very Darwinian.
So basically, the planet is working hard to get to the first kind of organism that's able to be a nice platform for ideas to compete. And then it kind of stops evolving there. And then there's ideas that take off.
Right, because cultural, it's true. It's amazing that cultural evolution totally disconnects from the Darwinian process. But I'd be careful to say that like a planet is working hard to do this, because it's really important looking at us. Like what we think of as ideas and culture, and it's quite possible we're going to make it another 200 years and this is gone, right? Because it actually wasn't a very good idea long term. Like, we just don't know.
So maybe the idea generation organism is actually the thing that destroys.
Not the biosphere together, but it destroys itself. It may not be very long term. It may be very potent for a short period of time, but that it's not sustainable. It doesn't become, like we were talking about before, mature. It's very hard to make it integrated into a mature bio/technosphere. And of course, evolution is not working for anything. Well, here's actually an interesting thing, right? So people are very much, evolutionary biologists will get very careless down on it if you start talking about evolution having a purpose. But the very interesting thing about purpose is that once you do get to a idea-generating species or collective organism, then kind of all bets are off, and there is goals, there is teleology. There is a, there's now suddenly, absolutely there's a direction implied. So that's kind of the cool, interesting thing that once you get to that, evolution stops being goalless and directionless, and suddenly, we're the ones who supply, or any kind of creature like us, as an absolute direction.
Although you could argue that from the perspective of the entire human civilization, we're also directionless. We have a sense that there's a direction in this cluster of humans. Yeah. And then there's another cluster that has a different sense of direction. There's all kinds of religions that are competing. There's different ideologies that are competing. Yeah. And when you just zoom out across, if we survive, across thousands of years, it will seem directionless. It will seem like a pinball.
It's an unfolding. But at some point, like the expansion into the solar system, like that would be both direction. I mean, depending on how you look at it, it was directional. There was a decision that the collective of human beings made to like anti-accrete to start spreading out into the solar system. So there was definitely a goal there that may have been reached in some crazy sort of non-linear way, but it was still right. It's still a goal was set and it was achieved.
If there's advanced civilizations out there, what do you think is the proper protocol for interacting with them? Do you think they would be peaceful? Do you think that would be warlike? Well, what do we do next? We detect a civilization through all the types of solutions we're talking about. Maybe direct imaging with this really strong signal. Come up with a strategy of how to actually get there. But what's and then the jet house as they go through. The military, industrial complex.
People like that movie.
Where, what kind of rockets? What
Yeah.
kind of anti-nuclear rockets?
Right. Well, I think, so this is also, general question also leads to METI, messaging, extraterrestrial intelligence. And I am definitely of the opinion of like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to have your head below the grass. The people who advocate like, oh yeah, we should be sending, powerful messages that are easily detectable into interstellar space. I'm like, why? We just don't know. Like, I'm not going to say they are warlike. I'm not going to say they're not warlike. I have no idea. But we sure as hell. Well, first of all, who gets to decide that? The idea that a bunch of astronomers who happen to have a radio telescope. I don't, who speaks for Earth? I think it's a great book somebody wrote. I definitely we should be cautious, I would say, because we just have zero information. And the idea, you used to have this idea of, well, if they're advanced, they've managed to survive, so of course they're going to be wearing togas, and be singing Kumbaya. But I just wouldn't assume that. It's also possible, though, that like their cognitive structure is so different that we're not even living in the same universe in a certain way. I think we have to be prepared for that. We may not even be able to recognize each other in some way as cognizing beings. One of my favorite movies is Arrival. I don't know if you've seen that one. I really love that one because they have a different language, they have different cognitive structure in terms of language, and they're literally kind of living in different physics.
Different physics, different language, different everything.
Yeah.
But in the case of Arrival, we can at least recognize that they're there.
They managed to cross the language barrier. Yeah.
So, but that's both sides have an interest in communicating, which you kind of suppose that an advanced civilization would have a curiosity. Because, how do you become advanced without a kind of curiosity about the mysterious about the other?
But also, if they're long-lived, they may just be like, we've done this. We're like, 10 billion years, sorry, say 10 million years ago, we were really interested in this, in communicating with you, youngest, but now we're not all. And that's just, one of the beauties of this, again, is how to think about this systematically, because you're so far past the hairy edge, right, of our experience of what we know, that you want to think about it, right? You don't want to be like, don't know, can't say anything, because that's not fun. But you also have to sort of systematically go after your own biases, right? So one of the things I loved about Arrival, too, was, Carl Sagan always had this idea, like, we'll teach them math. We'll teach them our math, then they'll teach us their math, and then, maybe each other knock-knock jokes, and swapping cures for cancer. And, in the movie, they send a Carl Sagan guy in and a linguist, and the Carl Sagan guy fails immediately, right? And it's the linguist who understands that language is actually embodied. Language is not just something that happens in your head, it's actually the whole experience. And she's the one who breaks through. And it just points to the idea that how utterly different the cognitive structures of a different species should be. So somehow we have to figure out how to think about it but be so careful of our biases, or figure out like a systematic way to break through our biases, and not just make science fiction movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Speaking of biases, do you think aliens have visited Earth? You mentioned that they could have visited and started civilizations, and we wouldn't even know about it if it was 100 million years ago. How can we even begin to answer the question?
Gotta look, gotta figure out ways to look. So I don't put it. It's not high on my list of things that I think are probable, but it needs to be explored. And unless you look, you never know. So looking on the moon, look at where would we find if aliens had passed through the solar system any time in the last 3 billion years. Where might we find artifacts? Where might artifacts still be around? Earth, probably not, because weathering, resurfacing. The moon's a good place. Certain kinds of orbits, maybe they parked a probe in an orbit that was stable. So you got to figure out which orbits actually put something there and it'll last for a billion years. So those are the kind of questions. I don't, like I said, it's not high on my list of thinking this could happen, but it could happen. I certainly can't. Unless you look, you don't know.
What about, speaking of biases, what about if aliens visiting Earth is the elephant in the room? Meaning like the potential of aliens, say, seeding life.
You mean like in that directed panspermia?
Directed panspermia,
Yeah.
or seeding some aspect of the evolution.
Like 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great story, but always with Occam's razor or whatever with science. If I can answer that question without that extra, very detailed hypothesis, then I should. And the idea that evolution is a natural process, that's what I would go for first. Right? That just seems it's so much easier to do it that way than adding, because it's kind of doing to a thing of like, oh, then the aliens came down and they solved that problem that you're trying to solve by just coming down and putting a finger on the skills.
But to you, the origin of life is a pretty simple thing that doesn't require any.
I wouldn't say that it's not a simple thing, but it doesn't, because all you're doing is kicking the can down, right? The aliens formed, right? So you're just saying like, all right, I'm just kicking the can down the road to the aliens. What was their abiogenesis?
Well, so from a different perspective, I'm just saying, it seems to me that there's obviously advanced civilizations everywhere throughout the galaxy and through the universe, from the Drake equation perspective. And then, if I was an alien, what would I do? I've gotten a chance to learn about the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon. Recently went to the Amazon and you can understand how they function and how the humans in the Amazon, they're in contact with the civilized world, how they interact with the uncontacted tribes. First of all, the uncontacted tribes are very violent towards the outside world, but everybody else is trying to stay away from them. They try to kind of protect them, don't talk about them, don't talk about their location, all this kind of stuff. And I've begun to internalize and understand that perspective of why you're doing that. I mean, if I was an alien civilization, I'd probably be doing a similar kind of thing. And of course, there's always the teenager or the troll who's got to start messing with stuff, or the scientist.
Right.
And so it's not, from our perspective, yes. If you're in the Truman Show, like Occam's razor, but like also the Occam's razor from the perspective of the alien civilization, we have to have the humility to understand that interaction will be extremely difficult to detect. That would not be obvious.
Right, I understand the logic of what you're saying, but the problem for me with that is that right there, the first chapter assumes that alien civilizations are common, which I'm not sure about. That most of them, or they're not yet. Still, I think that life is common. And again, this is just my biases, right? So now the problem is, how do we sort out sort of, the biases we're bringing or the assumptions we're bringing from, from the sort of causal chain that comes out of it. I would first want to try and do this without, if we're looking at the origin of life or the evolution of life on Earth. I want to do it just on its own without asking for this other layer. Because it requires a bunch of these other assumptions, which also have their own sort of breaking of causal chains. I don't really like the idea that when you ask, what would you do if you were an alien? But again, like alien minds could be so unbelievably different, right? That they wouldn't even recognize the question you just posed, right? Because it's just like, we have a very particular kind of cognitive structure, and we're very governed by, even if you went and talked to, this is an interesting thing to think about, if I could suddenly magically appear 100,000 years ago. You talk to a hunter-gatherer about their worldview and their motivations. I might find something that like or no resemblance to things that I think are sort of, oh, that's what naturally humans do.
Well, let me ask you this question, just to get into the thoughts.
Yeah.
If we either create a time machine that allows us to travel back and talk to them,
Yeah.
or we discover maybe a primitive alien civilization on a nearby star system, what would we do?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, so it's interesting how that even brings up the ethical question, right? Let's say that we'd have to first sort of sort out what are the consequences for them and what do we feel our ethical responsibilities are to them.
And also, sorry, from a capitalist perspective, what do we could gain?
Yeah, right.
This interaction.
Right. You look at the way the missionaries, missionaries had these interactions because they thought converting them to whatever religion they were was the most important. That's what the game was. So, from our perspective, we have to sort that. I think given, if we're doing voting environment, we are curious. And I think eventually we want to reach out.
I think when you say we, let's start with the people in this room. Right?
Yeah.
I wonder who the dominant forces are in the world, because I think there's a lot of people, the military, they will probably move first so they can steal whatever advantage they can from this new discovery so they can hurt China or China hurt America. That's one perspective. Then there's the capitalists who will see like how the benefit of the costs here and how can I make money off of this. There's opportunity here. There's gold in the mills. And I wonder, and I think the scientists are just not going down like the movies.
We're not going to get much say.
They're going to put them,
hey guys, wait a minute.
they would engage probably. I mean, it's just, as a human society as we are now, we would engage. And we would be detectable, I think. Like in our engagement.
Yeah, probably.
So using that trivial biased logic, it just feels like aliens need to be engaging in a very obvious way. Brings up that direct paradox for me. What do you make of all those sightings?
I am all in favor of an open, agnostic, transparent, scientific investigation of UFOs and UAPs. But the idea that there's any data that we have that links UFOs and UAPs to non-human technology, the standards, none of what is claimed to be the data lives up to the standards of evidence. So let's just take a moment on that idea of standards of evidence, because I've made a big deal about this both in the book and elsewhere whenever I talk about this. So what people have to understand about science is we are really mean to each other. We are rooting for each other. Because we have this thing that we call standards of evidence. And it's the idea of like you have a piece of evidence that you want to link to a claim. And under what conditions can you say, oh look, I've got evidence of this claim X, Y, and Z. And in science, we are so mean to each other about whether or not that piece of evidence lives up to the standards that we have. And we spent 400 years determining what those standards are. And that is why cell phones work, right? If you didn't have super rigorous standards about, what you think that's, this little antenna, I've invented a new kind of antenna that I can slip into the cell phone and, show you how it works. If you didn't have these standards, every cell phone would be perfect. And when it comes to UFOs and UAPs, the evidence you have and the claim that though just shows that we are being visited by non-human advanced civilization just doesn't even come close to the same standards I'm going to have to obey or whatever and live under. If my team, the group I work with, is one of them says, "Look, wants to announce that we discovered a techno signature on an alien planet," we're going to get shredded. As we expect to be beaten up. And, the UAP, UFO community should expect the same thing. You don't get a pass because it's a really cool topic. So that's where I am right now. I just don't think any of the evidence is even close to support that.
Well, I generally assign a lot of value to anecdotal evidence from pilots. Not scientific value, but just like, it's always nice to get anecdotal evidence as a first step. It's like, I wonder if there's something there. But unfortunately, with this topic, there's so much excitement around it. There's a lot of people that are basically trying to make money off of it. There's hoaxes, all this kind of stuff. So even if there's some signal, there's just so much noise. It's very difficult to operate it. So how do we get better signal? You've talked about if we wanted to really search for UFOs on Earth,
Right.
and maybe detect things like weird physics, what kind of instruments would we be using?
Yeah, so in the book I talked about the idea. It's stupid, but you want to look up, you want to look down, and you want to look all over.
I think I'm right. I mean, it's simple, not stupid. It's like literally.
Yeah, right. So you want to do ground-based detectors, upward-looking ground-based detectors of the kind we're already building for meteors, right? For tracking meteors. You want to have space-based detectors, put them on satellites. This is what the NASA UAP panel was thinking about. And then probably on pilot, or we have lots of people in the sky. There should be detectors on the planes, or at least some kind of alert system that if a pilot says, "Oh, look, I'm seeing something I don't understand," presses the red button, and that triggers the ground-based and space-based data collectors. And then the data collectors themselves, this is something that people really don't understand, but it's so important. In order to actually do science with anything, the data you have to understand where it came from, like down to the nth degree. You have to know how that camera behaves in a bunch of different wavelengths. You have to characterize that. You have to know what the software does, what the limits of the software are. You have to know what happened to the camera. Was it refurbished recently? In every spectral wavelength, in all of its data collection and processing, you have to know all of those steps and have them all characterized. Especially if you want to claim like, oh my God, I saw something take a right-hand turn at Mach 5. Right? You better have all of that nailed down. That kind of thing. So we have to have characterized detectors looking up, down, and maybe on the planes themselves. We need a rational search strategy. So let's say you want to lay out these ground-based detectors. Where do you put them? Right? There's only so much money in the world. So, do you want to put them near places where you've seen a lot of things beforehand, or do you want to, try and do a sparse coverage of the entire country? And then you need the data analysis, right? You're going to have so much data, so many false positives or false triggering, that you need a way of sorting through enormous amounts of data, figuring out what you're going to throw out and what you're going to keep. And all these things we're used to doing in other scientific enterprises. And without that, if we don't do that, we're going to be having the same damn of these things for the next 100 years.
But if I asked you, I give you $1 trillion and asked you to allocate it to one place, looking out, SETI, or looking at Earth, which you do allocate?
Okay, looking out. Because that's the bad, it's always like to say, here's my codification. If you said, hey, Adam, I'd like to find some Nebraskans, and I said, oh, good, let's go to the Himalayas. You're like, why am I going there? I'm like, well, maybe there's some Himalayas, some Nebraskas. And I say, no, let's go to Nebraska. If we're looking for aliens, why don't we look on alien planets where they live? Because we have that technology now, as opposed to the bucket of assumptions that you have to come up with in order to say, like, oh, they're here right now. They just happen to be here right now. And also, the very important thing, I call this the high beam argument. To deal with the UFO stuff, you have to deal with you have to answer these weird, irrational things that are happening. Like, okay, there's an advanced civilization that is visiting Earth regularly. They don't want to be detected. They've got super powerful technology, but they really suck at using it because we keep seeing them. We keep seeing them, but then they disappear, right? I mean, explain to me what rational world that works under. It's like, so there's that whole sort of argument you've got to explain, like, why, if they want to stay hidden, are they so bad at it? So, that's why I take that level of difficulty, and then I put it on top of where should I look? I should look at I should look at where they're from. That makes me want to look at do the telescopic stuff.
Yeah, I think the more likely explanation is either the sensors are not working correctly, or it's secret military technology being tested.
Absolutely. I mean, if you listen, that's why again I think UAP. Absolutely UAP should be studied scientifically. But if I had to make a bet, and it's just a bet, I would say this is pure state adversary stuff. When I did a New York Times op-ed for this in 2021, which blew up, and so I had a lot of people talking to me. While I was doing that, I sort of looked at the signals intelligence people, the SIGINT and EINT, electronic intelligence communities, and what they were saying about the New York Times articles and the various videos. And really, none of them were talking about UFOs. They were all talking about pure state. That's why I learned the word pure state adversaries. How even simple drones and you purposely want to do this. You want to fake, signals into the electronics of your adapter, so they crank it up. So then you can just soak up all the electromagnetic radiation and know exactly what those advanced radars can do.
That said, I'm not saying that's what this is. If I was the head of an alien civilization and I chose to minimize the amount of contact, I would try to figure out what would these aliens like to see. That's why, like, the big heads.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's kind of like how I would approach it. If I was listening, I would observe them enough. Say, all right, if I wanted to communicate with an alien colony, right, I would observe it long enough to see what are the basic elements of communication.
Yeah.
And maybe I would do a trivial thing like do like a fake hand.
Right, a robot ant.
Or a robot hand. But then it's not enough to just do a robot hand. You have to do a robot hand that like moves in the way they do. And maybe aliens are just shitty at doing the robot hands. But no, I just wanted to make a case for that.
This is the plot, actually, of a great science fiction book called Eon by Greg Bear. And the idea was like these sort of, this is like where my first, I became sort of more than anti-medi. Because the idea is that, sort of aliens come, they, sort of make their arrival. And really their point is to get rid of us. It's the dark forest hypothesis. And what they do is they sort of, literally, the way they present themselves is in this sort of classic UFO thing. And they do it, and they arrive at the U.S., this was on the Soviet Union, they arrive at the USSR, they arrive in China, and they're kind of faking us out so that we never can organize ourselves against. So it was really, they did exactly kind of what you're talking about, but important to vary.
Okay, let me ask the pothead question. Yet another pothead.
The whole conversation.
I'm sorry.
Before breakfast.
It's science and pothead question back and forth. Okay, what if aliens take a form that's unlike what we kind of traditionally envision in analyzing physical objects? What if they take the form of, say, ideas? What if real pothead is it's consciousness itself, like the subjective experience, is an alien being? Maybe ideas is an easier one to visualize because we can think of ideas as entities traveling from human to human.
But I made the claim that the most important, that finding life, any kind of life, would be the most important discovery in human history. And one of the reasons is, again, as I said, that life, if we're not an accident, and there's other life, then there's probably lots of other life. And because the most significant thing about life is it can innovate, right? If I give you a star and tell you the mass and composition, you can basically pretty much use the laws of physics, tell exactly what's going to happen to that star over its entire lifetime. Maybe not the little tiny details, but overall, it's going to be way too hard for black hole. If I gave you a single cell and said what's going to happen in a few billion, you'd never be able to predict a giant rabbit that can punch you in the face, right? A kangaroo. So life has this possibility of innovating, of being creative. So what it means is, and that's a part of a kind of a fundamental definition of what it means to be alive. It goes past itself. So give life enough time, and what are the end result? Like, there's like, that's why I love science fiction so much. At some point, does life reach a point where it climbs into the laws of physics itself? It becomes the laws of physics. Or, these sort of lie at the extreme limits of thinking about what we mean by reality, what we mean by the experience. But I'm not sure there was much we could do with them scientifically. But they're open-ended question about the open-ended nature of what it means to be alive and what life can do.
Since you said it's the biggest question, which is an interesting thought experiment. What is the biggest scientific question you can possibly answer? Some people might say about what happened before the Big Bang, some big physics questions about the universe. I can see the argument for how many alien civilizations, or if there's other life out there. You want to speak to that a little bit? Like, why is it the biggest question in your? Why is it number one in your top five?
I've evolved in this, right? I started off as a theoretical physicist. I went into computational astrophysics and magnetohydrodynamics and star formation. But I was a philosophy minder. I always had these sort of bigger questions sort of floating around the back of my mind. And what I come to now is the most important question for physics is, what is life? What the hell is the difference between a rock and a cell, fundamentally? And what I really mean by this is where I'm going to go non-traditional, is that really the fundamental question that is agency. What does it mean to be an autonomous agent? How the hell does that happen? It's so. I'm not a reductionist. I'm not somebody who's like, well, you just put together enough chemicals and big bang boom. Something that really is going to demand a reconception of what nature itself is. And so, yeah, black holes are super cool. Cosmology is super cool. But really, this question of what is life, especially by viewing it from the inside, because it's really about the verb to be, right? What's the most pressing philosophical question beyond science is the verb to be. What is being, right? This is what Stephen Hawking said when he talked about what puts the fire in the equation. The fire, right? The fire is this presence. And this is where it touches things like, whatever you want to say, the sacred, spirituality, whatever you want to talk about. My first book was about science and human spirituality. So it's like, so this question of life, what makes life as a physical system, so different is to be much, because it's, that's where being appears. Being doesn't appear out there, right? The only place it ever appears to any of us is us. So, I can do this kind of projection into this third person thing, but nobody ever has that God's eye view. That's a story we tell. This is where, this between us is where the verb to be appears.
So this is something that you write about in The Blind Spot, why science cannot ignore human experience. Sort of trying to pull the fire into the process of science. And it's a kind of critique of materialism. Can you explain to me the thesis of this book?
Yeah, so the idea of the blind spot is that there is this thing that is central to science. So we're using the blind spot as a metaphor, right? So the eye has an optic nerve, and the optic nerve is what allows vision to happen. So you can't have vision without the optic nerve. But actually, you're blind to the optic nerve. There's a little hole in your vision where the optic nerve is. And what we're saying is that science has something like this. There's something that without which science would not be possible, but that science, the way it's been configured, and actually when we mean the blind spot, exactly what it is, but it's not really science. It is a set of ideas that got glued onto science. It's a metaphysics that got glued onto science. And so, what is that thing what is the blind spot? It's experience. It is presence. And if I experience it, I have to be very careful because I'm not talking about being an observer. It's there's lots of words for it. There's direct experience. There is presence, being, the life world. Within the philosophy called phenomenology, there's the life world. It's this sort of raw presence that you can't get away from until you die. As long as you're around, it's there. What we're saying is that is the way to say this. That is the precondition for the possibility of science. And the whole nature of science, the way it is evolved, is that it purposely pushed that out. It pushed that out so it could make progress. And that's fine for a certain class of problems. But when we try to go deeper, there's a whole other class of problems. The nature of consciousness, the nature of time, quantum mechanics, that comes back to divide us. And that if we don't learn how to understand that is always the background, that experience is always the background, then we just end up with these paradoxes and these yoga that require this intellectual yoga to get out of.
I think you give a bunch of examples of that, like looking at temperature as a number. There's a very simple objective scientific way of looking at that, and then there's the experience of temperature.
And how you build the parable of temperature, that we call it. So what is the blind spot? We use the term as a constellation. It's not just materialism. It's a constellation of ideas that are all really sort of philosophical views. They're not what science says. But because of the evolution of the history of science and culture, they got like pinned the tail on the they were sort of pinned on and tell us that this is what science is. So what do I say? One is reductionism, that you are nothing but your nerve cells, which are nothing but the chemistry, which is nothing but, all the way down to quarks. That's it. So that's reductionism. The objective frame, that science gives us this God's eye view, this third person view of the world, to view the world from the outside. That's what science equates to us, that view. Physicalism, that everything in the world is basically made of stuff. There's nothing else to talk about, right? That's all there is, and everything's being used for that. And then also the reification of mathematics. That mathematics is somehow more real than this. And there's a bunch of other things, but all these together, what they all do is they end up pushing experience out and saying experience isn't everything. Consciousness. I tend not to use the word consciousness because I think it leads us in the wrong direction. We should focus on experience because it's a verb, kind of in a way, verb-like. So yeah, and by being blind to that, we end up with these paradoxes and problems that really not only block science, but also have been detrimental to society as a whole, especially where we're at.
So you actually say that from a perspective of detrimental society, that there's a crisis of meaning, and they will respond to that in a way that's counterproductive to these bigger questions, scientific questions. So the three responses you mentioned: scientific triumphalism, and then on the other side is rejecting science completely, both on the left and the right. I think the postmodernists on the left and the anti-establishment people on the right, and then just pseudoscience that kind of does this in between thing. Can you just speak to those responses and to the crisis of meaning?
Right. So the crisis of meaning is that, on the one hand, science wants to tell us that we're insignificant, we're not important, we're just, biological machines. So we're basically an insignificant part of the universe. On the other hand, we also find ourselves being completely significant. In cosmology, we have to figure out how to look from the inside at cosmology. We're always the observers. We're at the center of this, collapsing wavefront of light. Quantum mechanics really comes in. The measurement problem just puts us front and center. Some people spend 100 years trying to ignore the measurement part of the measurement part. So on the one hand, we're insignificant, and on the other hand, we're central. So which one is it, right? And so this all comes from not understanding actually the foundational role of experience. This inability, we can't do science without already being present in the world. We can't reduce what happens in science to some sort of formal. A lot of it is about we love our formal systems, our mathematics, and we're substituting. That's one of the things that there's two philosophers we really like for our heroes. One is Rothschild, who's a mathematician who invented phenomenology, and the other is Whitehead, who's one of the greatest mathematicians of the 20th century. And Herschel came up with this idea of the surreptitious substitution. Part of the blind spot is substituting a formal system, a calculus of the data for actual experience. But that's more important. And so let me just before I go to those three responses, let's just do the parable of temperatures. I think it'll help them understand what we mean. So think about degrees Celsius, right? We kind of have in this modern scientific culture we live in, we think like, oh yeah, degrees Celsius, they're out there. The universe, the molecular cloud in space is 10 degrees, Kelvin. The way we got there is we've forgotten how that idea is rooted in experience, right? We started off with science we had the subjective experience of hot and cold. I feel hot, I feel cold, you feel hot, you feel cold. Science was this process of trying to extract from those experiences what Michel Bitbol, a philosopher, calls the structural invariance. Things that we could both kind of agree on. So, we figured out we could make a gradiated little cylinder that's got mercury in it, and that, hot things will be higher in that, on that radiated cylinder, cold things lower, and we can both kind of figure out what we're going to agree on are our standards for that. And then we have thermometry. Yeah, we have a way of sort of having a structural invariant of this sort of very personal experience of hot or cold. And then from that we can come up with thermodynamics, etc. And then we end up at the bottom of at the end of that with this idea of every day I wake up and I check my phone and I'm like, oh, it's going to be 60 degrees out, great. And we start thinking that 60 degrees is more real than hot and cold. That thermodynamics, the whole formal structure of thermodynamics, is more real than the basic experience of hot and cold that it came from. It required that bodily experience. That also, not just me, you. I have to tell it's part of my communication. It's cold today, isn't it? That from that basic, irreducible experience of being in the world, with everything that involves, I developed degrees Celsius. But then I forgot the experience. So that's called the amnesia of the experience. So that's what we mean by how the blind spot emerges, how science purposely pushes experience gets out of the way, so it can make progress. But then it forgets that experience was important. So where does this show? Why is this? What are the responses to trying to get this back in? Where this crisis of meaning emerge? So scientific triumphalism is the idea that the only thing that's true for us are scientific truths, right? Unless it can be codified in a formal system, represented as data, captured in some kind of scientific causal network, it doesn't even exist, right? And anything else that's not part of it, that can be formalized in that way, is an epiphenomenon. It's not real. So, scientific triumphalism is this response to the mystery of the weirdness of, like you call it, the weirdness of experience, by kind of just ignoring it completely. So there's no other truth, art, music, human spirituality, it's all actually reducible just to neural correlates. So that's one way that it's been dealt with. The other way is this sort of, right, you've got on the postmodern, the left, academic left, you get this thing like science is just a game. It's just a game from the powerful come up with, which is also not true. Science is totally potent and requires an account for what is happening. So that's another way to push sort of science away or respond to it. The science denial that happens, that's also another way of sort of, not understanding the balance that we need to establish with experience. And then there's just pseudoscience, which wants to sort of say like, the New Age movement or whatever, which wants to have, wants to deal with experience by kind of elevating it in this weird pseudo-spiritual way, except that doesn't have the rigor of science. So all of these ways, all of these responses, we have this difficulty about experience. We need to understand how experience fits into the web of meaning. And we don't really have we don't have a good way of doing it. And the point of the book was to identify very clearly how the problem manifests, what the problem is, and what its effects are in the various sciences.
And by the way, we should mention that at least the first two responses, they kind of feed each other. There's just to observe the scientific community. Those who gravitate a little bit towards the scientific triumphalism, there's an arrogance that builds in the human soul. It has to do with PhDs, it has to do with sitting in academic film, all those things, human nature, the egos and so on, it builds. And of course, that nobody likes arrogance, and so those that reject science, the arrogance is fuel for people that reject science. And it just goes back, and it's this divide that builds.
That was a problem. Like when you saw, so I said, my first book was about science and human spirituality. So I was trying to say that, science is actually, if we look at what happens in human spirituality, not religion. Religion's about politics, right? But about, for the entire history of the species, we've had this experience of, for better or lack of a better word, the sacredness. I'm not connecting this to God or anything. I'm just saying this experience of the more. And then, with the new atheist movement, you got people saying that, anybody who feels that is an idiot. They just can't handle the hardcore science. When in fact, their views of the world are so denuded of they can't even see the role that experience plays and how they came up with their formula. And experience fundamentally is weird, mysterious. It kind of goes down forever and stuff. There is always more. So yeah, that arrogance then, just you're telling everybody who's not hardcore enough to do the standard model of cosmology that they're idiots. That's not going to bode well for their the advance of their process.
You're proposing at least to consider the idea that experience is fundamental. Experience is not just an illusion that emerges from the set of quirks. There could be something about the conscious experience of the world that is at the core of reality.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't, because there's panpsychism, right? Which wants to
So
say
that's
that
all the way there.
Yeah.
Panpsychism is that's literally one of the laws of physics.
Right.
It's
But see, all of those do is just the idea of say physicalism versus idealism. Kind of the two philosophical theories. Physical says all that exists is physical. Idealism says all that exists is non. We're actually saying, look, both of these, to take either of those positions is already to project out into that third person view, right? And that third person view, we want to really emphasize, is a fiction. It's a useful fiction when you're doing science, right? If I want to do the Newtonian physics of billiard balls on a pool table, great. I don't want to have to think about experience at all, right? But if I'm asking deeper questions, I can't ignore the fact that there really is no third person view. And that any story I tell about the world is argue that experience always involves all of us. Experience always originates out of it. That, you're always telling those stories from the perspective of already existing, of already being an experience. So whatever account we want to give of the world is going to have to take that as experience as being irreducible and the irreducible starting point. So ultimately, we don't have an answer. That's when people are like, well, what are you suggesting is the alternative? It's like, look, that's the good work of the next science to come. Our job was to point out the problem with this. But what we would argue with is, and we're thinking about the next book, is this is really going to require a new conception of nature, right? That doesn't sort of jump right to that third person, that fictional third person view, and somehow figures out how to do science, recognizing that it always starts from experience, starts from this field of experience called the phenomenology world, the life world, that you're embedded in. You can't unembed yourself from it. So how do you do? So then one of the things that Whitehead said was, you have to avoid the bifurcation of nature. And what he meant by that is the bifurcation into sort of scientific concepts, wavelength. Think about you can say oh look, it's just wavelengths, and scattering particles, and your experience of the redness, the actual experience of the redness, and all the other things. It's not just red. There's no quality. There's no pure redness. Everything that's happening in the experiential part is just an epiphenomenon. It's just brain states, whatever. He said you can't do that. They're both real. They're both accounts. They both need to be integrated, and so that required, I think, a different conception of what we mean by nature.
Is it something like incorporating into physics in the study of nature the observer, the experiencing observer, or is that still also looking for the third person?
I think that's what we have to figure out, right? And so actually, a great place to think about this is quantum mechanics, right? Because one of the things we're arguing is look, in the chapter that I wrote on, because I wrote this with Evan Thompson, who's a wonderful philosopher, and Marcelo Gleiser, who's when I was writing a chapter on the origin of the blind spot, sort of how this emerged out of history, the subheader was well, it made sense at the time, because it did. There was a reason why people adopted this third-person, God's eye, deterministic view. This view of sort of the perfect clockwork of the universe. Yeah, it totally made sense. But by the time you got to the beginning of the 20th century, science itself was telling you and no place does this appear more than in quantum mechanics, right? Quantum mechanics slams you with the idea of the measurement problem. The most important thing about quantum mechanics is you have a dynamical equation, the Schrödinger equation, which you put in, like we talked about before. You have initial conditions, and now you got a differential equation. You crank out the differential equation, and it makes predictions for the future, right? Exactly like Newtonian physics, or its higher versions of Lagrange or Hamiltonians. But then this other thing happens, where it's oh, by the way, as soon as you look at it, as soon as the measurement is made, I have a whole other set of rules for it. That's the Born rule. And it was telling you right from the beginning that measurement matters, right? So when you're asking how will we do this, quantum mechanics is actually pointing to how to do it. So there's been all these different interpretations of the quantum. Many of them try to pretend the measurement problem isn't there, go to enormous lengths, like the many worlds interpretation, literally inventing an infinite number of unobservable parallel universes to avoid the thing that quantum mechanics is telling them, which is that measurements matter. And then you get something like cubism, which is I'm going to advocate for, is a new interpretation of quantum mechanics, which puts the Born rule at the center, right? Instead of focusing on the Schrödinger equation and the weird things that come out of it, like Schrödinger's cat and all that other stuff, it says, no, actually the real mystery is the Born rule. Let's think about the Born rule. And like you said, that puts the agent and information at the center of the whole.
So that's not a thing you're trying to get rid of. That's the thing you're trying to integrate at the center. The thing in quantum mechanics becomes super obvious, but maybe this same kind of thing should be incorporated in every layer of study of nature.
Absolutely, that's exactly it. So one of the things that's really interesting to me. So I have a project. I'm part of a big project that Chris Fuchs and Jacques Vanier on cubism. So I've been part of that. What I've been amazed by is the language they use. So what's cool about cubism is it comes from quantum information theory. It's a pretty modern version of thinking about quantum mechanics. And it's always about you have an agent who makes an action on the world, and then the information they get from that action through the experiment, that's the actual result, updates their priors, updates Bayesian, that's why it's called Cubism, quantum Bayesian, updates how the information that comes from the world. Now, this turns out to be kind of the same language that we're using in a project that's about the physics of life, where we have a grant from the Templeton Foundation to look at semantic information and the role of semantic information in living systems like cells. So, we have Shannon information, which is a probability distribution that tells you, basically how much surprise there is in a message. Semantic information focuses on meaning, right? Focuses on, and in a very simple way, just like how much of the information that the agent, the critter, is getting from the world actually helps it survive, right? That's the most basic idea of meaning, right? We can get all philosophical about it, but this is it. Does it help me stay alive or not? And the whole question of agency and autonomy that occurs in this setting of just asking about how do cells move up a chemical gradient to get more food kind of has the same feel, the same sort of architecture as what's going on in quantum mechanics. So I think what you said is exactly it. How do we bring this sort of recognition that there's always us, the agent, or life, the agent, interacting with the world and drawing in, both giving information and passing information back as a way of doing science, doing hardcore science with experiments, but never forgetting that agency, which also means experience in some sense, is at the center of the whole thing.
So you think there could be something like Cubism, quantum Bayesianism, that creates a theory like a Nobel Prize winning theory, sort of like hardcore real theories that put the agent at the center?
Yes, that's what we're looking for. I think that's the exciting part, and it's a move. The scientific triumphalist thing says, if you understand why people love this, like I have these equations and these equations represent, this spontaneous idea that they are, they exist externally on their own. It's kind of quasi-religious, right? It's sort of like somehow these equations are you're reading the mind of God. But this other approach to me is just as exciting, because what you're saying is there's us and the world. They're inseparable, right? It's always us and the world. And what we're now finding about is this kind of co-creation, this interaction, between the agent and the mind, such that these powerful laws of physics that need an account, like in no way am I saying these laws aren't important, these laws are amazing, but they need an account, but not an account that strips, that turns the experience, turns the agent into just an epiphenomenon, that it pushes the agent out and makes it seem that the agent's not the most important part of the story.
So if you pull on this thread and say there's a whole discipline born of this, putting the agent as the primary thing in a theory, in a physics theory, like how is it possible it just like breaks the whole thing open? So there's this whole effort of unifying general relativity and quantum mechanics, both like coming up with a theory of everything. What if these are like the tip of the iceberg? What if the agent thing is like really important?
So, listen, that would be like kind of my dream. I'm not going to be the one to do it because I'm not smart enough to do it. But Marcelo and I have for a while have been sort of critical of where foundational physics has been for a while with string theory. I've spent my whole life listening to talks about string theory, real soon, and it's gotten ever more disconnected from, data, observations. There were people talking for a while that it's post-empirical. And I always wanted to write a paper or an article that was like, physicists have been smoking their own stash, right? There's this way we've gotten used to, like, you have to out-weird the other person. We're like, my theory is 38 dimensions. My theory is 22 dimensions, but it's got, psychedelic squirrels in it. And so there's a problem. I don't need to tell you there's a crisis in physics. There's a crisis in cosmology. Other people have used that. That's been the headline on Scientific American stories. So there's clearly another direction it has to be. I mean, maybe it has nothing to do with this. But I suspect that there's so many times the agent or the having to deal with the view from the inside or the role of agency, like when it comes to time, thinking that you can replace the block universe with the actual experience of time. Clocks don't tell time. We use clocks to tell time. So maybe that even like the fundamental nature of time can't be viewed from the outside. That there's a new physics theory that is going to come from comes from this agential, informational, computational view. I don't know, but that's kind of what I think it would be fertile ground to explore.
Yeah, the time is really interesting. Though. This time is really important to us humans. What is time?
Yeah, that's right. What is time? So the way we have tended to view it is we've taken, this is what Husserl talks about, the surreptitious substitution. We've taken Einstein's beautiful, powerful, formal system for viewing time, and we substituted that for the actual experience of time, right? So the block universe, where like next Tuesday is already written down, it's in the block universe, the four-dimensional universe, all events are already there. Which is very potent for making certain kinds of predictions within the sort of, the scientific framework. But, it is not lived time. And, this was pointed out to Einstein, and he eventually recognized it. Very famous meeting between Henri Bergson, who was the most famous philosopher of like the early 20th century, and Einstein, where Einstein was giving a talk on relativity, and Bergson, whose whole thing was about time and was about duration, he wanted to separate the scientific image of time, the map of time, from the actual terrain, which he used the word duration. Like we humans, where duration for us is full. It's sort of it's stretched out. It's got a little bit of the past, a little bit of the future, a little bit of the present. Music is the best example, right? You're hearing music, you're both already anticipating what's going to happen, and you are, remembering what's going on. There's a kind of phenomenal structure there, which is different from the representation of time that you have with the formal mathematics. And with the way we would look at this is that the problem with the surreptitious substitution, the problem with the blind spot, is it says, oh no, the formal system is time, but really the only place time appears is with us, right? We're time, So having a theory that actually could start with us, and then stretch out into the universe rather than imposing this imaginary third-person view back on us, that's a route towards a different way of approaching the whole problem.
I just wonder who is the observer. I mean, defining what the agent is,
right,
in any kind of frame is difficult.
Is difficult, right? And so that's the good work of the science ahead of us, right? So what happened with this idea of the structural invariance I was talking about? So we start with experience, which is irreducible. There's no atoms of experience, right? It's a whole. And we go through the whole process, which is a communal process, by the way. There's a philosopher, Robert Crease, who talks about the workshop. That starting in like the 1700s, 1600s, we developed this communal space to work in. Sometimes it was literally a physical space, a laboratory, where these ideas would be pulled apart, refined, argued over, and then validated, and we went to the next step. So this idea of pulling out from experience these thinner, abstract, structural invariants, the things that we could actually do science with. And it's kind of like, we call it an ascending spiral of abstraction. So the problem with the way we do things now is we take those abstractions, which came from experience, and then with something like, a computational model of consciousness and experience, I think we can put it back in. Like you literally pulled out these super thin things, these abstractions, neglecting experience because that's the only way to do science. And then you think somehow, I'm going to jam experience back in and have an explanation for experience.
So do you think it's possible to show that something like free will is quote unquote real if you integrate experience back into the physics model of the world?
What I would say is that free will is a given. That's the thing about experience, right? So one of the things that Whitehead said, I really love this quote, he says, it's not the job of either science or philosophy to account for the concrete. It's the job to account for the abstract. The concrete, what's happening between us right now, is just given. It's presented to us every day. It's presented to us. If you want an explanation, fine, but the explanation actually doesn't add anything to it, right? So that free will, in some sense, is the nature of being an agent, right? To be an agent, agency and autonomy are sort of the two things that are, they're equivalent. And so, in some sense, to be an agent is to be autonomous. And so then the question really to ask is, can you have an account for agency and autonomy that captures aspects of its arising in the world, or the way it and the world sort of co-arise. But the idea, the reason why we argue about free will often is because we already have this blind spot view that the world is deterministic because of our equations, which themselves, we treat the equations as if they're more real than experience. And the equations are a paler, they don't corral experience. They are a thinner, representation. As we like to say, don't confuse the map with the terrain. What's happening between us right now, and this, all the weirdness of it, that's the terrain. The map is what I can write down on equations and then in the workshop do experiments on. Super powerful, needs an account, but experience overflows that.
What if the experience is an illusion? How do we know? What if the agency that we experience is an illusion?
An illusion from where? Like, right, that already requires to take that stance is you've already pushed yourself into that third person view, right? And so what we're saying is that third person view, which now you're going to say like, oh, I've got a whole other set of entities, of ontological entities, things I think exist in God's living room in the sight, that are independent of me and the community of living things I'm part of.
So you're pushing it elsewhere. Just like there's a stack of turtles. It's probably if this experience, the human experience, is an illusion, maybe there's an observer for whom it's not an illusion. So you always have to find an observer somewhere.
Yeah, right. And that's why fundamentally the blind spot, especially the scientific triumphalist part, is following a religious impulse. It's wanting the God's eye view. And it was really interesting. And when we think about this and the way this gets talked about, especially publicly, there's a line of philosophical inquiry that this language gets couched in. And it is actually it's only one version of philosophy, right? So it is pretty much what we call the analytic tradition, right? But there's even in Europe, or in the Western tradition, for Western, what we call Western philosophy, there's phenomenology. These are Husserl and Heidegger and Merleau-Ponty, which took an entirely different track. They were really interested in the structure of experience. They spent all their time trying to understand, trying to develop a language that could kind of climb into the circle that is experience, right? You're not going to be able to start with axioms and work your way through it. It's given, so you have to kind of jump in and then try and find a language to account for its structure. But then, so that has not been part of this discussion about, good luck finding a YouTube video where someone, a famous scientist is talking about science from a phenomenological point of view, even though it's a huge branch of philosophy. And then you get the philosophies that occurred from other chords of civilization, right? So there's the Western core, out of which comes the Greeks and the Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition. But then you get India and you get Asia, and they develop their own. These were highly complex societies that developed their own responses to these questions. And they, for reasons because they had contemplative practice, they were very focused on trying to directly probe attention. They asked questions in ways that the West never really did. Phenomenology kind of started it, but there's philosophers like Nagarjuna and Vasubandhu doing, and they're like the Plato and the Aristotle of sort of those philosophies, and they were really focused on experience. In the West, I think maybe because we had the Judeo-Christian tradition, where we already had this kind of God who was going to be the frame on which you could always point to that frame. In the traditions that came from the classical philosophies of India and Asia, they started always with it. They wanted to know about experience. Their whole philosophies and their logic and their argumentation was based on, I've got this experience. I can't get out of this experience. How do I reason from it? So I think there's like a lot of other philosophical traditions that we could draw from. Not like slavishly. We don't all have Buddhists, but there are traditions that really tried to work this out in a way that the Western traditions just didn't.
But there's also the practical fact that it's difficult to build a logical system on top of experience. It's difficult to have the rigor of science on top of experience. And so as science advances, we might get better and better. Like the same, it's very difficult to have any kind of mathematical, kind of scientific rigor to why complexity emerges from simple rules and simple objects, sort of the Santa Fe questions.
I think we can do it. I think there's aspects of it. I mean, as long as you're never trying to this is what experience is. I think that's kind of the where you're never going to have a causal account of experience because it's just given. But you can do lots about, and that's what the good work is to how do I approach this? How do I approach this in a way that's rigorous that I can do experiments with it also. But so, for example, I was just reading this beautiful paper that was talking about this is what we're encountering with our semantic information too, causal closure. Love this idea, right? The idea that, so we talked about autopoiesis a while back, right? The idea that living systems they are self-creating and self-maintaining. So the membrane, cell membrane is a great example of this, right? The cell membrane, you can't have a cell without a cell membrane. The cell membrane lets stuff through, keeps other stuff out of it, right? But the cell membrane is part of the processes, it's a product of the processes that the cell membrane needs, right? In some sense, the cell membrane creates itself. So there's this strange, it's always looked like, there's always this strange loop. And so somehow figuring out how to jump into that strange loop is, the science that's ahead of us. And so this idea of causal closure, accounting for how we talk about like downward causation, right? So reductionism says everything only depends on the microscope. Everything depends on the atoms, right? That's it. You know the Lagrangian for the standard model, you're done. Of course, in principle, you need God's computer, but fine. In principle, you're done. Causal closure, and I was just reading this great paper that sort of argues for this. There's ways in which using epsilon machines and all this machinery from information theory, that you can see ways in which the system can organize itself so that it decouples from the microstates. Now, the macrostate fundamentally no longer needs the microstate for its own description, its own account of the laws. Whether that paper is true or not, it's an example of heading down that road. There's also Robert Rosen's work. He was a theoretical biologist who he talked about closure to efficient cause, that living systems, are organizationally closed, are causally closed, so that they don't depend anymore on the microstate. And he had a proof, which is very contentious. Nobody knows if it's, some argue it's true, some argue it's not. But he said that because of this, living systems are not church-Turing complete. They cannot be represented as formal systems. So, in that way, they're not axioms. Living systems will not be axioms. They can only be partially captured by algorithms. Now, again, people fight back and forth about whether or not this proof is valid or not. But I'm giving you examples of when you see the blind spot, when you acknowledge the blind spot, it opens up a whole other class of kinds of scientific investigations. The book we thought was going to be really heretical, right? Obviously, most public-facing scientists are very sort of in that special scientific question. So we were just waiting for the fight. And then the review from Science came out, and it was like totally pro. They were very positive. We're like, oh my God, And then a review came out in Nature Physics, and it was totally positive. And then a review came out in the Wall Street Journal, because we kind of criticized, not capitalism, but we criticized sort of all industrial economies, that they were sort of been touched by the blind spot. Socialism, communism, doesn't matter. These extractive, sort of had that sort of view that the world is just reducible to, resources. The Wall Street Journal gave us a great review. So it feels like there's actually out there is some, among working scientists in particular, there is some dissatisfaction with this triumphalist view and a recognition that we need to shift something in order to jump past these hurdles that we've been arguing about forever, and we're not, sort of stuck in a vortex.
Well, it is. I think there is a hunger to knowledge that there's no that we're just from the age. It's everyone is doing it. It's like, there's the experience, and then there's a third person perspective on the world.
Right.
And so to science from applying scientific rigor from a first person perspective is very difficult. It's fascinating.
I think we can do it because it's also the thing, what's really interesting is I think it's not just first person, it's first and second, right? Because science focuses, so one idea is that we, the idea that, science gives us this objective third person view. That's one way of talking about objectivity. There's a whole other way. Is that I do the experiment, you do the experiment, we talk to each other, we agree on methods, and we both get the same result. That is a very different way of thinking about objectivity. And it acknowledges that, when we talk about agents, agency and individuality are flexible, right? So there's a great paper, big extent by David Krakauer, where they looked at sort of information theoretical measures of individuality. What you find is it's actually pretty fluid. My liver cell is an individual, but really it's part of the liver. And my liver is, a separate system, but really it's part of me. But I'm an individual, yay. But actually I'm part of a society. And I couldn't be me without the entire community of, say, language users, right? I wouldn't even be able to frame anything. And my community of language users is part of ecosystems, right? That are alive, that I am a part of a lineage of this like Sarah Walker said. And then those ecosystems are part of the body, right? We're never separable, as opposed to this very atomizing, the triumphal of this science view is wants like Boltzmann brains, which is born for these space.
Yeah, there is a fascinating degree to which agency is fluid. Like you're an individual, but you and I talking is a kind of individual.
Yeah.
And then the person listening to this right now is also an individual.
Right.
I mean, that's a weird thing.
That's a weird thing, right?
Because there's a broadcast nature too.
This is why information theoretic. So the idea that we're pursuing now, which I get really excited about, is this idea of information architecture, right? Or organization, informational organization. Because, right, physicalism is like everything's obvious. But, Kant recognized, Kant is apparently the one who came up with the word organism, because he recognized that life has a weird organization that was specifically different from machines. And so this idea that how do we engage with the idea that organization, which is often can be cast in information theoretic terms or computational terms even, is it's not really quite physical, right? It's embodied in physical, in the physical, has to instantiate the physical, but it also has this other realm of design, and so I'm not buying like intelligence side, but there's organization itself is a relationship of constraints and information flow. And I think, again, that's a new, interesting way that we might get a very different kind of science that would flow out of that.
So going back to Kant and organism versus machine. So I showed you a couple of like robots. Is it possible for machines to have agency?
I would not discount that possibility. I think there's no reason I would say that it's impossible that machines could, whatever it manifests, that strange loop that we're talking about, that autopoiesis. I don't think there's a reason to say it can't happen in silicon. I think whatever it would be very different from us. Like the idea that it would be like, it would be just like us, but now it's instantiated. I think it might have very different kind of experiential nature. I don't think what we have now, like the LMs, are really there. I'm not going to say that it's not possible.
I wonder how far it can get with imitation, which is essentially what LLMs do, so imitating humans. And I wouldn't discount either possibility that through imitation you could achieve what you call consciousness or agency or the ability to have experience. I think for most of us humans, we think, that's just fake, that's copy. But there's some degree to which we humans are just copying each other. We just are really good imitation machines. From babies, we were born in this world and we're just learning to imitate each other. And through the imitation and the tension in the disagreements in the imitation, we gain personality, perspective, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I think so. It's possible, right? It's possible, but I think probably that view I'm advocating would say that one of the most important parts of agency is there's something called E4, the E4 theory of cognition: embodiment, inaction, embedding, and there's another one, extension. But so the idea is that you actually have to be in a body, which is itself part of an environment that is the physical nature of it and of the extension in with other living systems as well is essential. So that's why I think the LLMs are not going to, it's not just imitation, it's going to require, this goes to the brain in the vat thing. I did an article about brain vat, which was really evidence, I was reporting on evidence, where they did the brain in the vat argument, but they said, look, in the end, actually, the only way to actually get a real brain in the vat is actually have brain in the body. It could be a robot body, but you still need the brain in the body. So I don't think LLMs will get there because they can't, you really need to be embedded in the world. At least that's the E4 idea.
The E4, the 4E approach to cognition argues that cognition does not occur solely in the head. It's also embodied, adapted, and extended by way of extracranial processes and structures. They're very much in both. 4E cognition has received relatively few critical evaluations. This is a paper by reflecting on two recent collections of article reviews of 4E paradigm with a view to assessing the strengths and weaknesses. It's fascinating. I mean, the branches of what is cognition extends far, and it could go real far.
Right. There's a great story about an interaction between between Jonas Salk, who was very much a reductionist, you know, the great biologist, and Gregory Bateson, who was a cyberneticist. And Bateson always loved to quote people. He said to Salk, he said, you know, where's your mind? And you know, Salk went, up here. And Bateson said, no, out here. And what he really meant was this extended idea. It's not just within your cranium to have experience. You know, experience in some sense is not a thing you have. It is a thing you do, right? You almost perform it in a way, which is why both actually having a body, but having the body itself be in the world with other bodies is, from this perspective, is really important. And it's very attractive to me. And, you know, seeing, again, you know, if we're really going to do science with them, we're going to have to, like, have these ideas crash up against data, you know, crash up against, you can't just armchair it, you know, or couch quarterbacking it. But I think there's a lot of possibility here. It's a very radically different way of looking at what we mean by nature.
What do you make of the fact that this individual observer, you as an individual observer, only get a finite amount of time to exist in this world? Make you sad?
No, actually, it doesn't make me sad. So, okay, so you know, full reveal. I have been doing contemplative practice in the Zen tree for 30 years. Staring at a wall for 30 years. And it's taught me a lot, right? You know, I really value what that practice has given me about the nature of experience. And one of the things it's taught me is, like, you know, I don't really matter that very much. You know, this thing I call Adam Frank is really, you know, it's kind of a construct. You know, there's this process going on, of which I am actually fundamentally, and that's super cool. But, you know, it's gonna go. I don't know where it came from. It's gonna go. I don't really need it to, you know. And then who the hell knows? You know, I'm not an advocate for an afterlife, but just that, like, you know, what I love, Zen has this idea of beyond birth and death, and they don't mean reincarnation. What they mean is, dude, you don't even really understand what life is. You know what I mean? On, like, this, you know, this core level of your own experience. So, you know, your ideas about what death is are equally ill-formed. You know, and it's so, you know, the contemplative practice really tries to focus on experience itself. Like, spend 5 days at a Zen session doing contemplative practice from 7 a.m. until 9 p.m. And you'll really get a much deeper understanding of, like, what my own experience is. What is it really like? It forces you to learn how to stabilize your attention. Because, you know, attention is kind of like this thing, like, usually it's like, oh, over there, oh, my foot hurts, oh, I got to do my taxes, oh, that, you know, what's that guy over there? Why is he wearing those stupid shoes? And with contemplative practice, you learn how to stabilize it. And once you stabilize it, you can now begin to sort of explore the phenomenal nature of it. So what I think I've learned from that is, like, kind of whatever, you know, I'm not really kind of real to begin with. The Adam Frank one, the identity thing. And the part of me that is real is, you know, everything's coming and going. It's all coming and going. Well, how can it ever not come and go when the entire world is just, you know, Buddhism has this idea of codependent arising. Nothing exists. Nothing has self-nature. Nothing exists by itself. It's an endless, infinitely connected web.
But still, there's a deliciousness to the individual experience. You get attached to it, and it ends, and it's good while it lasts, and it sucks that it ends. Because you'd be like, well, everything comes and goes. But, like, I was eating ice cream yesterday on this awesome low-carb ice cream called Delights here in Austin. And, you know, it ends.
Yeah.
I was like, you know, I was staring at the empty container, and it was
Beautiful, man. I love that.
you could say, like, yeah, well, that's how it all is, but hey,
Can I say that? That's what I've learned from because I love your idea of the delicious and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, but what I think happens with contemplative practice when it deepens is that it's not just you're not just saying, right? This is why, you know, that's why I do koan practice. So this is a tradition in Zen that it was established. It was a teaching method that was established like, 1,000 years ago. These book of koan, and every koan, you know, if you've ever read Gödel Escher Bach, he's got a whole chapter on koans. They're kind of non-logical problems that you have to work on. One of my favorite ones was stop the sound of the distant temple bell. You're like, what? Every time my teacher gives it to me, I'm like, what are you talking about? You know, this is this whole Zen thing of, like, up is down is up. You must understand this. So, you know, your job with these koans is to sit with them, until you sort of kind of, you know, realize what this thing is trying to teach you, what aspect of experience it's trying to teach you. So there's no answer. And in fact, actually, you don't give an answer. You actually usually have to demonstrate. The first time when I sat, you know, I did a koan, and the guy was like, don't tell me the answer, show me the answer. I was like, what are after doing these for years now, I've just kind of learned the language of them. And so I could never tell you, if I told you the answer, I could give you a call and tell you the answer, you'd be like, what? It's not the words, it's the, so like your experience, like, yeah, with the cumulative practice as it deepens over years, it really does take years. Just like anything in math, it took me years to understand what wrong. You kind of come to a deeper understanding with like, yeah, the words of like, it's not just like, oh, everything changes. You actually feel that movement. Like you feel it with like breath to breath, and it really becomes, sometimes I have this feeling, but of just joy. And it's not connected to anything. And that's what I kind of got from practice. It's just like, yeah, that passage, that infinite passage of moment to moment, that is truly the way things are. And it's okay. Like, it's not okay because I have a feeling about it, okay? I want it to be okay. It just is okay. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I get, maybe it's the genetics, maybe it's the biochemistry in my brain, but I generally have that joy about experience, just amorphous joy. But it seems like, maybe it's my thing, there's always like a melancholy that's also sitting next to the joy. And I think it always feels like they're intricately linked. So the melancholy is maybe about the finiteness of experience, and the joy is just about the beauty of experience, and they're just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, which is cool actually, because that, I'm also, I come from Eastern, Eastern European as well, and I get it, right? I mean, but that's also the cool thing. I think one of the things is like, well, that is what it is. That is what it is, right? You don't have to do anything. You don't have to like manipulate it or move it around or like, yeah, this is the experience,
Can you speak to just the practical nature of sitting there from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
Like, what the hell are you doing, bro?
What's powerful? What's fascinating to you? What have you learned from just the experience of staring at the wall?
Yeah. So, you're not really. I mean, you're facing a wall, and what you're doing is you're just sitting with, there's different meditative practices, right? There's counting breath. So that's usually what I do. I sit down, I start counting breath, and for the first half hour, it's just like blah blah blah. I'm thinking, like I said, thinking about my taxes and thinking about what I got to do later on. Yada yada. First time I ever did a full session, a 2-day session, I used Springsteen Born to Run album track through from the beginning to the end with the pauses, in fact, when they're LPs.
Freaking nice.
Because my mind was just like, I need to do something. So it literally played the whole album in order.
That's pretty cool, actually.
It was pretty amazing to see. Because you really do. You see the dynamics of your mind. But what happens is, and this took me a while. I used to hate sitting. I do it, but after a while, the mind gets exhausted. Like at that part of the mind, the upper level, the roof brain chatter. It's just like there's nothing else to do. And then you get bored. And now I realize that's when something interesting is going to happen. Because you kind of like drop down. And now it's a very physical practice. People think you're just sitting there not thinking or thinking about not thinking. Actually, it becomes a very physical process where you're really just following the breath. You're kind of riding the breath, and it gets very quiet. And within that quietness, it's there's a path. Because obviously there's been Buddhism is always like not about thinking, but there's a huge literature. So these guys are always about don't think. I've written all this stuff, but they're guideposts. They're like the finger pointing at the moon. And there's the idea first. Your mind is usually scattered, right? Like right now when I walk out, I'm going to go get the Uber. Your mind's going to be all over the place. But with sitting, first you concentrate so that there's no more scattering. Or the thoughts are still happening, but you're just not happening up there. You're not even paying attention to them. And then as time goes on, you unify them, which is this very powerful thing where kind of self drops away, and there's just this presence. It's kind of like a raw presence. And that's often where the joy of work. But you sit with whatever. Maybe you're going to sit and you're going to have maybe you're going to go through like an hour of being bummed out about your mom dying or something. You're just going to sit with whatever comes up. You're going to make that's why the sitting part. You're making the commitment. I'm going to sit here with whatever comes up. I will not be moved. And then what you come away with, it actually over time, it actually changes kind of who you are. Like I'm still the asshole I was from New Jersey growing up, but I just have more space now for things,
Yeah. Once Jersey, always Jersey.
Oh, Jersey.
I love the Bruce Springsteen's blasting in your head. Why are we here? What do you think is the purpose, the meaning of human existence?
It's good that we just had the last conversation because I'm going to give this answer, which is so corny. It's a lot. And I'm not messing around because really, actually, what happens, so within Buddhism, there's the idea of the Bodhisattva principle. You're here to help. You're just here to help, right? Compassion. Like that's a really essential part of this path, of the first started, I was like, I'm here for knowledge, right? I'm here. I started contemplative practice because of the usual thing. I was suffering. I had, the reason everybody comes to me. Life was hard, that kind of fun stuff. But I also wanted knowledge. I wanted to understand the foundational nature of it, whatever. But then I found out that you can't get that. You can't get those. You can't go to this without compassion. Somehow in this process, you realize that it really is about helping all sentient beings. That's the way they think. Just being here to help. So I know that sounds cornball, but especially for a guy from Jersey, which is like, the main thing is to get over. Like your job is to get over. But that's really what I found. It's and that's what that joy. That joy. Some of that joy is just one of the things that I have when I have like really, there's a kind of experience I'll have in contemplative practice will carry out in the world, which is just this gratitude for the fact that the world is just gives you everything. In a certain way, right? Just the blue sky and the breath. The world is just giving you itself completely unhindered. It holds nothing back. And that's kind of the experience. And then you kind of like, oh, I need to be helpful. Who's not having this experience?
They just love for the world.
Love for the world and all the beings who are suffering. Everybody's suffering. Your worst political opponent, they're suffering. And our job is just to try and drop our biases and our stories and see this fundamental level at which life is occurring.
And hopefully there's many alien civilizations out there going through the same journey of suffering towards love.
Yeah, that may be a universal thing about what it means to be alive. I hope so. Do that or they're coming to eat us.
Especially if they're a type 2 civilization.
And they got really big guns.
Well, this was a truly mind-blowing, fascinating, just awesome conversation, Adam. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for talking.
No, thank you. This was a lot of fun.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Adam and Frank. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Sagan. The cosmos is all that is, forever was, or ever will be. Our feeblest contemplations of the cosmos stir us. There's a tingling in the spine, a catching voice, a faint sensation, as if a distant memory, or falling from a height. We know we are approaching the greatest of mysteries. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. So, what is the difference between a madman and a genius? Success. The following is a conversation with Javier Milei, the president of Argentina. He is a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, and economist who campaigned with a chainsaw that symbolized his promise to slash the corrupt bureaucracy of the state. He stepped into the presidency 1 year ago, with the country on the brink of hyperinflation, deep in debt, and suffering from massive unemployment and poverty. He took this crisis head on, transforming one of Latin America's largest economies through pure free market principles. 2 months in office, he already achieved Argentina's first fiscal surplus in 16 years, and not just avoided hyperinflation, but brought inflation down to its lowest in 3 years. We discussed all of this in detail, both the successes and the challenges. His depth of knowledge of economic principles, metrics, and data was truly impressive and refreshing to hear from a world leader. But even bigger than the economic transformation of Argentina, Javier represents the universal fight against government corruption and the fight for freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, and freedom of speech. He has many critics, many of whom are part of the corrupt establishment he's seeking to dismantle. But many are simply Argentinian citizens, scared of the pain his radical policies may bring, at least in the short term. But whether one disagrees with his methods or not, no one can deny that his presidency marks one of the most ambitious attempts at economic transformation in modern history, and that Javier Milei is truly a force of nature, combining the rigor of an economist with the passion of a revolutionary and the fight for freedom of a nation he loves. Argentina is one of my favorite countries, so I sincerely hope he succeeds. This interview was conducted with the president speaking Spanish and me speaking English, with an interpreter simultaneously translating. We make the episode available, overdubbed and subtitled in English and Spanish, thanks to our great friends at 11 Labs. If you're watching on YouTube, you can switch between English and Spanish by clicking the gear icon, selecting audio track, and choosing language. Same with captions. If you're watching on X, I'll post both Spanish and English versions separately. If you're watching on Spotify or listening elsewhere, I'll probably only. This is the first time for me doing something like this in a foreign language. It was challenging, but illuminating. I hope to continue talking to many world leaders for 2 to 3 hours in this way, including Volodymyr Zelensky, Vladimir Putin, Narendra Modi, and Xi Jinping. I want to explore who they are, how they think, and how they hope to help their country and humanity flourish. This is the Let's People podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Javier Milei. When did you first understand the value of freedom, especially economic freedom?
Well, actually, I came to understand the ideas of freedom as an economic growth specialist back in the years of 2013 to 2014. I could see that per capita GDP statistics over the last 2,000 years of the Christian era essentially looked like a hockey stick, indicating that per capita GDP remained almost constant until around 1800, after which it accelerated sharply. In the same context of that phenomenal increase in productivity and per capita GDP, the population had multiplied sevenfold over the preceding 200 years. So basically, in economics, that means you get increasing returns, and the presence of increasing returns implies the existence of monopolies, concentrated structures, and according to traditional neoclassical economic theory, presence of monopolies and concentrated structures is not a good thing. But at the same time, one could see that living standards had increased tremendously and that middle-income people ended up living far better than emperors did in the Roman era, and the population had gone from having 95% of people in extreme poverty to less than 10%. And in that context, the question was how it could be that something that had lifted so many people out of poverty, that had improved human conditions so much, could be something bad for economic theory, meaning something was not right. So, in that context, I remember that one of the people who worked on my team suggested I read an article by Murray Newton Rothschild called Monopoly and Competition. I remember reading it like it was today. And after reading it carefully, I said, everything I've taught about market structure in the last 20 years in courses on microeconomics is wrong. This caused a very strong internal commotion in me. So I called this person who used to work with me, and they recommended a place to buy Austrian School of Economics books. And I remember I bought at least 20 or 30 which I went to pick up on Saturday afternoon. And when I visited the bookstore, I was fascinated by all the stuff they had there. So I went back the next day and I started calculating how much money I needed to pay for my dog's food. That's my four-legged child. And how much I needed to spend on the taxi fare and food. And then with what I have left, I spent all of it on more books. And then I started to read very intensively. And I remember, for example, the experience of reading Human Action by Mises. And this was a book that I didn't know about. And I remember that on the following weekend, I started to read this book right from the first page. And I didn't stop until I finished it. And that was a true revolution in my head. And having the chance to read Austrian authors like Rothbard, Mises, Hayek, Pope, and Jesus Huerta de Soto, or others like Juan Ramon Rallo, Philip Bagus, and Walter Block, for example. That was very inspirational. And at one point, I got the opportunity to read related to the works of Alberto Venegas Linchijo, and I also had the pleasure and honor to meet him. And today, we are actually friends. So that paved the way for me to approach the ideas of freedom. And another book that was a very significant influence and impact on me was The Principles of Political Economics by Menger. It was truly eye-opening. Or let's say, for reading Eugen von Bauer, these were things that really challenged all of my former thinking. I had a vague idea and poor about the Austrian school. The only thing I had read about the Austrian school until then had been Money and Time, a very good book by Garrison. But now that I understand a little bit more about Austrian economics, I know that it was rather poor. This doesn't mean that the book isn't good, but there were a whole lot of things to read that ended up being truly fascinating.
So from that, what is now today, and maybe you can talk about the evolution, is your philosophy, economics philosophy. You describe yourself as an anarcho-capitalist, market anarchist, libertarian. That's the ideal. And then maybe in practice and reality, you said that you're more of a minarchist. So lay it all out. What's your economics philosophy today?
Strictly speaking, I am an anarcho-capitalist. I despise the state government. I despise violence. Let us suppose, with definition of liberalism, I usually use the definition of liberalism given by Alberto Venegas Linchijo, which is very much in line with the definition of John Locke, which essentially matches the definition by Alberto Venegas Lynch Jr., who said that liberalism is the unrestricted respect for the life project of others based on the principle of non-aggression and in defense of the right to life, liberty, and property. So I frame all of the discussions within those terms, and the fact is that when you get to that notion, I would dare say that you become an anarcho-capitalist de facto, and what that describes, it is an idea which represents my ideal world. I mean, that is the ideal world. Now, real life poses a whole lot of restraints, and some of those you can lift, and those restrictions and others you can't. So, in real life, I am a minarchist. I advocate for minimizing state size. I try to remove as many regulations as possible. In fact, that is what I used to say during my campaign. And let's say that is what I'm now carrying out. We have just carried out the largest structural reform in Argentine history. It is a structural reform that is 8 times larger than Menem's, which had been the largest structural reform in history. And we did that with 15% of the representatives and 10% of the senators. Furthermore, we have a deregulation ministry where basically every day we eliminate between 1 and 5 regulations. On the other hand, we have 3,200 additional structural reforms pending, to the point that the day we finish all these reforms, we will be the freest country on the planet, with the consequences they have in terms of well-being. Think about this. When Ireland started market reforms just over 40 years ago, it was the poorest country in Europe. Today, its GDP per capita is 50% higher than that of the United States. So, I have a current situation, and what I am constantly looking for, whether from my academic works and my outreach notes and books, is the world we have today. That every day we are closer, that every day we gain more freedom, because there are some very interesting things here. First, I would like to quote Milton Friedman. There is a moment when they do an interview with Milton Friedman and they ask him about liberals. And then he says that there are 3 types of liberals. There are the classical liberals, where, for example, Adam Smith or Milton Friedman himself could fit. Some say that Hayek could fit into that category. For me, Hayek is a minarchist. Then you have the minarchists where you could clearly find in that place Mises, Hayek. One could find in philosophical terms Nozick, and basically Ayn Rand. And at one point, Milton Friedman, based on his own son, he says, but if you look closely, there are some who are anarchists. Let's say, probably from my point of view, the person who has been the greatest inspiration in my life is essentially Murray Rothbard. So therefore, there are 2 dimensions. One is where I want to go, and the topic is where I stand. So the most important thing is to try each day to advance further toward that ideal of anarcho-capitalism. In that sense, sometimes we face strong and harsh criticism regarding that ideal vision. I think that's the Nirvana fallacy. If you compare yourself against paradise, everything is horrible and miserable, but you don't live in paradise. You live on earth. Basically, what you need to understand is something called the state conditions. Let's suppose that you don't like rectangular tables, you prefer circular tables. Now, the reality is, I have only a few hours until I go and catch my flight, and the table is rectangular. You like a circular table, a round one, but there isn't one. What you have is a rectangular table. So either we do the interview here or we just can't do it. So what do? You adapt to the current conditions. This is what there is. Now, so then you have some restrictions that you can change and others that you cannot. The idea is to modify all the ones that can be changed in the short term and start working on those that can be modified in the medium or long term. For For example, if you really like round tables, perhaps the next interview we may do at a round table, we're going to try and solve it. But today it's something that we couldn't possibly solve. So that's basically the idea, right? Let's say it's about understanding that some restrictions you can change, others you can, and there are institutional restrictions too. There are many anarcho-capitalists who are dedicated to criticizing, and incredibly, they do so with more violence towards liberals, and many of them actually criticize me, which truly make no sense because it is precisely the nirvana fallacy. But the reality is that, look, in Argentina, for example, the most popular sport is soccer. When you go to watch an Argentina match, it is beautiful. The stands are full and they're all painted with sky blue and white colors. There is a lot of joy. People sing songs that are very fun, that are very distinctive. It's very much part of Argentine folklore, so to speak. But you see, that beautiful show is external. That is to say, it does not determine the outcome. You place the ball in the middle of the field, and no matter how much people shout, the ball doesn't move. The one who moves the ball and scores the goals is Messi. So, what do I mean? If you don't get involved and don't get into it, no, you don't do anything. So, I mean, what do I know? Is that there are many liberals, libertarians, and anarcho-capitalists who are really useless because all they do is criticize, let's say, those of us who want to lead the world toward the ideas of freedom. And what they don't realize is that power is a zero-sum game. And if we don't have it, then the left will have it. Therefore, if you level your harshest criticism at those in your own ranks, you end up being subservient to socialism, probably. And also, for instance, you have cases of strong hypocrisy, let's say. I have seen cases of agarists. I mean, it's the anarcho-capitalists who criticize Rothschild because he said that we have to get into politics, otherwise the socialists will advance. And it's interesting because some of them, I have seen them criticizing, proposing agorism. And I remember one of them one day, the police showed up, and honestly, he was being himself. So, I mean, it's very easy to criticize, propose, and suggest, but if he was truly such an agonist, he should have been willing to endure going to jail. However, when it was time to face the consequences of the idea he was promoting, he froze, wet his pants, and ended up, let's say, accepting all the restrictions because clearly it was better to be out of jail than in jail. But in doing so, he sold out his ideas. So it seems to me that no, not taking into account the restrictions of the situation only serves to be functional to socialism because all it does is strike against them.
So you became president 11 months ago. Can you again describe some of the actions you took? For example, you cut half the number of government ministries, layoffs, removed price controls. It'd be interesting to lay out the first steps and what's next.
If you allow me, I will first give you a description of the situation we received, and based on that, I will tell you each of the things we did when we first took office. Basically, what we found was that in the first week of December, inflation was rising at a rate of 1% per day, which means 3,700% annually. In the first half of December, it had accelerated to 7,500% annually. When you look at wholesale inflation in December of last year, it was 54%, which if annualized would equate to an inflation rate of 17,000% per year. And in addition, Argentina, for the previous 10 years, had not been growing, with a drop in GDP per capita of approximately 15%. And the reality was that nearly 50% were living in poverty. Now, later I will get deeper into that discussion. And the reality is that we had a fiscal deficit which amounted to 15% of GDP. 5 points were in the treasury, 10 points were in the central bank, which was endogenous monetary issuance. And the reality is that we also had interest-bearing liabilities at the central bank equivalent to 4 monetary bases, maturing in one day, meaning we could have quintupled the amount of money in one day. We had peso-denominated maturities amounting to the equivalent of $90 billion. The central bank had negative net currency foreign reserves, minus $12 billion. We had commercial debts in the central bank equivalent to $50 billion. There were company dividends held back amounting to $10 billion. Therefore, if we had instantly opened up, you see, I say we are liberal libertarians. We are not liberal fools. That's what some anarchist liberals suggested, meaning that we basically open everything on the first day. So in that context, of course, if we had done that, we would have encountered hyperinflation. Therefore, that would have led to the number of poor people being around 95%, and by December, the Peronist Party would have organized supermarket lootings and would have done all sorts of things and would have probably been ousted. And by the first part of the year, the Peronists would have gone off. So to us, it was crucial to end fiscal deficit. One of the things we promised during the campaign had been to reduce the number of ministries, and indeed we reduced to less than half the number of ministries, because we went to 9 ministries, today we have 8. We have also laid off a large number of civil employees. Today I can say that we've already dismissed about 50,000 of them. And we practically don't renew any contracts unless the positions are absolutely necessary. At the same time, we have stopped public works and we have eliminated discretionary transfers to the provinces. We have also diluted public sector wages. Also, we have eliminated economic subsidies by restoring utility rates to the right level. And and in that, let's say in this context, we achieved fiscal balance as far as the treasury is concerned. This is very important because in the last 123 years, Argentina had a deficit for 113 of them, and in the 10 years it did not have a deficit because it was not paying the debt. So that was absolutely false. And they told us it would be impossible to do that. We had planned to do so within a year. And they said to adjust by more than 1 percentage point. And we achieved fiscal balance in the month of January, that is the first month of administration. At the same time, we also cut social plans linked to intermediation. This is very important because we knew we were going to make a very tough adjustment, and we knew that this was going to have a point in social terms. And we knew that we had to offer support during the first month, the first quarter and second quarter in office. One of the things we did was to eliminate what are known as poverty managers, that is intermediaries. Basically, people have a card through which they receive assistance, but it happens that they have to provide a counter service, And that counter service was verified by a group called the Piqueteros. So, in that context, when they were going to sign, the counter service took away half of the money. So, by removing that payoff, they stopped extorting them, stopped stealing their money, and with the same amount of money, they received double the resources. And of course, we also provided an additional boost. So, let's say that this is related to the 5 adjustment points in the treasury. Now, what happens? As we began to achieve fiscal balance and no longer needed to issue money to finance ourselves, and as we also met interest payments and some capital repayments, one of the things that happened is that the debt market began to be recreated. So we were able to take debt out of the central bank and transfer it to the treasury where it should have always been. And that meant an adjustment of approximately 10% of GDP. Everyone said this would be impossible and couldn't be fixed. Essentially, what we did was implement a fiscal adjustment at the central bank amounting to 10% of GDP. So, if you ask me, it's clear that we have not only made the biggest fiscal adjustment in the history of humanity, because we made a fiscal adjustment of 15 points of the GDP, but also most of that went back to the people as less seigniorage, as a lower inflation rate. It's true that we temporarily raised the country tax, but we lowered it in September. And now in December, we're going to eliminate it. Today, for example, we also announced that in December, we are eliminating import taxes. In fact, in that regard, what you have is that we return to the people 13.5 points of GDP, because the real tax burden is the size of the state. So, while back in December we were discussing hyperinflation, today we are discussing 30-year loans. In other words, all those resources that the national government used to take are now back in the private sector. And that's what has allowed it to be very dynamic. And this has 2 very strong impacts. The first one is that if you look at wholesale inflation, it went down from 54% to 2%. So it went down by 27 times. It was divided into 27. So we had inflation at a rate of 17,000% annually, and it's now close to about 28% a year. But it's not only that. You could consider consumer inflation. The latest consumer inflation rate was 2.7%. Now it happens that we, essentially due to a matter that is related to the central bank's balance sheets and also due to the debt stocks, we still have controls in place and we are eliminating restrictions day by day. Now, the interesting thing is that we have a 2% monthly devaluation standard, and there's international inflation, of course, which means that you then have to subtract 2.5 points from the inflation observed by the consumer. This indicates that inflation in Argentina, the true inflation, not the induced one, but the actual monetary inflation, is 0.2% per month. At 0.2% per month, this equates to 2.4% annually. What I'm saying is, the original discussion was about whether inflation could reach 17,000%. Now we are bringing inflation down to levels of 2.5% annually, and that is amazing. And we achieved this by considering a number of factors. The first one is that we did not experience a previous hyperinflation, which would have simplified the process of implementing a stabilization program. Typically, when hyperinflation occurs, monetary assets are diluted, leading to a natural restoration of demand. And besides, we did not resort to any expropriation. For example, before the convertibility plan, which was the most successful program in Argentina's history, Argentina experienced 2 instances of hyperinflation. During Alfonsin's administration, inflation reached 5,000%, and under Menem, it was 1,200%. Additionally, there was the Bonex plan, under which debt was exchanged on a compulsory basis. In other words, what we did instead was clean up the central bank balance sheet. So with that, we We cleaned up the central bank's balance sheet. We cleared a loss of $45 billion, all voluntarily. And the most amazing thing is that we did it in just 6 months. And at the same time, we have not controlled prices, nor have we fixed the exchange rate. And this is very important. All previous stabilization programs, in an effort to show quick results, used to do this. What they would do is, before announcing the plan, they would adjust the rates, and once the rates were adjusted, they would launch the plan. But in our case, we couldn't afford that luxury, so we had to implement it on the go. And also over the past few months, that is to say, companies brought in rates that covered only about 10%, whereas today they cover 80%, so you get the picture. Just imagine the adjustment we are making. And in that sense, it is also incredible what we have achieved, because if we were to work with the inflation we have in our country today, considering the exchange rate situation, the figures are even better than during the convertibility program, which was the most successful economic program in Argentina's history. And in fact, there is an article called Passing the Buck, which is by Gerardo de la Barrera Bozzoli and Irigoyen, that demonstrates that Menem's first government was the best government in history. And basically, it argues two things in the success of the stabilization of the convertibility program. So if you take a closer look, when you examine it carefully, when you account for all these factors, our disinflation process is actually much more genuine. And not only that, it's also much deeper. We restored freedoms to Argentinians while simultaneously implementing a structural reform 8 times larger. And we accomplished this with 50% of the representatives, 10% of the senators, and within the first 6 months of government. In other words, our deregulation agenda continues daily, and we still have 3,200 structural reforms pending. This will ultimately make Argentina the freest country in the world. Moreover, to have a sense of magnitude, the reforms that we already have made with the Executive Order 7023 and with the basis law, we have actually jumped 90 places in terms of economic freedom. What this means is that today, Argentina has institutions similar to those of Germany, France, Italy, and we obviously want this to continue. And let's say we are going to surpass, no doubt, the levels of economic freedom that Ireland reached in its best moment. And not only that, we're going to exceed the levels of economic freedom of Australia, New Zealand, and Switzerland. We are undoubtedly going to be the freest country in the world. And this means that thanks to what we've done today, we are on a path that allows us to multiply our per capita GDP by 2.5 times when you apply the relevant correction. And this, of course, is something very interesting because it implies a huge increase in well-being. And furthermore, today the Argentinian economy is already strongly and amazingly recovering. And we can say analysts' hypotheses were suggesting that next year we will be growing between 5 and 6%. Today, JP Morgan has now corrected, or let's say revised the projections upwards. And besides, when we normalize the price situation, the true poverty rate came up and it was 57% in January. Today it is at 46%, meaning we lowered poverty by 11 percentage points. Let's say, it seems truly like a miracle. And not only that, but actually not a single job was lost in the process. When it comes to all of this inflation reduction process, people said that our economy and economic activity would collapse. Actually, when you look at the seasonalized data, in August, there was a recovery that took us back to December levels. That means that in the year we made the largest fiscal adjustment in the history of humanity. We will end up with less inflation, fewer poor people, better real wages, and additionally a GDP higher than what we started with. And if you look at it in dollars, I can assure you that the numbers are phenomenal. because basically today the dollar is below the levels we had when we took office. So the reality is that in all of this, when you take my popularity levels and the government's acceptance levels, today they are above the moment we assumed office. If you know that the moment of maximum popularity is when you take office. Therefore, this means that far from resting on our laurels with this, we're going for more reforms. We're going to deepen the reforms, and I tell you, we won't stop until Argentina is the freest country in the world. Furthermore, a recent work by an Argentinian economist named Juan Pablo Nicolini was presented at the central bank's monetary meetings, and he works at the Federal Reserve. And it's interesting because he shows that only on the basis of what we have done in fiscal matters, it ensures that in the span of 10 years, we can double the GDP per capita, meaning that Argentina could grow at rates of 7% annually, which is very much, and that has strong consequences in terms of improving quality of life, reducing poverty, reducing emissions. Therefore, if during the worst moment our image didn't suffer and we stayed strong in our ideas, now that everything is working much better, why should we change? On the contrary, we are ready to redouble the bet, to redouble our efforts because we've done things that no one else has done. I will give you an example. There's something that seems trivial, but there's what's called the single paper ballot. Argentina used to vote with huge ballots, which were above all, very costly, and that reform, it never, let's say, it wasn't done because it always harmed the ruling party. So everyone talked about going to a single paper ballot, but no one did it when they were in power. They didn't want to implement it because they preferred to commit fraud or use some kind of trickery to avoid applying that rule that makes the election more competitive. Well, what's interesting, we sent that law and it was approved. What's more, now we are finishing with the open, simultaneous, and mandatory primaries because it was a mechanism by which politics was also stealing. We are eliminating the financing of political parties. If you look, we have reduced the fiscal pressure by 15 points to the Argentinians. So we are restoring freedoms with a deep set of structural and regulatory reforms. That is, I think that any sensible liberal could perceive we are already delivering a wonderful government. In fact, it's the best government in the history of Argentina. If the best had been that of Menem, we've already outpaced it.
Maybe you can explain to me the metrics of poverty and unemployment. You just said unemployment went real unemployment went down, real poverty went down. But even that aside, what have been the most painful impacts of these radical reforms? And how many of them are required in the short term to have a big positive impact in the long term?
Let's take it step by step, all right? That is, we started to do things right, therefore we did not create poverty. The poverty was an inherited poverty. The point is that what we did was to reveal it. I'll try to explain it with an example that I think clarifies what's happening in Argentina. Argentina was an economy that had a total price control. It had a fiscal deficit which was financed through money printing. Just for you, to give you an idea, in the last year, Argentina financed 13 points of the gross domestic product with money printing. In other words, a real disaster. So that situation provoked this artificially demand and puts pressure on prices. The issue is that price controls are applied additionally over the prices that they enter the price index with which inflation was, I'm not saying they were lying about it, it was distorted. And since Argentina measures poverty and indigence by income line, then what happens? That distorted the true levels of poverty, of course. But that's not the only effect. I mean, let's say the real poverty levels were higher, quite a bit higher than those shown by the previous government, which showed them at 41% and also did so on a 6 monthly basis. So if you, let's say, growing, they are actually leaving you a bomb and you don't see it. Because let's say basically the indicator was measured with a delayed form. But not only that, imagine that you are also given, you are in the middle of an island alone and they give you $1 million. What can you do with that? You cannot do anything because you cannot buy anything. It's the same as if someone tells you that the price of glasses is $10, but when you want to buy it, it's not available. Actually, there's a joke told by an Argentinian professor named Juan Carlos de Pablo who says that a man goes to a bazaar and asks for a vase. Then he says to him, well, I want that vase. How much would you charge me? Then he says, $5,000. Oh, okay, $5,000. But why $5,000 if across the street it's 1,000? He says, well, go buy it across the street for 1,000. Ah, there's none for 1,000. Well, then here where there's more, it'll also cost 1,000. In other words, prices at which they are available. So what happens? When you are faced with that situation, the supermarket shelves were empty. So what was the point of having a price at which you couldn't buy anything? You left those prices, the shelves were empty, so the statistics showed that you were much better. But the reality is you couldn't buy anything. You couldn't make it happen. So if you left the situation as it was, people were going to starve because they couldn't buy anything. Yes, they had a certain amount of money that could supposedly buy certain goods, but those goods were not available. What is the only thing you can do to save people? Make the prices transparent and allow products to reappear. Well, when you make the prices transparent, you also make transparent the cost of the basic food basket and the total basic basket, meaning the poverty line, the indigence line and the poverty line respectively. And when you do that, clearly you will see a jump in poverty. That brought poverty up to 57%. Now, Argentina found its activity floor in the month of April. From that moment, Argentina began to invent a cyclical recovery. Real wages have been growing every month above inflation. Therefore, nominal wages are beating inflation. In fact, we are already at levels similar to those we had in November. The same goes for pensions. Moreover, also let's say there is a rebound in activity due to the recovery of the stock cycle. Therefore, this is also contributing to more and better paid jobs. In fact, this is so strong and evident that the wages growing the most are in the informal sector. This means that poverty and extreme poverty are decreasing much faster than we imagined. But not only that, by eliminating inflation, we remove the inflationary boost. But the real burden is the fiscal deficit, which was 15 points of the GDP. Okay, we temporarily raised the country tax, now we lower it, but we return that to the Argentinians. We gave back 15 points of the GDP. Not only that, but also, when you eliminate inflation, you remove the distortion of relative prices. Therefore, the allocation of resources is much better. Not only that, but also with the strong fiscal adjustment we made, we have reduced the country risk from 3,000 basis points to 770. Today, Fitch raised Argentina's rating to triple C. So, what do I mean? That translates into a lower country risk and interest rates. And that generates an increase in investment, also generates an increase in consumption. In other words, the Argentinian economy is currently in an absolutely flourishing moment. And how is that sustained in the long term? With structural reforms, which we implement daily, deregulating the economy and introducing new laws that free Argentinians from the many oppressive measures that have burdened it over the past 100 years.
You spoke about the caste, the corrupt political establishment. there's a lot of powerful people and groups that are against your ideas. What does it take to fight when so much power is against you?
Look, we have fought against corruption like never before in Argentina. In fact, when we took office, for example, there were about 900 roadblocks per year. That is, people who made a habit of blocking the streets. They prevented free movement. And besides, they were given social plans and they were given a lot of money. If you remember, when I started by explaining the cuts, one of the things I said was that we removed the middlemen of poverty, in other words, the managers of poverty, those who live by stealing from the poor. Well, that is a huge source of corruption. In fact, when we did that, 2 days later, one of the most renowned and influential piqueteros called for a demonstration. He claimed that 50,000 people would attend because he was actually expecting 100,000. So he wanted to showcase it as a success. And so then, let's say with the decision made in human capital to cut their funding, the anti-blockade protocol was also enacted, where those who blocked the streets wouldn't receive welfare benefits and those who broke the law would go to jail. All of that. And also, we were informing this through transportation channels. Well, in that March, they expected to have 100,000 people there. And actually, it turned out to be 3,000 people. And from that point on, they didn't block the streets anymore. We also evidently put an end to that corruption. One of the things that also generated a lot of corruption was public works. Another thing that led to significant acts of corruption were the discretionary transfers to provinces. In general, these transfers were made to the provinces with accounting as obscure as possible. So, the national government, in collusion with the governors, let's say, the money ended up being used for other things. Not only that, with which we have already done many things. Furthermore, the Ministry of Human Capital is always filing complaints in court, not in the media, in court. Acts of corruption like never before in Argentine history. Not only that, but also in terms of condemning corruption. That is, we have done, for example, 2 days ago, it was condemned, Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner got a sentence for corruption. I mean, due to corruption, and the next day, that is yesterday, we took away their privileged pensions. At the same time, we have discovered that Kirchnerism used disability pensions for acts of corruption. For example, there is a city that has more disability pensions than people. In other words, to give you an idea of the things being done in Argentina. And also in Argentina, we have restored freedom to the judiciary. We do not pressure the judiciary. And this is so true that during my government, not only was Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner convicted, but also the 2 terrorist attacks carried out by Iran were condemned. So, if there is a government that is truly fighting against corruption, it is us. Not only that, but also with each deregulation, it is a privilege that we take away either from a politician, a prebendary company, or a power group. That is also very powerful. No one in Argentina has ever fought against corruption the way we have. In fact, I will move on to something that is deeply corrupt and one of my great battles. The corruption of the media and social media. That is to say, I removed the official advertising. That's why you will see that even though we generate wonderful news, every week in large quantity, the media speak terribly. In other words, they demand to have a monopoly on the microphone. That is, they are entitled to insult, hurt, offend, and they don't want anyone to bother them. And they expect me not to even respond. That That's why a large part of journalism in Argentina hates the X network. And that's why we, the liberal libertarians, love the X network, because we can all say what we want. However, let's say these supposed journalists who defend freedom of expression, actually what they want is to censor the ideas they don't like. And of course, because they are leftists, because they are woke, because they can't stand the competition, because if they had to fight face to face, hand to hand, on a level playing field, when it comes to ideas, they would lose because they were a failure in the economic, social, and cultural aspects. And also, we must not forget that those murderers called socialists killed 150 million people. So they clearly cannot fight on equal terms. Therefore, they demand that social networks have censorship and that the truth cannot be told to them. Because when you tell a socialist the truth, they cry, claiming it's hate speech. No, it's not hate speech. It's that you are useless people who have ruined the planet. They have made the planet much worse. And fortunately today, thanks to social media, especially due to the enormous and brave work of Elon Musk and the role of Twitter, today, X, right, allows information to flow, which makes it possible, let's say, to expose politicians and also expose the media. And that's why journalists in Argentina are so violent. Why? Because before they could, for instance, a journalist went and, for example, he would go to a person and he would throw a folder at them and say, if you don't give me X amount of money, I am going to publish all of this and tarnish your reputation. And I know for a fact a case of a journalist who carried out this extortion twice to a businessman. That businessman told him that he wasn't going to pay, and evidently the journalist did it. Obviously, they went to court, there was a trial, and that journalist lost both times. But that process is very slow, and in the meantime, they smeared. So since the justice system takes a long time, so what is the problem? The problem is that in the meantime, your life got dirty. So why can journalists do all this? Well, that's why they dislike X. They dislike social media. They dislike the new form of communication because it took away their monopoly over the microphone. And by taking away the monopoly over the microphone, it removed the economic benefits of extortion. So clearly, that's another battle I'm fighting. You read a newspaper in Argentina, and 85% of what you read is a lie. That is to say, the fundamental characteristic of most journalists, not all, but the vast majority of journalists in Argentina, with some honorable exceptions, is that they are liars, slanderers, and defamers. And if the monopoly they demand were still in place, that they want to reign again, I have no doubt that they would demand money in exchange for silence, because that's what they are. They are extortionists, they are thieves, they are corrupt. And then, of course, obviously, when you take away a privilege from a sector, they get upset. Well, welcome to freedom.
So you're not only fighting for economic freedom, you're fighting for freedom of speech.
Exactly. I fight for freedom in all aspects of life. That is to say, one of the things that seems most interesting to me is that when the Berlin Wall fell, it's true that officially fell in the year 1989, but the reality is that the wall, or socialism, fell in the year 1961 when they had to build the wall. I mean, they built it because people were leaving communist Germany for capitalist Germany. They realized that those on the western side were much better off. And of course, to prevent people from leaving, they put, what a wonderful system, right? So, I mean, they had to trap people, they couldn't let them go. I mean, these are such wonderful ideas that they had to apply them at gunpoint. It's quite, well, it's no coincidence that they killed 150 million human beings. So, what happened then? The official fall of the wall in the year 1989 made it clear that socialism had failed. In that context, the socialists, they moved the discussion of class struggle in economics and took it to other areas. So, for example, socialism, or what is of the 21st century, or cultural Marxism or post Marxism, whatever definition you want, is to take class struggle to different aspects of life. For example, one of the aspects of life where you, let's say, have this is in gender ideology. I mean, it's incredible because the first ones to defend equality before the law were the liberals. The first to defend women's rights were the liberals. Jeremy Bentham in the year 1750 was the first to demand equality before the law for women. I mean, the cause of equality, equality before the law for women, and equality of rights, the first ones who advocated for this were the liberals. Did you know? However, what does the left do? They just go on to radicalize it. And then it moves to what is called female chauvinism. Female chauvinism is, let's say, the fight against males. And then, I mean, how do they do it? They do it by assigning rights. But when you assign a right, someone has to pay for it. And that has consequences. And in general, let's say, this always happens. The consequences are that the results are worse than what you had before. I mean, in any state intervention, the subsequent result is often worse than what you originally had. So that's one thing. And not only that, but the other side of this is the environmental agenda, which sets man against nature, involving all aspects of environmentalism and everything related to climate change. In other words, they can't stand any serious discussion. Therefore, all environmental policies are nothing more than an excuse to collect taxes, so that a group of parasitic bureaucrats can live at the expense of others and finance sinister ideas. Where the most sinister idea of all is that there is no room for everyone on planet Earth. That is, an idea that failed with Malthus at the beginning of the 19th century, a murderous idea that was also applied by the Egyptians against the Jews, and this is famously recorded in the book of Shemot or Exodus. Or, for example, another.
What you what's wrong? What do they say? What, what do they say? Yeah. What were they saying? Wow. Was that in? Was that in Socialized? Oh, that happens. All right. So he was being mean. I understand. I understand. Well, how's Socialized treat you? Yeah. I got you. Are you down for some gaming? Okay, we can. Just wait. Just wait. Don't be You just come here. I'm watching a podcast on Argentinian economics. It may not be Tuesday. Tell Audie what happened. Yes, ma'am. All right. So, go ahead. I'm looking. What is that? I have not, but I No, it's popular. It's in the subreddit. I'm in a subreddit that talks about it. I've never had it. So they just said that some kids came out with new flavors and were asking people what their thoughts were, and I don't think a lot of people had the opportunity to have it because it's so new. Will you tell? Yeah, you like it? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, blue raspberry. Yeah. That sounds good. That's pretty good. No. Blue Sky changed its. Okay. Blue, they changed their arrangement of their website, which means I had to reprogram all my bots. So I'm just watching. I've got 2 hours. Well, so sometimes a website will change the location of a button, and they changed the location of one of their buttons, and that means I had to reprogram all my robots. Just one button, just changing where a submit button was. It made me have to do like 3 hours of work. But it's okay. I think I got it. You like one of the people in Socialize? Oh, are they? Oh, you like them? All right. Oh, those bots. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, those are cool. Yeah, you can. If I could, I would make it at least 21. 18's the only differentiation. And I get so many people that come in here with high voices, and I'm like, how old are you? And they're always like, I'm 18. And when they say that and they've got a high voice, there's just, like I was once, 15 trying to get into places that were 18 or whatever. It makes me suspicious. So I generally don't trust it unless they say they're 19 or 20. Because if you're 19, if you're 13 and you're trying to be in some place that's 18, you'll say you're 18. You won't say you're 19, 20, 20. You'll take the absolute lowest age group. So I have to be as diligent as possible. I wish it just automatically. I wish there was just some setting that just automatically made it so that you couldn't interact with anyone under a certain age. No, you don't. You don't. No, it would get really good. They're rude. They're immature. there's the thing. If you make your whole server 18 and up, it's not available on the App Store. So that's why I only want to get called to be 2. You can't make it 21, or I would. It's 18 or nothing. Yeah, I mean, there are servers where you send people your ID, and I've been in those servers, but they're a pain in the butt. And then you have to like worry about like, storing people's IDs, deleting people's IDs. I don't want to do that. I having servers is a lot of work. It's babysitting, and then like if you don't know other people, you just be there and by yourself alone. And I mean, it took me a whole year to get 1,700 people in here, which is a lot of people to have. I'm really happy and proud of the growth of the server, but for like the first 3 months, it was like no one was in there. I had like 0 people in there, and then you really have to promote it. It's a lot of work. Absolutely. You can make a room. You can make a room in here. It says create your own. Like 2 below, you can create your own room. I do get people who do that. There was a nursing student who would just come in here and she would go in there, make her own room, or I think some people would just randomly like to listen to that lo-fi, those lo-fi ones, and that's their prerogative. They can do whatever they want. So go for it. I like that lo-fi music. I mean, the only reason why I have those bots and not other bots is I do have other bots, but those bots are programmed very well and they'll just work continuously. Other bots, they break, and so it just depends on how they're configured. University. He's my friend. He, I met him about a year ago or so. And he had just been a good friend. He recently got a dog. He used to be here a lot. Yeah. His time for thinking about it. But he was really nice. And the way that I met him was there was a guy, pretty big street named Music Biz Marty. And Music Biz Marty, he likes, he would be someone who would like to troll people. And Music Biz Marty found me almost 2 years ago on YouTube. And Music Biz Marty had a really big community. In fact, it was like the second most amount of people I've ever had in one YouTube stream. He brought in like 300 people. And they came in. And Music Biz Marty would ask me like all kinds of questions. And I would answer them. And he just didn't have as he said, um, like these were his words, basically like, there wasn't anything to make fun of me about. Like, I'm pretty honest and I'm caring and I'm motivated and I'm not just like, take something, I have this word from people who are like the opposite, they're called roll times. And so it turned out that he just moved on to someone else, but Caspian thought it was really interesting because here this like king of trolling people couldn't troll me. I basically defeated him. And then Caspian and I, we got to know each other. And very sadly, the Music Biz Marty guy died earlier this year of just really unfortunate. So his community's kind of been without a leader in the Music Biz Marty community. So Caspian's been spending more time in there. And that's how we met. It's through another stream. Well, I think you're amazing as well. You are so positive and you're so kind. You are a breath of fresh air. Everyone is so hello you. And you're wonderful to play with at night. You really, I mean this, Miss Aquarius, I've been on the internet now 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year now for 3.5 years. And you are, I think, maybe the nicest person I've met. And I wouldn't just say that to boost your ego because I know you don't do that. You should just know you're a very special individual, very kind. I mean, just, I wish everyone on earth was like you. It's the most something that makes me She was just saying that she agrees with what I said. We just think you're an amazing person. That's it. Same here. So if anybody ever is not being nice to you, you tell them she'll come to them. Yeah, so chill bar, the people in chill bar, they never would give you the opportunity to join your server. They just open the person and say, look at the top. And they just didn't do anything. I don't think I've ever had behavior that I feel should have caused me to be banned in anybody's Discord. And generally, I try to be as respectful as possible to people. The issue that arises, though, is people ask me about myself and what I do, and one person is just curious, and another person takes what I have to say as being sometimes um, self-promotion. And I don't understand why self-promotion is so bad, but it's like frowned upon on Discord. So I guess they don't want people spamming and stuff or talking about it. I don't really know. So maybe self-promotion is just telling people about what your hobbies are. Some people consider that abuse. But that's why I don't talk about other Discord stuff. And I do think people have right. Yeah, I should probably do that. I had people, I thought this was weird. Um, they were trying to find me some advertising, and they went through. There's a way that you can plug in somebody's username and find out what all their discords are. And they went in and they were trying to find like discords and everything, but they didn't like it. I was just thinking, I said, we got too much time. Yeah, that's what you're doing. Or with your time. And good for you. You play Wordle? I love how you say you love it. What do you love about Wordle? I was just going to say, it's really easy to cheat. Do you ever play? Do you ever play Scramble? Yeah. Right. Look at you. You bad. Right. Yeah. How do you play? Yeah. So I play. Yeah, we play. It's fun. play with some people. Sometimes I play with the randomly selected people. But like, I don't know if they cheat on it. Sometimes they get these words that are so long that are worth just like so many times. And it's like, there's no way that you really. Um, yeah, I mean, it's just like it's just a game. It's not. I don't know why people think that. It's not like there's any kind of privilege to have high score or something like that. Just for we play like Zoot Night. A lot of times in the middle of the night, he's in Australia, so we play like sometimes some wild hours. And we play darts and some of the other games. And some people have created bots for those, and they just get it every single time. 100, they just it's like no fun. Sometimes to play with people because you just know they're cheating. They're so good. I played a guy in archery once. And it was unreal. It was unreal. Like I used to play with this other person and a friend of mine from Canada, and he and I would play, and we would always get somewhere around, let's just say 130 points. Just like, and we got to the point where we were both really, really good, and we get 130 points like every single time. And I played with one person, and they got 240 points. It was like, how did you? They just beat us basically so badly that there's no way this person is. It's Chris. What's your favorite game? What's your favorite game? Anything. Just, if you could play any game. Okay. Do you like crossword puzzles? I would say that I am pretty good, but I'm not an expert. Do you like Sudoku? Yeah, no, I understand. I think it's, I think it's a really creative game. I'm not really good at spending time with it. I've not played that much. I don't want to play that much. I got too, I've got too much time on my hands to not play that game. So I do my best to avoid it. Oh yeah, it's like you know, very good game. That's fine. That's fine. No worries at all. They have some other games. The thing that I don't like is they don't have all the games available on all the different devices. So like some aren't available on mobile devices. And I just don't think that's cool. If you're gonna have games, have them available for everyone. No, we can't unscramble the sweet water. I do that. All right, well, I'll play something just for a moment. Just I'm gonna use the restroom. All right. Are you there? Okay, well, that's all right. Not at all. Not at all. Do you want to play Word Box? Okay, so you basically want to find as many words as possible by like in the way that we get words. I think they have to be at least 3 letters or more, and you like move your finger. It could be 2 letters, I'm not sure. But basically, you move your finger over, and it can be left, right, up, down, diagonally, even backwardly, and you just want to keep finding as many words as possible. Yeah, all you do is talk about playing word games. Wordle, word friends. All right, game. I sent you one. All right. Barely, barely, you did really, really well. We're not done. We do another one. Oh, Miss Aquarius, you did really well for your first time. I'm surprised. You're impressive for just looking again. Alright, you're close enough that you're going to lose it. This isn't one-sided. You're going to lose it. Oh, I made a mistake. Or I don't know if I meant. Audie, you there? I'll send you a message. I'm gonna have to send it. It should have defaulted to two players, but it didn't. Alright, now it should. Yeah, I sent you it. You came really close. Yes, you are. This is you're very close. You're gonna get me. That's okay. That's a good score. We are playing again. The game's not over. The game's not over. There are two rounds. Okay. You're good. I know. Try it again. No, no, no. It's okay. I sent you an invite.
I'm sorry.
I need to call you.
Are you doing this?
That's why I bought like a special color pack. I went and bought it. I didn't buy it. Learned it. Okay, you're up, Mr. Torres.
I don't know what to do.
You just slide your finger and the color comes. No, it's just I played enough games that you probably have some points stored up as well that you can buy stuff for free. Yeah. Do it in the corner. The office. This game lags. This game lags. This game lags a lot. You got the lead. Do it like an ankle. Do it like an ankle. There you go. That was the score. There you go. There you go. That's that. Yeah. Oh, you got your first 100. You got 100. You got 200. Right. Right. That's the problem. You got it. You got it. Yep. What position did you play? Just volleyball? Just volleyball? Sure. There you go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, good job. I got you. Those are cool. I did not do well.
I did want to.
I'm gonna have a really good round. What's deep thought? Which I have never played. How to play? Answer question. Pick your favorite answer. Turn the your next question. Do they add like other people, or is it? We don't have that many friends around now. Do they invite friends? All right, good. Let's use that. How about let's I need a break.
Okay, what's your break?
All right. Excellent. Let's do that. You do it.
The thing is Black Lives Matter. That is black people against white people or indigenous people against the established communities. Or, I mean, everything related to LGBT agendas. Definitely, these are some of the ways in which, socialism extended the class struggle into other aspects of society, creating divisions and fostering deceit with the sole purpose of absorbing taxes. I mean, what was the Ministry of Women in Argentina doing? Did it manage to reduce a single femicide? No, none at all. The number of femicides exploded just the same. In fact, the most feminist president in Argentine history, Mr. Alberto Fernandez, used to beat his wife. That is such a strange feminist. I mean, well, so within the ranks of feminists, let's say, you will essentially find the largest number of rapists and women beaters. And it's quite interesting what they do. Their hypocrisy is truly striking. It's not just about that, though. I mean, the battle is on three fronts. You have the economic front, which is free enterprise capitalism. Then we have the political level. Currently, the system that the world has designed is a Republican liberal democracy with checks and balances. And I mean, at the cultural battle level, notice that socialism has been very successful in the cultural battle. It has been very successful politically because it was able to translate that political battle in winning many elections. But why is it falling apart? Why? Because it produces misery, and because the economic system is a disaster, so people eventually realize that it is making things worse for them. Libertarians are very good when it comes to economics. Yes, and those good economic results can actually lead, well, to the generation of solid political processes. But what happened? The liberals neglected the cultural battle. Much of the blame was Fukuyama when he said this is the end of history. No, it was not the end of history because the following year, in 1990, the socialists gathered at the Sao Paulo Forum and, based on the ideas of Gramsci, designed a strategy to infiltrate the media, culture, and education, which ended up changing the entire discourse. And they established that what they said was politically correct, and that any idea outside of it was to be considered reactionary and had to be censored or even persecuted. And they claimed to be the ones defending freedom, even though they were the ones persecuting people. It's the same with journalists who get upset with Twitter. They say they defend freedom, but can't stand it when those who think differently speak. Is that freedom? Yes, for them, but not for those who think differently. That's not freedom, that's fascism. Then, what do we say? Then we must fight on the economic front, and I believe we are implementing an extremely successful economic program that is being recognized worldwide. In fact, the other night, the president-elect Donald Trump indeed gave recognition for the achievements we are having in Argentina and the speed at which we have done it. At the same time, you have to fight the political battle because, well, soccer matches are not won by shouting from the stands, they are won by playing on the field. But that alone is not enough because you have to, let's say, you need to convey to society the values of capitalism, the free market, what liberalism is, the value of freedom, right? And when you succeed in that, then we will indeed be able to advance steadily. If you fight the cultural battle, what happened in Chile will happen to you. They had economic success. It was, let's say, sustained over time, but at some point it collapsed. Why did it collapse? Because they hadn't fought the cultural battle. Then socialism, little by little, took control of institutions in education and the media. So they took over the media and culture, and on that basis, they attacked and broke up the system. And then they found themselves with increasing doses of socialism, and the only thing socialism generates is poverty. Therefore, what we must keep in mind is that you have to fight the battles on all fronts. And if you don't keep that in mind, I can tell you are headed towards collapse.
Like you said, in this fight against corruption, you are challenging some very powerful people, a powerful establishment. Are you ever afraid for your life? Potential assassination?
No. Tell me, what good is it to live life, I mean, in slavery? Look, there is a song by a Spanish singer called Nino Bravo. Just to be clear, he has already left this earth, so we can say he has passed on to the beyond. The song is called Libre. And the song, it tells the story of Peter Fetcher, an 18-year-old boy, who, when the separation was made, and I mean, the construction of the Berlin Wall begins. His family ends up on the western side, and he accidentally ends up on the eastern side. And for a whole year, he plans his escape to the western side, right? And in that context, when he tries to escape, he gets murdered. So, really, what is the point of life if it's not in freedom, right? I mean, what is the point of living without fighting for your values? If I am willing to give my life for my values, then what is the point of living without freedom? Look, can I tell you something interesting that happened to me here in the United States? Let's say back in the year 1998, I came to the United States uh, to take a series of courses to improve my English, which I never use in formal terms because, as president, as you can imagine, if I make a mistake, I can create a serious situation. Fortunately, I have an interpreter who is a superstar, and if I make a mistake even in Spanish, he corrects me in the version of the other language. And so back then, in that year, I went to San Francisco and I visited Alcatraz. You're young, but I mean, the visit was an audio tour. You got a Walkman, and you would choose the different tracks and listen to the story. The most interesting thing is that the Alcatraz tour ended in the recreation yard where the basketball court, exercise areas, and all recreational facilities were located. So anyone would have thought that this was the best part of Alcatraz. And yet, what they said in the guide was that that was the hardest part for the inmates. Why? Because, I mean, that recreation area in particular is built in front of the San Francisco Bay. So the inmates could all see how San Francisco continued to build up and evolve and develop every day. While they were locked up in there, they couldn't take part in that. They were confined in that prison. And that made them fully aware of the value of freedom. So, in my experience, for me, the fight for freedom is relentless, okay? I mean, my greatest hero in all of human history is Moses. The feat of Moses is like one person alone with his brother, Aaron, both confronting the combined forces of the United States, China, and Russia together. And it was Moses who said to Ramses, "Let my people go." Well, Ramses resisted, and the forces of heaven ran him over. But what I mean is, I don't see any other possible way to live other than with freedom. And I would always fight for full freedom. And I would be at the forefront of this cause. I mean, it's a cause that I'm going to die with my boots on. I mean, I'm not going to make do with living any other way other than with freedom. I will fight everything I'm going to fight as much as it takes. At least that's the way I feel. So, what good is it to be alive if you're confined? What good is it to be alive if you're not free? It's no good. What good was it for Peter Fetcher to be alive in communist Germany? Well, at least he had a moment of happiness while he tried to escape.
Another guy who fights for freedom of speech in this case is your new friend, Elon Musk. What do you admire and what have you learned from your interactions with Elon?
I have a huge admiration for Elon Musk. He is an absolutely unconventional person. He's a great fighter for the ideas of freedom. What he has done on Twitter, now known as X, and how he is helping the world nowadays to wake up once and for all and become aware of the socialist virus, the woke virus. That in itself makes him a hero in the history of humanity. But it's not just that. One of the things that happened to me is that when I went to first talk to him, I thought I was going to meet a successful businessman and that I would have a typical successful businessman conversation who understands business and that some of his business slightly more exotic. But That's the kind of talk you would expect to have. And business people are truly admirable, right? Because they are true benefactors of society. But they're usually very much focused on their own business. And one of the things that really, really shocked me when I met Elon Musk, we had scheduled a meeting for no more than 15 minutes. The first time we were in the meeting, for a little over 45 minutes because he was about to miss his flight. So obviously, if someone as important as him doesn't fly as planned, it has to be rescheduled, and he loses a lot of hours. Imagine, every minute is very valuable. And and one of the things that happened was that basically he brought up the topic of demography, and we started discussing demographics and growth. I never imagined that I would end up discussing demographics and growth with him, you know. And another very fun thing was that um, something funny he said to me was that since we shared our vision regarding demographic issues and the need to populate the planet, he asked me, now what about you? When are you going to move in that direction? And I said, oh, look, I have 5 children. And he said, well, the 4-legged ones don't count. That was the first meeting I had with Elon Musk. The second um, the second meeting was when here at the universities we started seeing anti-Semitic demonstrations where basically Palestinian flags were displayed and Jews were harassed and persecuted. And at that moment, when we had that second meeting, he showed himself to be very deeply involved with that and brought up the issue of the cultural battle. So, I mean, it's not quite conventional even in the political field. Uh, I During our last talk, which lasted for about 2.5 hours, right? One of the things we talked about was freedom and what was at stake for the United States in this election. Uh, Therefore, he is a person, you know, honestly, I can say he is well above average. I mean, a person of unconventional intelligence, right? And also, he is very charming. So, I mean, again, I have a great admiration for him. And I really interact very closely with him. He is very interested in what our Ministry of Deregulation is doing, which seeks to remove regulations. But at the same time, he works with another person who is also interested in the chainsaw approach. And so I'm very pleased because they are going to try and replicate the model we are implementing in Argentina. And also, Donald Trump himself is very enthusiastic about this. So, and anything in the way of reducing regulations and cutting public spending and taking government out of the equation needs more freedom for the people. So I'm very pleased with what's going on. And with Trump's victory, because the United States will be better off, Argentina is going to be better too. And the whole world is going to be better off. Today, the world is a much better place than it was just a few days ago.
Like you said, Elon and Vivek Ramaswamy are heading the Doge Department of Government Efficiency. So, from your experience this year as president of Argentina and every chainsaw economic policies that you've implemented, what advice would you give to Elon and Vivek about how to do it in the United States?
Just cut to the chase. Cut to the chase. Simple as that. I'll tell you a story and you're going to love it. Currently in Argentina, due to the political balance we've achieved, we have had certain powers delegated from Congress to the executive branch, and therefore we can resolve it by decree. That the regulation minister, Federico Storzenegger, in his ministry, shows a counter that displays in front of everyone there. He displays the number of days, all right, during which the delegated powers will continue to be valid. Therefore, he has a whole deregulation division, also a public spending cut division, and government structure reduction division, and he also has an elite core that's cleaning up all of the laws that hinder the economic system and progress. And every day, he removes between 1 and 5 economic restrictions. So, my advice would be for them to go all the way, to push it to the very limit, and do not give up. Do not let down their guard. Furthermore, that agenda does have political purpose, because at the end of the day, you are removing privileges. Of course, there will be people complaining, but these are people who are losing privileges, so they will have to explain to society why they are keeping those privileges. And that is quite uncomfortable.
You've spoken with Donald Trump. Allegedly, he called you his favorite president. And maybe again, what do you admire about President Trump, and what do you learn from him?
There are several things that I admire about President Trump. The first is that I think he's provided ample proof of this in his first presidency. He understands the nature of the cultural battle. He has openly confronted socialism. His speeches openly target socialism. He perfectly understands the woke virus, and that is, of great value, because it means understanding what it's all about. Another thing I truly admire about him is his courage. In fact, thankfully, thank goodness he didn't get assassinated or killed. But it was by a small chance occurrence that could have killed him, just because he moved at the right moment. And yet that didn't intimidate him, and he went on. And in fact, during his first campaign, and in this one as well, in the second one and third one, they criticized him, insulted him, offended him, said awful things about him, made up all sorts of horrible stories about him. In that respect, I can say I deeply relate, because probably no one in our history has had such a negative campaign from all the media like they did to me. But let's say they were quite similar. This is why it's so interesting. And I was so deeply moved when last night I also got to meet Sylvester Stallone, because Sylvester Stallone talks about, well, how important is that no matter how hard they hit you and keep on hitting you all the time, despite all that, you keep going on and on and on. What I'm trying to say is that so many of Sylvester Stallone's approach are truly inspirational, don't you think? So imagine I'm about to give the speech and I see Sylvester Stallone, and Sylvester Stallone knows me. It was truly insane. I had to pinch myself. I mean, this can't be true. And besides, well, the people were wonderful with me last night. They've been wonderful today. I've taken hundreds of selfies. I mean, it's truly been, I would say, it's been my break, let me say, after almost a year in office and having to face all sorts of media torture because the journalists who have vested interests and are corrupt are professional torturers. Yes, because they invade your personal life, your family, and your privacy. Let me tell you something to show you the kind of garbage the media in Argentina can do. They sent 3 drones to spy on me at my presidential residence. To spy on me. Do you think that's right? Exactly. But that kind of thing happens in Argentina, not to mention the many lies and horrible things they say. I, for instance, remember that time when my father was hospitalized. My father is a man of a really strong character who has had 2 heart surgeries, all right? And one day a journalist was saying all sorts of lies about my father. My father was hospitalized and, well, and he almost died of a heart attack. So that kind of thing is what journalism and the press do in Argentina. So they start to attack your private life, your mother, your father, your sister, even my dogs that I absolutely adore. They are the most wonderful beings in the universe. They even target my 4-legged children. So imagine that I've been in office for nearly a year as president, and since they can't criticize my management except by lying and distorting the numbers, they meddle with all these things they have been doing all the time since the year 2021, when I officially entered politics. So, and I've seen what they've done to Trump. So that also makes me relate a lot to him because he's a true warrior. He's a Viking. He's a Viking. He's literally a Viking. I mean, he is someone I admire for how he has kept fighting in the face of adversity, even against all odds, and still he managed to win. Amazing. And well, and that's why I can relate that much. And I've also seen how he's been unfairly criticized, like when he was accused of protectionism or when he wanted to discuss some matters within the context of public debate regarding the design of monetary policy as regards the Fed. Um, uh, Basically, they have accused him of things. I mean, isn't he entitled to give an opinion as a president? I mean, any citizen could give their opinion, even more so a president.
Why is it important to you that Argentina has a close relationship with the United States?
Well, to us, that is truly important, okay? You know, because we've decided to be geopolitical allies of the United States ever since our campaign. That our allies, we have decided that our allies will be the United States and Israel because they basically represent the ideas of the Western world, they represent the free world. That is to say, what we would call today, let's say, a liberal democracy, okay, by confronting the autocrats. And in that sense, that is the geopolitical alignment. Moreover, in our campaign, we were very, very clear on 3 main points. One, the economic pillar. We talked about cutting public spending, and I would make my appearances with a chainsaw. We talked about economic freedom, deregulation, that is, and I talked about a competition of currencies. And people, obviously were interested in the dollar. So it was obvious that the economic policy was clear. All right? And not only was it clear, but we are also fulfilling it. That is the first point. Second was our policy on security. The idea being to fight crime, I mean, relentlessly, as well as security. No mercy, right? And in fact, in Argentina, there are no more roadblocks, which they said were impossible to end. Not only that, we have strengthened the security forces and also our armed forces, and we are waging a tough battle against drug trafficking and narco-terrorism. Therefore, we are also strongly fulfilling that. Notice that these 2 points, which were the main concerns, they were the biggest concerns of Argentinians when we took office, are now in 5th and 6th place. Today, the problem for Argentinians is corruption, whether there is unemployment, if there is poverty, but they don't mention inflation and insecurity anymore. And besides, a third point that I made clear was that I would align with the United States and Israel internationally. And, at my campaign rallies, there would be groups that would come along with flags of Israel. So it's clear that our international policy approach was always very clear. And this is something I state during my speeches when I talk about the values of the West and the civilization of the West. In fact, yesterday, and even more so today. During my speeches, I talked about how the different Greek groups or tribes got together to confront the Persians. That is to say, it seemed that from that time, 500 years before Christ until today, that struggle continues, right? Uh, but well, so of course, we're all in. We are betting on the United States becoming once again a leader in the West. We needed someone to come back to make America great again. And that as part of that process, being a commercial ally is also a great idea. So we would really like to move forward and deepen our trade ties and our investment ties. And well, we would also like to be part of the NATO as well.
Do you think it's still possible? One of the radical ideas you had as you were running for president was to dollarize the Argentine economy. Do you think that's still a good idea? Are you still thinking about that?
Let's see, let's break it down. Let's say if you review all my statements, I talk about currency competition. I'm not strictly talking about dollarization. I'm talking about currency competition and eliminating the central bank. If people later decide to embrace the dollar, that is their choice. Ultimately, in the model I propose, what happens is the formation of a currency basket tailored to the needs of individuals. But I won't avoid the discussion. Today, there is currency competition. If, for instance, today in Argentina, you want to make transactions in any currency, you can do it, and it's allowed. Today, there is currency competition. The other thing we talk about is the concept of, let's suppose we were discussing dollarization, we talk about endogenous dollarization. The first point is that we need to clean up the central bank. We had to deal with the issue of the CIRA, that is the central bank's commercial debt, which was $50 billion. We still have to resolve the dividend problem of $10 billion. And in the meantime, we did a write-off and cleaned up the central bank's balance sheet by $45 billion. So you can't just close the central bank if it is bankrupt, because you need to redeem the whole central bank debt, which is about the issuing of money and the interest-bearing liabilities. So once we've finished with the interest-bearing liabilities, it'll leave us with the monetary base. Therefore, today we have a regime where the amount of money is fixed, the monetary base is not growing, and as demand for money increases, since people can use dollars, they don't need to go and sell the dollars and make the peso appreciate, but they can do transactions in dollars. So as the economy grows, you will have a greater share of dollars relative to pesos. And at some point, the amount of pesos compared to the dollars will be so huge, relatively, the closing down the central bank will be done easily, which means this is working. Of course, if you were to give me the money right now, I would go ahead and dollarize. I have no problem with that. For example, I did have a proposal for this, and this could have worked because the largest creditor of the Argentine treasury is the central bank. But central bank bonds were trading at 20 cents. If I had sold those bonds at 20 cents, and nowadays they are trading between 60 and 70, with the whole bunch of Neanderthals that are the opposition, who besides being ignorant in economics, also have bad intentions, I would be in jail today.
Let me ask you a very important, difficult question. I'm a huge fan, have been my whole life, of Diego Maradona and Messi. So, who to you is the greatest football player of all time?
The way I see it, I have seen Maradona play, all right? I saw Maradona play in the past. I used to watch him, and I saw him during his last year at Argentino Juniors, before Boca Juniors, in the year 1980, and I saw him in 81. Playing for Boca, I saw him play in the youth selection in Japan in 1979. I truly have immensely enjoyed the talent of Maradona, but without a doubt, the best soccer player of all time, not just from Argentina, of all time, even better than Pelé, is Messi, of course. There is an article which is quite old already now, titled Messi is Impossible. And it looks at all of the positions a soccer player plays in. That is, all positions a soccer player can play in from midfield forward, okay? And the most incredible thing is that Messi is the best in each of those positions. You can be the best in one or two positions. You see, Cristiano Ronaldo, for example, very good in two areas of the game, so much so that he was almost like Messi, but he didn't take part in the rest. However, Messi is the best one in all respects, but at that time, of course, nowadays, he is an older player, right? And I'm not sure whether he can still keep that performance on all fronts. But honestly, I have never in my life seen a player like Messi. I have never seen no one like him, for real. If you look at the number of goals he scored, I correct that. Considering the goal average in the days of Pelé, compared to Messi's golden era and his career now, the number of equivalent goals is much greater than that of Pelé. Therefore, without a doubt, makes the greatest soccer player of all time. Of all time, no one compares to him.
But it's not just the numbers or the World Cup win. It's the moments of genius on the field. Messi is unlike any other in that way.
Messi does things that seem technically impossible. They seem physically impossible. The moves he makes don't respect human logic. It's like watching Usain Bolt run. It doesn't feel possible. He moves in a way that doesn't respect human logic. Am I right?
Did you watch the 1986 World Cup, Maradona, with the hand of God, with the game against England? What was that like?
Oh yes, I do remember that very well. Uh, we watched it in the home of my godfather and saw how he did his gambit and dodged the team, the England team, that was truly, it was absolutely indescribable. There's no way to put it into words. It's as if I asked you to describe for me the love you have for your partner. You can't do that, right? I mean, it's something wonderful. You can't describe it, you cannot put it into words. There are things where words, I mean, you know, just seem to fail. Am I right? I really think that there are times when humans, or some humans, not all of them actually, some humans have the privilege of being able to vibrate closer to God. Some Puccini arias, for example, when you listen to them, when you listen to the famous aria from La Rondine or the famous aria from Gianni Schicchi, I mean, you get the feeling that he was getting dictated by God. How can you put that into words? You can't. There's no way you do that. I mean, those moments where we humans are, that we have the privilege. I say it as human beings, right? Because I mean, I'm speaking from that perspective. Okay, I say this only as an admirer. Some human beings have the ability to vibrate so close to God that you can't describe it, you can only enjoy it. This is why in Judaism they don't use the name of God, of the Creator, because how could you put in words something like that? And I believe those are times when us humans connect closer to the Creator and create things unique things. You cannot describe them. There are no words to describe that. The only thing you can do is enjoy it and be thankful that you can witness it.
You were a great footballer yourself in your youth. You were a goalkeeper. Many people would say that's the toughest and the most important position in football. Maybe you can speak about that experience and in general, what's harder, being a goalkeeper or president?
Lovely question. Well, indeed. I used to be a goalkeeper, but I'm not so sure about whether I was any good. But but you know, the experience of having been a goalkeeper is very valuable. First, the goalkeeper is the only player that can use their hands in a certain sector of the pitch in the area. The other thing is that he's also the only player who dresses differently, right? Moreover, their training is a solitary one. And the most important, I mean, it is the very climax, the goal, right? When the goal is called by the team, everyone is celebrating on the other side, and the goalkeeper is on his own. And at the same time, he's the one who suffers the most when a goal is scored because he gets the direct impact. In fact, when the goalkeeper makes a mistake, it's an own goal. Imagine a teammate scores a wonderful goal like the one Maradona did. It's marvelous. And that's just one goal. And imagine the goalkeeper picks up the ball and then if they bring it into the area wrongly, it's like two goals. It's a complete lack of proportion. So, therefore, and this, in my opinion, makes goalkeepers have a very strong temperament, right? They are used to being alone, and power is precisely that. Because when you make decisions, you are on your own, and not just that, but also when you have a responsibility like that of a president, when you make a decision, it has an impact on millions of people. So just like goalkeepers, if you make a mistake and score an own goal, and in this context, it's negative consequences for millions of people. Therefore, that has been part of the University of Life that has given me the tools to be president today. That is my training in economics, my training in liberalism, having been a goalkeeper, and also having had a very tough childhood.
How hard is it? What's been the personal toll of carrying the hope of a nation on your shoulders?
Well, you know, being defamed, insulted, and attacked every single day. But uh, again, there's no point in life if it's not with freedom. So, like Sylvester Stallone once said, the secret to life is to carry on in spite of the blows you get, the punches you take. And fortunately, we have been able to carry on in spite of the blows, both coming at us from in front and from behind our backs, because it had been more honest if we had been attacked directly. But well, you know, in Argentina, uh, politics and the mass media, they do love to attack behind your back.
What role has God played in your life? And who's God?
Well, faith, I'd say, has been a very fundamental element, you know? And especially in recent times, during which I've become actively involved, particularly in the teachings of Judaism and in the study of the Torah. Uh, this has given me a huge, let's say, a huge background to face the many adversities which I've encountered and had to overcome in the last few years. And as to who God is, He's the creator, the maker. I call Him the one.
What is a better guide for humanity? The invisible hand of the market or the hand of God?
They're perfectly in sync.
Well, no. Again, going back to your youth, you were a lead singer in a rock band. Who's the greatest rock star of all time?
Okay. Well, the way I see it, the most amazing rock singer in history of mankind was definitely Elvis Presley. And my favorite band is the Rolling Stones. So I also greatly admire Mick Jagger, you know, and I still have this dream of getting to meet him in person.
How fun would it be to play together with the Stones?
That would be a big, big dream. Uh, don't get my hopes up because I set goals and then I go and achieve them.
Well, I'm close friends with a band that opens for the Stones, so I would love to see this happen.
Oh, well, that would happen. Or we could also watch the whole concert from the stage. I mean, I can't keep ruining the Rolling Stones' music. I already had a tribute band and did quite a lot of damage to the music.
How much of your rock star roots define your approach to politics, to life? Do you see yourself as a kind of showman art?
Of course, absolutely. My idea is that when you attend one of our events, it feels like going to a Rolling Stones concert. In fact, in one of my most recent performances at Luna Park, I even had the pleasure of singing in front of 10,000 people. It's on YouTube. No, sorry, not on YouTube. It's on my Instagram feed. At that event, I sang a song called Panic Show, and the song starts by saying, "Hi, everybody, I am the lion."
Your intensity and passion have earned you the nickname El Loco, the madman. Do you think some madness is necessary to challenge the powerful establishment?
Well, maybe it's a matter of perspective, right? It could be the other way around, that everyone else is crazy by living in a way contrary to the ideas of freedom. And so maybe the same person who wants to fix that is then considered a madman. Anyway, the nickname doesn't bother me at all. In fact, I even enjoy it because I've been called like that since I was 10 years old. So it's not something that particularly bothers me, because it's a nickname that, well, it has been used for many years. But actually, if I present to you the case of San Martin, when he said he was going to cross the Andes to liberate not only Argentina, not only our country, but also Chile and Peru, and people called him crazy. Imagine if you had tried and spoken with, I don't know, with Michelangelo, you would have called him crazy too. Or if you had talked to, I don't know, hundreds of people who have changed the world, surely they would have thought that Einstein was crazy and so on. The list would be infinite. So, what is the difference between a madman and a genius? Success.
Let me ask you about the market. It's so interesting. From your view of the world, how powerful the market is at figuring out what's best for society. Why do you think the market works so well as a guide?
One must first understand what the market is. Simply put, the market is a process of voluntary exchange where individuals cooperate through the transfer of property rights, in which private property is upheld. This is the system that drives the allocation of resources. In essence, socialism, and this is what Mises condemns in his book Socialism, shows is that without private property, prices cease to exist, and therefore resources are diverted. Why don't you same to make a road of asphalt or gold. Why not make it of gold? Because you have an understanding of economic calculation, you have an idea of prices in your mind. So, in this context, if there is no private property, there are no prices, and as a result, the free market capitalism, is the best mechanism ever developed by humankind for resource allocation. This also implies that markets must be free from state intervention, because when the state intervenes, it creates interference. And markets need to allow free entry and exit, what we call competition. However, to understand competition, in the sense described by Israel Kirzner, one of the foremost figures of the Austrian school, or in the neoclassical framework, as William Baumol understood it, which was the concept of free entry and exit in so-called contestable markets. And also, let's talk about what pertains to the division of labor and social cooperation. You know, the most wonderful thing about capitalism is that you can only be successful by serving others with better quality goods at a better price. If you are successful in the free market capitalism, you are a hero. You are a social benefactor. You are a prosperity machine. So the better you do, you know, the better you do, the better it is for society. This is very important. I remember when I had my first meeting with Elon Musk, and this made me admire him greatly. And this is something my sister commented on too. You know, Elon Musk told me something he does every day. He wakes up every morning thinking about what problem he could fix for humanity. That's amazing. Of course, what is the counterpart? Being successful. Therefore, in that sense, and moreover, in my view, on how the system works, on how the market works, market failures do not exist. That is to say, that is a problem. All right? A problem for neoclassical economies because of the mathematical tools they've used to develop economic analysis, but actually, it's not a real issue in everyday life. It's a problem in the minds of economists. In fact, my latest book called Capitalism, Socialism, and the Neoclassical Trap deals with this issue.
Yeah, you've outlined these ideas of capitalism, socialism, and the neoclassical trap. So the trap is that there's no such thing as a middle ground. It's either capitalism or socialism, and every middle ground ends up in a state of socialism.
Well, actually, that is what Mises said that there were. He said that there are only two systems, free enterprise capitalism and socialism. And he also pointed out, and this is proven in Hayek's book, The Road to Serfdom, that any middle ground solution is unstable in terms of capitalism, meaning it tends towards socialism. So when you implement an intervention, it causes government failure, which then triggers further intervention, setting up a trap that results in more and more interventions. And in this context, with their market failure theory, are in fact dealing with problems that are fundamentally mathematical. Rather than making the world a better place, they have, if you will, been instrumental in increasing the levels of intervention. Let me tell you something. You know, I have an economist as chairman of the President's Advisory Council. Dr. Damien Radel, who studied here at Harvard University and completed his PhD, was mentored by Kenneth Rogoff, the American economist. And Rogoff has said that Dr. Radel was his best student. Nowadays, we're actually working with Dr. Radel specifically on all these issues that arise from, the interventions proposed by the mainstream, such as the so-called correction of market failures. And a few days ago, he conducted a survey of search algorithms and policy recommendations, and that resulted in a map painted from red to blue. And well, the redder it was, the more it was linked to socialism. There was an intermediate thing that was yellow, and blue was free market ideas. And one of the things he discovered as part of that graph or chart was that the largest number of policy recommendations, scandalously, are actually left-leaning. So that is the empirical evidence of what I pointed out in the book: capitalism, socialism, and the neoclassical track.
You mentioned your four-legged children. What have you learned about life from your dogs?
Well, from my four-legged children, I have learned unconditional love. In fact, well, my name in Hebrew means loyal friend, faithful friend, and on the Chinese horoscope, I am dog. And if there's one thing that defines me is loyalty, being decent. And those virtues, you can find them in those wonderful beings that dogs are who love unconditionally. In fact, they are superior beings, right? Spiritually speaking, in my case, because I don't forget or forgive those who have harmed me. That is to say, all those who have insulted, defamed me, and criticized me, I remember each one of them, but I don't have the greatness needed to forgive them.
On the topic of loyalty in politics, I'm sure there's been a lot of people, some people, who have betrayed you. Does that hurt your heart?
It depends, because you sometimes think that you can expect some people to be loyal, and if they betray you, of course, that hurts. But some people, you actually don't expect anything from them, so if there's betrayal, I mean, you won't be annoyed or feel bad because you owe it to someone who didn't share your values. But politics does have that. Sometimes many of the people you may come across don't have the values you advocate for, but it's cost benefit. You need to let the ship sail on, right? Or would you rather let it sink? That's not my case. I fight until the end. There are traitors, but that's part of politics. And that's not my line. But of course, they do exist.
There are a lot of people who admire your revolutionary spirit. What advice would you give them? Maybe young people on how to live a life like yours and have an impact on the world like you have begun to do.
I didn't do this thinking about having an impact on the world. I have defined what makes me happy and I live according to that. I live consistently by that. And most importantly, I would say never give up. Moreover, and above all, never be half-hearted. I would rather cry because I failed rather than not crying because I never tried. I mean, I'm a perfectionist, so when I do err, of course, I have a bad time. But still, I prefer to go and get things done. If it goes wrong, it's part of life. But I will never never have to regret not having done what I thought needed to be done at that moment. All right?
What gives you hope about the future of Argentina and the future of humanity?
Well, the fact that thanks to social media and to the whole tech revolution going on, every day more and more people are becoming aware of how important freedom is to live in peace and prosperity. And I believe even though bureaucrats and the elites fight untiringly to enslave us, a wave of freedom has been unleashed, which if we do wage the fight, we'll have a much better world.
What is your famous words of Viva la Libertad? How did that come about, and what does it mean to you?
Long live freedom, damn it. That first started while I was giving my book presentations. At the end of my presentation, I would say, Viva la Libertad, carajo. And that really stuck with me since then. Without thinking about it, throughout my life, it was going to continue being present. In fact, today, my presentations, all of my speeches end with, may God bless the Argentinians. May the forces of heaven be with us. And Viva la Libertad, carajo. The first phrase reflects my faith in God fervently, and that I'm deeply thankful to the Creator for the wonderful things He has bestowed upon me daily. The second one has to do with a quote from the book of Maccabees 3:19, which says that victory in battle doesn't depend on the size of the army, but on the forces of heaven. This has to do with the victory of the Jewish people, the Maccabees against the Greeks, and how they recovered it. And the last one, well, is my war cry.
Well, there's no better way to end it. Thank you for being a warrior for freedom, and thank you for talking today.
Thank you very much indeed for your interview, and thank you for being so well educated, because very often interviewers are not like that. And you did have windows to play foul, and you didn't, and I recognize that, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Javier Malay. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you some words from George Orwell. In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.